Oh, oh boy. We had some technical difficulties just a minute ago. Beat Sheet Supreme, thank you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. So, today is going to be a live stream debate similar to the one I did with Monty Spa all the way back in May of 2021. Bedsheet, you just gave out 5 more gifted subs. How they? Oh man, thank you so much. That is 10 gifted subs right off the bat, and I wasn't. We haven't even started the stream yet. Okay, so my debate partner, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Skibbity I'm just a New Vegas fan and somewhat small creator, and yeah, I'm here to talk about New Vegas and shit.
Okay, so we have spent the better part of a good solid month uh, exchanging information and exchanging research and stuff. So I'm just gonna let Skibbity here do bring up topics as they occur to him, and then when he makes a criticism of my Fallout New Vegas retrospective criticism, uh, I will make I will I will respond to those criticisms as they occur. So, Mr. Skibbity, why don't you take the wheel on this list of things here? You said you're going to start with the hype of the game and predetermined beliefs. So, would you like to start with that?
Yeah, a little bit, like, just really quick, just for everyone, like, watching. We're not gonna watch the video, like, minute by minute. Originally we were, but it's just for time and everything, and just generally getting to the points, we aren't. I have specific timestamps that Acer is gonna actually pull up, and probably, whenever we need that or something. And then I also have, like, I have, like, 2 or 3 questions just for you, Acer, just for, it's not for your video, but you know what they are. I asked you, I know them, but just for generally everyone. Um, I just want to know, like, can you tell everyone what your experience with Fallout games are? Because in your New Vegas retrospective and your Fallout 4 retrospective, you bring up 3 and the other games, and just like that would just generally help everyone know what you know about Fallout, because you bring it up that you know Fallout a few times.
Well, I never said that I know Fallout. It's in the sense that I just know everything. That I know everything about that franchise inside and out. Fallout 4 was my first Fallout game, and then I played Fallout New Vegas because at the time, what at the time was my biggest subscriber. And I'm gonna turn this fan on real quick. It's getting kind of stuffy in here.
Not good.
Basically, I played Fallout New Vegas because at the time, what at the time was my biggest fan and subscriber and regular viewer asked me to do so, and that basically led to, a long story short, one thing led to another, and that basically led to me making that rule that I'll only accept requests from silver or higher Patreon supporters. And basically, so I those are really the only 2 Fallout games I've ever played. I know a bit about Fallout 3 from cultural osmosis, and I've never played any of the interplay Fallouts. So that's basically my extent of the game of the Fallout franchise. I never claimed to be an expert on Fallout or any or even anything more than a casual fan of it. And if I ever misrepresented that my degree of experience with the Fallout franchise in any of my videos, then I apologize for that. I never meant to portray myself as anything more than a casual fan.
Yeah, no, all good. I think I misspoke when I said that you know Fallout. I think I meant to say, like, you had your predetermined beliefs, because in your New Vegas video you say that, playing Fallout 4, you had your predetermined beliefs of what it was.
Not predetermined. That sounds like it was. I've already made up my mind, and I'm not willing to budge on the issue. That, no, I would say, was preconceived. Like, I had heard
Okay.
quite a bit of positive feedback about New Vegas, how it was a genuine masterpiece, how it was bordering on perfection. And when you hype it up that much, I'm gonna hold it up to those standards. And if you hype it up to impossible to meet standards, I'm gonna hold it to impossible standards.
All right, well, that's getting into, like, our first, like, I guess, main point or something like that, because you say that, like, your friends and people that you knew hyped the game up, and You know, I mean, I'm not saying we have to go to your video because it's literally a second, but like you flash a quick comment up there, and then you say that this is another example of them singing its like religious standards, you know, like in incredible standards when it was just someone saying, "Hey, I think you would like this game," to see your reactions.
Oh,
And
that guy who requested that I do it. Oh
I
no,
mean, he just simply said. I mean, I don't know.
I
if
never
you...
said he built it up to religious standards. I said
No,
that
but your
people,
example of it in the video, like you, like my one very small nitpick is just that like you saying that, oh, this is an example, like you literally say this is another example of someone saying, like, singing its praises, and you could, and you know, if you have a ton of those examples, you probably should have shown more of those, because like, yeah, I've heard people also hype up the game, and like, hype is dangerous as fuck, man. Hype. Look at Watch Dogs. See, like everyone liked Watch Dogs before it came out, and then like it was a fucking mess. Look at Cyberpunk. You know, let's not even talk about Cyberpunk, that piece of shit. But like, so like, I just think it's a little dangerous that you went into the game with this hype coming from other people. Like you should have just gone in the game knowing, or not knowing, but like playing the game blindly, like you said. Like I understand, like you played Fallout 4. And that's kind of why I was asking, because if you played Fallout 3 and then went into New Vegas, I could also understand that.
well,
No,
the thing is, I mean, I can't just delete from my brain all the hype that I've heard about it. Obviously, they're hyping it up because they want me to play and, more importantly, buy the game. And the more they hype it up, the more likely I am to do that. But then again, the more you hype it up, I might play it and I might even pay for it. But I'm not gonna. But if I end up thinking that it's a huge disappointment compared to the near impossible bar that was set, I mean, I think that's the community's fault for hyping it up so much.
What did your friends or community say about this game?
Oh,
Like,
they said that it was. I mean, I can't really. I don't have written. It wasn't written down for me, so I can't remember exactly. But they pretty
well, I'm
much,
sure you can remember some.
Yeah, but the general gist of it was that New Vegas was a genuine masterpiece, bordering on perfection, and I definitely remember those last three words being tossed around from time to time.
Now, you said that in your video, and you've said that in our DMs, but why did they say it was a masterpiece? Did they say that it had a great soundtrack? Did it say because of the choices? Like, I know you bring it up a few times, but like, generally, I want to know what people were saying that got you interested into it.
People just praised the game left, right, and center. They said that the story was incredible, the world was incredible, the gameplay, the mechanics, and the way everything... Basically, it was just... People just said it was a chef's kiss from top to bottom.
Okay. I mean, okay. I mean, if you look at the reviews of the game, like, I can quickly... it's objectively, at least... You can't not admit it's at least a decent game with all of the reviews and the discussions still to this day. And I know you're not trying to... I mean, I hope you're not trying to argue that it's a shit game. I understand you don't like it, but let's be honest, like, it's not for everyone. You can say that. But, it's also falling into the hype of it is dangerous, because, like, you know, like I just said, I don't want to bring up 2077, but I fell into that hype so bad, super hard. And while I wasn't one of the toxic people that were like arguing, saying, oh, like, this game's going to be the best, before we even had a, you know, tidbit of info or gameplay on it, I was still hyped for it, and I got burned by it. And I think that goes to show that any game that you give hype to is gonna burn you if you expect perfection. Because in your video, you say you expect perfection. Well, that's you expecting perfection. And I'm not trying to get, like, you know, have a conflict with you about this. I'm literally just saying, it's like, you expecting perfection does not mean that the game is this perfect game. Because any legit fan, like me, any fan who is actually not going to be blindly following the game will criticize the game heavily. Like, there are a lot of points which I will, you know, as we go through here, I will talk to you about. I will happily talk to you about shit that I dislike about the game. But you saying it's perfect and expecting perfection going into this game, when all you heard that it's pretty good, and even just look at the reviews online. Like, they're not perfect reviews. They're not hundreds. Like, they're like in the maybe 90s or something. Some of them are 80s, but if you really look at it, there's shit to complain.
Oh, that Metacritic score is part of this game's legacy. I'm well aware of that.
I mean, okay, yeah, I guess you can, yeah, the Metacritic score for that, you know, with the whole that whole
The
thing. I
whole
understand
84
that.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and it's like, I mean, I get your side on it. We can talk about it if you want, but it's just like I wasn't even really talking about that. I was generally just talking about general reviews and the general outlook of the game. Because if you go on YouTube, yeah, there's people singing its praises, but there's reasons for that. There's still people having discussions about the factions and everything. You know, like there's a reason that this game has the fans it does. There's a reason why people aren't sitting here and talking about Fallout 3 nearly as much. You know?
Yeah. Okay, now, before we continue, we've been streaming for a good 10 minutes. Can we have a quick 30-second ad break just to be, just so that I can, make a small amount of penance from this?
I guess.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
How do I do this? I've never set a manual ad break before. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right, and I think we are back. So, the next thing on your list was.
Well, hold on.
Okay, yeah, okay, sure.
Let's not like cut that first point.
Oh,
short,
but
like
real quick, Bed Sheet Supreme just gifted in another 1 month sub. Damn, Bed Sheet, you are doing great. That is 11 gifted subs in only about half an hour. Thank you so much.
oh boy.
All right.
So like I just want to know. So I just wanted to say like yeah, hype is the shit. But I just also wanted to say like any game can be like it. Like I'll be honest, I went like again. I'm not expecting you to answer to talk about this because this is my subjective opinion right here that I'm going to say. I went into Fallout 4 and I got burned hard as hell by that game. I had so much hype for it because I loved New Vegas. I still like Fallout 3. Like as much as I will give it problems, I give it problems because I like the game. But Fallout 4, I personally have a problem. I know you really like the game. We'll get to that. Trust me. I think you even saw in our DMs that I have problems with it.
Oh, I don't think it's a masterpiece. I mean, it's not a home run, but I would qualify it as a solid 3 base hit, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Fallout 4.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's fair to say because like I also know people personally that like the game who
obnoxious Yisaraj. He's pointing out that recent FNV reviews rated on Steam 97%. So that's a pretty high bar to. That sets some pretty high expectations right there.
Yeah, but I'll also sit here and say that Steam reviews aren't the best outlook for that because they're all they're not actual reviewers. They're just people playing the game. So you can have people going on and again playing the game for 30 minutes and saying this game fucking sucks because it doesn't run on my PC and giving it a negative review. And then you also have people saying, yes, it is the best game in the fucking world, which is not true. Let's be honest. It's just not fucking true. There is problems with it. So like you have to take it all with a grain of salt. Like look at actual reviewers on YouTube or like just online, like professional reviewers or people who aren't going to sit there and just give their subjective opinion full blast. So the Steam reviews give it a 97. That's not a good example of the game being good or bad. You can get a consensus, but that's about it.
Wealthier Storm 1 just subscribed with Prime, and this wasn't a gifted sub, he just subscribed himself. So, welcome to the channel, Wealthier.
Storm. All right. I guess I think I'm harping a little too much on the hype and everything, and just saying it's a little dangerous. Let's we'll quickly touch on your Goodsprings. Yeah, I have. Goodsprings. Man, do I have a problem with your Goodsprings argument. And it's like you have to understand Goodsprings is the beginning of the game, and I understand that yes, it does need to have some moral ambiguity, and it does. And you argue that it doesn't. Like again, this is such a small point. I don't think we need to bring up the video unless someone else wants to talk about something in there, but like you arguing that it's just black and white. You did the quest. You did both sides, right? You said you did a second playthrough and you started with the Powder Gang, is correct?
Yeah.
So how can you argue that it's just black and white when you can see both sides of the coin? They're not just raiders coming to the town to kill it, and then the people in Goodsprings aren't just sitting there being like, nah, we don't want to fight at all. Like they're not just sitting there to get executed. It's not just good versus evil. There is a bit of nuance to it, but it's also you have to understand it's the beginning of the game. It's the tutorial. It's still making you learn how to do skill checks. It's trying to learn. And yeah, you're going to say that the beginning of the game does need to be the best part of the game. And it said it's best foot forward, but it does. I'll argue that it does. It does the tutorial correct. I'm not even talking about the Sunny's quest line tutorial where yeah, I'll give you praise. It's a good thing they did that, but it's also like, do we really need the big end tutorial letters at us? Like, just fucking leave. But Goodsprings is good, and I'll let you have your rebuttal a little bit because I know you have some points on this.
Oh yeah. The powder gangers, I do not see that as them as being even the least bit morally ambiguous. Yes, I played a few of them, but the quests that I ended up doing were more like go take care of this guy who's causing trouble, or let's go and hold up this trade caravan while he's so that we can steal his goods. These are not the least bit morally ambiguous quests that I was doing with the powder gangers. And the fact that they weren't just running in guns blazing like many of the Fallout 4 raiders. I don't see that as morally as giving them depth. I see that as them just being more calculated and more cunning and ruthless. I do not. I mean, the gunners in Fallout 4 were more organized than the raiders were, but they were still fucking scumbags. So
they were also definitely underdeveloped in Fallout 4. So
you get no argument from me there.
Yeah, I know you've said that. I'm not trying to argue, but like I'll at least have to give the powder gangers like some credit. You even have to give them credit. They have a little bit of backstory. They're not good guys. They're criminals, showing that the NCR doesn't have as much control as you'd think. I mean, the NCR is letting them fucking run free and do whatever the fuck they want. That's kind of why they're, when you do their quest, it's like, go find this guy, do this toll road, by holding people up. That's the whole reason the whole Goodsprings quest even starts. So it's like, I don't know, like my whole thing is like, there's a little bit of nuance. It's not the most nuance, of course, because it's the beginning of the game, and it has to teach you the lessons, and like you said, it even introduces you to the faction system. It introduces you to the reputation system, because fuck the karma system. The karma system's shit. That's why they got rid of it in Fallout 4. So it's like, I feel like, I don't know, I felt like it was a little bit misleading that you were like, oh, this whole beginning of the game, and it's in your positive section too, which I found a little weird that you spent more time complaining about it than, saying its praises.
Well, I mean, when I said the when I spent so much time complaining about the quote unquote good part, it was, I mean, a lot of that had to do with the fact that I was setting up my argument and explaining why I made it. Like, for example, the last option to change your character at the last minute. I actually had to go off on some tangents to explain why that's so important to the game design. And then that was to set up for my explanation as to why New Vegas is, the way it executed that mechanic fell short of the bar. Of course, because I need to go off on tangents to establish myself, then of course I'm going to need to, that's going to take up time. Of course, I spend a lot of time on that one mechanic that I felt fell short, but only that one mechanic, and yeah, definitely was a pretty, of course I'm going to have to take up a lot of time to set it up, but if I only counted each point in the Goodsprings section once each, then yeah, the positives do outweigh the negatives. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, I'm at least glad you say that. It's just like, yeah, it seems like when you harped on, I mean, yeah, you kind of had a problem, Goodsprings, whatever, but like your final change pop-up thing did seem like a bit strange, which I also, like, I don't know, I don't personally see it as important at all. Like, you didn't, if I watched your video correctly, you didn't even change anything in your Let's Play. I don't understand why it was a big deal, and on top of that, it's like, you argue that in every other game, like, you can expect when it's coming up, but you can't on your first playthrough, and on your second playthrough, just make a quick save right outside of one of the I don't know, buildings, right outside of Doc Mitchell's, or while you're on the road. I don't know, it just seemed like a bit of a negative that wasn't really necessary.
The problem with New Vegas was that I still, even to this day, can't pin down exactly when it happens. Unlike Fallout 4, when it happens, the character change pop-up comes up when I step on the platform to take me to the surface. I recognize that. I know exactly when that's going to happen, and I can make a hard save immediately before then. I couldn't do that with New Vegas because I couldn't figure out when exactly it happened.
Well, I don't understand why that's important in New Vegas, seeing as, well, first off, it's okay, yeah, it's not a gated off area being like, hey, hey idiot, here's where we're going. We're starting the game, like that's not what it wanted. It wanted realism. It's not going to give you this gated off section. And on top of that, it's just an invisible barrier that hits the same spot like every time. Like, yeah, you might have hit it at a different angle, but like if it's such a big deal, walk out of Doc Mitchell's house or the saloon, 3 steps, save your game there, and then walk another 10 steps and you're out. Like I know you said it was a timer, and you did say that you're probably wrong. You don't know, but it's just like it doesn't really matter. It's not a negative, and like you also can't argue in other games that new players know exactly what's coming. Like you can't like in Oblivion when you're walking out of the sewer, a first time player isn't going to know that there's a whole nother pop up, right? Like you can't expect them to expect that. In Fallout 4, a first time player isn't going to know that. Skyrim obviously doesn't have it, so fuck that game. But
Oh, I'm sure you're gonna say fuck Skyrim.
I shouldn't. No, well, I shouldn't say fuck that game. I should say fuck that game for this example. Because I do like Skyrim at certain points, but yeah, you're gonna know. I'm gonna bring it up because you bring it up too, and it's not the best example.
Well, I mean, it's definitely. I mean, in New Vegas, character creation is even far more important than in Skyrim. In Skyrim, the only thing that has even a minor gameplay difference, because is the only thing that's going to have even any impact is your race. Monster Hunter, I am sipping on coffee because this is early morning. Got an all-American cup here. Anyway, so but in New Vegas, your character creation has a much greater impact on your gameplay because it dictates your special stats, your traits, your starting skills, and so many other things. So in New Vegas, we need the option to change our character creation, and it needs to be in an obvious place more than ever.
I mean, it's like but the thing is, it's like I don't think. I mean, call me if I'm wrong, but I haven't played Fallout 4 in a little while. But Fallout 4, you can't exit out of the pop up, right? Like you say when it's coming up, but like if a new player is going through, like say going through a blind let's play and gets to your thing, can they exit out of it? Is there an option for them? Because I just don't personally know.
No, you cannot exit out of, once in Fallout 4. Once the character change pop-up has come up, you cannot exit out of it until you've committed to your character. I will admit that. It is inferior to the system that Oblivion and I assume Fallout 3 both use. Because in Oblivion, I know for a fact, you can, for example, you want to change, like, they won't let you just not change anything, but still, like, if you show up if you make it to the sewer grating in Oblivion, and you reach the character pop-up, but you don't want to change anything, you don't have the option of just saying, I don't want to change anything, but I don't want to have, but I still, if, you go into the, if you don't change anything, you have to actually leave the sewer, but you could, theoretically, just change your birth sign and then just select the same birth sign as you had before, and then you effectively don't change anything, and then you're actually taken out of the character change menu, so you could make a hard save then. In Fallout 4, if you just set your character to the same as it previously was, you're still going to be set in the, you're still going to be in the character creation menu. You don't get a chance to back away from the character change menu and then make your hard save then. So yes, I will freely admit that it's inferior to Oblivion's character change system, but at the same time, it's still superior to New Vegas' system because A, you can't back out of the character change menu once you are in it, so you have to make up your mind right then and there, and you don't get to back out and make a hard save. And B, I can't figure out exactly when it's coming. And now people since then, including right here in the chat, have tried to explain to me, and you've also tried to explain to me when it happens, but that's, I mean, it's a little too late for that. I've already decided that this game can kiss my ass, and I don't want to ever go back to it. But the problem is that the game doesn't adequately communicate to the player. It's the game's responsibility to communicate to the player when this pop-up is going to happen. So I still say that it's a failure of the game on the game's part. And yes, I will criticize Fallout 4 for having its middle of the road. I will criticize Fallout 4 for the fact that it does not let you change your character. It doesn't let you back out. I'll admit to that. Yes, that is a genuine criticism of Fallout 4. That is a fair reason to criticize it. Ideally, the ideal situation should have been handled like Oblivion, where you could change your where you could just set your character to the way it previously was, and then you would be removed from the character change menu and given another option to make a hard save. So, but because New Vegas has basically handled it in the worst way possible, and I'm sorry if you disagree with that, but I mean, we all have the right to our opinions. You may not think it's as big a deal as I think, but then that's just one of those things where it's an opinion.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It is an opinion. Again, like, it's, to me, yes, it's not very important because, I don't know. I know where it is. I usually know the characters I'm going to play. It's whatever. But the one thing that I will say that is different than a lot of the other games, though, that you aren't, like, that I just don't think was an idea in your head when you were thinking about this, is the fact that Goodsprings is an entire tutorial area by itself. You can come to the conclusions of what you like differently. So if I start the game with liking, oh, I'm going to start an energy weapons character or a melee character and speech, and then I go out there and I do the tutorial blind, and I'm like, you know what, fuck that. I did the Goodsprings quest. I happen to like explosives and survival for some fucking reason, whatever, just two random ones. You're gonna know that if you do the Goodsprings tutorial. You're gonna know which ones you enjoy, because Goodsprings gives you enough time and an entire quest to do, so you can understand the early skills in the game. You know, so unlike Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 or even Oblivion, those games give you I mean, okay, Oblivion does have a bit of a section where you can kind of tell what you want. I will give it that. But, like, again, it has a larger section where it's like, if you want to do it, you can learn it, and that's why that pop-up's there. But in your playthrough, I just don't understand why it was a big deal, because you literally didn't change a single thing on your character. Like, you didn't change your special, you didn't change your skills, you didn't change your traits or anything. So I understand where you're coming from, saying it is important. I'm just saying, you know, there's a reason why it's kind of just there. And on top of that, like, I'm looking in the chat, Freakware YouTube, you know, like, Freak is right, because there's signs. There's literally signs on the ways that you go. If you go one way, it says, don't go this way, death is ahead. You know, you're going to get fucked up by Cazadors. But if you go the other way, it's literally saying you're leaving the town. So it's like, that's kind of your basis. And like I said before, just you have a save. You must have a save. You either leave Doc Mitchell's house or the last time you leave the saloon, and you have a save. So I'm again, it's not a big point. We don't have to harp on it. If you got your final, you know, say on it, we can move on.
Yeah. It's just that I think it could have been handled a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's an opinion.
So next on the list, do you want to talk about the graphics?
Yes. Now this is something that I'm going to need you to bring up your video, because like, just for like context and everything, because I want your words in it, and we can stop and pause at these timestamps. You see the timestamps on like the shorter outline, right?
Hold on. 7:33.
No. Go to for graphics. Go to. You can go to 1443 if that's the start of the section, and we're only gonna go. Actually, we're gonna be here a little bit. Actually, go to 1508. 1508's a better one. I know. I'm just trying to think of a better time.
Now, play until what timestamp?
Played as 1609,
Okay.
so we can make certain
The
points.
primary draw of most Bethesda games, especially their open world RPGs, is how they boast these massive,
Never mind.
expansive worlds that beg the player to explore them. In order to entice the player to explore them, however, the overworld graphics need to actually be pretty to look at. My primary gripe with the graphics in Fallout New Vegas is the same as my primary complaint with the graphics in The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. There's too much brown. Everywhere I go, I see virtually nothing but brown. Brown ground, brown roads, brown buildings, even brown clothes on people. Frankly, I enjoyed Vault 22 as a dungeon, not because the dungeon itself had any interesting enemies, puzzles, or told an interesting story, but simply because the green foliage made it aesthetically stand out in a game world that appears to have been designed by a scat fetishist. Alright, that was what you wanted me to play?
Yeah, so you can kind of keep it up too, just because we might actually go back to like kind of that section.
Oh, I can switch back and forth at
okay.
a whim.
All right, sounds good. So I just wanted to know, because like you say, we talked about this too, but you say games need to be pretty. You say Bethesda games are known to be pretty and everything, and I guess you're kind of right. But like I don't understand that, because in my eyes it needs to be interesting. It needs to be, the art design needs to be at least interesting, because there's tons of games that aren't pretty necessarily. Like, look at the original Dark Souls. Like, it's not a very pretty, colorful game, but its art design is wonderful, which makes it look beautiful. But like, my argument here is just that you say it needs to look pretty, and that it's almost a negative that the game is too brown and it doesn't jump out at you. But I don't understand why it's necessary for it to be pretty, because interesting and, you know, the developers kind of giving you a way to go is a little more important.
Well, before I answer, I'd just like to throw this hat in the ring, because so many people, and like we've discussed Kritosis and his take on my opinions of this game. I just want to point out that a lot of people seem to obsess over the fact that I tend to get stuff wrong. No, wait, I'm sorry. I tend to get stuff wrong. Like he's trying to pop a vein in his scrotum or something. When he says that, he acts like the fact that I make so many factual errors in my video is the reason why my video is objectively shit. And yet here we have a case where everybody admits that where nobody's saying that I'm wrong by saying that the game is predominantly brown, and then later on we have I'm gonna get something else that they don't, that I also got correct. The fact that you don't fight Caesar as the final boss despite him being the main antagonist. Here are two things where I actually did get the facts right, but they still shit all over me. So clearly it's not just the fact that I'm getting my stuff wrong. It's not just the fact that I'm wrong about the facts that form my opinions. There's also some other stuff where they say that, there's also clearly a lot of other things where I'm right to say it, but they still disagree with my opinions, and but then they won't actually justify that. They still cling to the fact that I'm getting it wrong, so it just baffles me how they can insist that it's all about the facts, yet they still shit on me, even when I get the facts right. That's clearly not what's motivating any of this.
What was the fact that you got? I'm just saying, because you kind of went a little all over with it. What was the fact you brought up that you got a fact right in this point? What is the fact?
The fact that
right?
The game is predominantly brown.
Okay, the game is okay. Yes, but there's okay. Yeah, I don't think anyone's attacking you saying that the game is predominantly brown because you're in a desert. But I will also. It's a desert, but I'll even argue that the game is has a problem with the amber filter over it. Like, if you want to argue, it's like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of yellow in the game, but there's brown, and there's context for that. There's context for that.
Well, there's context for it with the sand. That's because sand is brown, and since this game takes place in a desert, the sand is obviously gonna be brown. But then there's rock. But why can't the rocks be something different? Why can't the roads be something different? Why can't people's houses and clothes be something different?
Okay. If you look up the Mojave Desert on just Google really quick, you'll see that the rocks are red because that's just how they are. Like, that's kind of just realistic. The rocks are covered in sand and are being eroded. They're going to be essentially very different colors of brown and grayish brown and everything. The roads, I mean, again, like, the roads are eroded and torn down. Like, I have a highway outside of my neighborhood here that just 2 years ago redid all of its blacktop. And at this point, it's cracked and gray because that's what happens when there's sun beaming down on it and traction and everything on it. So it's just like, I don't understand that point. And who do you expect to be going around to, fix these roads, and with what equipment, and with what know-how and materials, and what safety? Because that all the roads have raiders and other mutated creatures that are dangerous. So it's like, people can't just go out and fix the roads. And then you're arguing about the houses, and I know you're going to talk about the clothing of people, because that's a point in your video, which we can even go to, but I don't think it's necessary since you just said it. Like, why are people going to be painting their houses? It's just going to get fucked up by the sand, storms, and everything, and it's also not important. And with what paint? Because paint goes bad within, like, a year or so. Stag said that. I don't personally know it. I guess paint goes bad really quick. That's why you got to stir it. But then you have to sit there and understand, like, on top of that, why are people going to be wearing colorful clothing? You argue that people are wearing super boring clothing and that it's brown, but, I mean, the example in your video, the person's wearing, like, a gray blazer with a white inside. It's going to be boring and light colors like that for camo and for heat. Like, I don't understand. Do you want someone to be walking around with a bright red or bright blue jacket when there's a war going on and slavers and rapists walking around?
Well, first of all, one of the biggest criticisms I've heard from New Vegas fans about Fallout 4 was how there's so little progress made in restoring the infrastructure of the Commonwealth. And yet here we have New Vegas, where they basically have made fuck all attempts at rebuilding society and restoring the infrastructure, and yet that game somehow gets a free pass. But even barring that.
No, hold on. We got to touch on that, because that's not right. Like okay, it's not, but that's not an opinion. Because if you look at Boston, and like even if you look at Fallout 3 and any of Bethesda's works for, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, people shit on Fallout 4 because for some reason they don't have, an actual places that are civil. That's a little fucking weird. It's weird, but it's not strange for New Vegas to have, literally New Vegas, the city, is walled off. That's where the rich people are. And then you have Freeside, and then you have Westside on the outside of that. Those are towns that are being built. They have water, they have infrastructure, they have casinos, they have everything you could need, right? And okay, yeah, Diamond City and Goodsprings have that, but that's all. That's all they fucking got. And you can't even get to them without being attacked right on the outside. Like, there's a reason why there's a wall around Freeside and everything. There's a reason why people actually look like they're rebuilding. Okay, yeah, I'll argue that, maybe Goodsprings, but I know Diamond City has crops. But then you go back and look at, the game beforehand, and, at Fallout 3, and then they don't have jack shit. So, okay, yeah, like, you can argue that Fallout 4 does somewhat, does some stuff right, but, like, I have to argue they don't get any of it right, because the infrastructure that you're arguing in Fallout 4 isn't there. It's only in Diamond City, Goodsprings, and Far Harbor. And then, like, why the hell, after 200 and something years, isn't there, like, more protection around Diamond City or Goodsprings? Why is it all surrounded by super mutants? Like, okay, yeah, it's because they're getting fucked up, and maybe it's because they don't have any infrastructure over all these years. I don't know. It's like, well, there are reasons why they're not doing. They literally, I mean, literally, guy in chat right here, they do have a quarry. They get concrete for it. It's being overrun, but like, I don't know. There's reasons. You say that there's no infrastructure in New Vegas, but that's just objectively wrong.
Well, I mean, I was about to throw this next bit in the ring. Even barring any of that, It's also simply a matter of game design. I mean, yeah, there might be an in-universe reason for something, but just because there's an in-universe reason for something doesn't mean it's not bullshit game design. Case in point, in Fallout 3, before there were patches, the player character had to sacrifice his own life at the end of the main quest, which there might
That's
have
a
been an
DLC.
in-universe reason for it because of all the radiation involved, and there might have been an in-universe reason for it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't bullshit. So yeah,
Okay.
I admit,
Hold on, that's the DLC. That you have to pay money for that. You have to pay money. Bethesda realized they fucked up and made a bullshit move, and they had to go back and made people pay money to fix that. I'm pretty sure that's not a patch.
no. Well, the point is, my point being is that in the original game, hey, Bedsheet Supreme, thank you for the extra gifted sub. I think that's I think that's 12 gifted subs from you today. Anyway.
Okay, so it's
hang on. Let me say my piece. The yes, in Fallout 3, the fact that my point was that in Fallout 3, just because there was an in-universe reason for why the player had to sacrifice his life, doesn't mean it wasn't bullshit. It was still absolutely bullshit, and in-universe reasons didn't stop it from being bullshit. In New Vegas, when it comes to the graphics, even if you could stretch your mind to come up with some hypothetical reason for why for why everything had to be so brown, I still don't see it as a very good move from a game design perspective. Because it still was just. I mean, it still doesn't. It still makes the graphics dull and boring and uninteresting to look at. So yeah, even if you could come up with some in-universe reason, even if you could for why everything is always brown, maybe they're dressing in camouflage. Sure, I'll accept that. I don't see that though as a compelling enough reason to just not give the player, as opposed to the player character, something good to look at. And Wealthier Storm 1 just said, you like brown. Good for you. I don't have a problem with brown. I just prefer if my game's graphics have a nice variety of colors. The key word being variety, not just less brown. I mean, you want to argue, I've heard some people argue that Oblivion has too much green. I disagree.
Hold on. That's a point. Don't get too off topic because I got to answer. I have shit that I want to talk about this Fallout 3 point. So like your Fallout 3 example, I don't think that's really comparable to it just the graphics, because that's a main story quest line. People gave it shit so much when it came out. Is still giving it shit because it's stupid that like they made the main quest have the dumbest option ever when you literally have companions that can do it for you. Like that's just a misstep versus actual designated game design to make the game brown. Like it's subjective opinion, and it's like, okay, you can argue that you don't want as much brown. That's perfectly fine. I just don't can you just simply say that it's not a negative of the game though that it's brown. There's a reason for it. It's game design. Like okay, you can simply say you don't like it. But I'm gonna say that your argument for Fallout 3, that doesn't work here, because that's a whole different sort of example. Seeing as you're trying to make it seem like something that the developers made story wise and fucked up is the same as something that isn't fucked up is just an opinion.
I mean,
so can you at least just tell me that it's okay, yes, it's subjective, it's your opinion. And it's not an actual negative.
I have never once tried to pass my opinions off as subjective fact. I've only had people try to take it that way. People have tried to say that my opinion, that I'm just getting stuff wrong about the game. I've defended for the past half a year now that this is all just my opinion, and that the only reason you should ever want to that I only ever try to offer my opinions. These are, I feel it's an insult that I should even have to make that clear in the first place, because frankly, it should already have been clear from day one.
It was not clear in the video. You made it seem like it was a negative, and it's like, okay, yes, it is.
It's a negative to me.
Okay, yeah, to you, but you need to make it very clear that it's a subjective fact. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because this video will be an easier way for this to happen. You can literally link this to it. You know, like people aren't going to look through your comments of you saying, okay, yes, it's a subjective opinion. You know, but in your video, you say it's too brown, it needs to be pretty, and then you use Oblivion, which we'll get to in a minute. But it's like I just think it's better if you do say, yeah, okay, like you just said, it's your opinion. It's not a negative. But in your video, it just wasn't clear.
We've had a good 30 minutes without an ad break. Can we run another one?
Yeah. Do you mind if I really quickly take care of my puppy? I'll literally
sure.
Just be a minute.
Of course.
All right, I'll be right back.
I'll run a 60-second ad. All right, Skibbity, you ready? You're back. Thank you, Bedsheet Supreme. Thank you. We love you, buddy. Well, thank you. Thank you for loving me. Hey, Shibbity. Dude. I can't even run another ad break to help pass the time. It's just Jesus. Ghost Wolf, hey, you're here too at work right now, but I'm listening through headphones. Well, thank you for coming to the stream, Ghost Wolf. Oh God, Shibbity is frickin' late. He should have asked for a longer ad break. I can't run another one right now because I ran one so soon. If I had known it was going to take this long, I would have ran a full 3-minute ad break.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, you were late, man.
I'm sorry. I'm dealing with a puppy. I can't sit there and tell it to poop.
I mean, all right. When can we expect the next video? When it's ready, I guess. Okay.
Okay, so do you have anything else you want to say about like that point?
I got that thing off my chest about the Cretosis hypocrisy. So yeah, I defended my belief about the graphics and why I mean, yes, it is my opinion. Everything here is my opinion, and if I haven't made that clear before, which I feel insulted that I should even have to, then I'd like to just make that clear now.
I mean, all right. I don't think you need to be insulted. I'm just simply saying, like, there are a few points in your video that it comes off as you don't say it's subjective fact. You don't say this is my opinion. You say, like, this. Like, there's a point later that I know me and you are probably gonna have a little bit of an argument about if it's important or not, and that's about the chip, which we'll get to later. I know that's a big point, but I don't know. I mean, okay. So we'll move on after this point. You know, we already got past the brown is everywhere. I think that's again dumb. But we can get to Oblivion's overworld, which is something that you were going to get to. So if you want to open up your video and then go to 1653.
Hold on a minute.
All right, no rush.
So yeah. I'm having to minimize a lot of stuff. So I'm having to pull it all back up when it becomes relevant again. So you said 1653?
Yeah, 1653, and then we're going to watch until 1736.
Okay, 17...
And also... Yeah.
36.
So,
else had a nice variety.
Yeah, and then also Ghost Wolf. Yeah, puppies are a lot of work. It is a pain in the ass.
Okay. Of the ground being brown, if everything else had a nice variety of colors. Compare that to Oblivion's Overworld, a game that has even more primitive system requirements than New Vegas. Sure, the ground in that game is predominantly green, because that's the color of grass, but there's also brown caves to explore, silver statues that dot the landscape, gray roads to walk on, and a white imperial city off in the distance, and some crystal clear blue seas if you travel far south enough. Take literally any snapshot of the land of Cyrodiil, I don't care where, and you will have a picture that is worth printing out, framing, and hanging on your wall. Of course, pretty visuals are just aesthetic. What really gets my goat isn't so much that the graphics are ugly. Okay, what's the timestamp to stop at again?
It was 1736.
Okay, so
Sorry, I thought you knew.
we've passed that.
Yeah, we gone past a little bit. So you say that like okay, Oblivion, okay, it does have color to it, and I'll admit there's certain parts that are pretty, but you can't lie that like look at Oblivion. If you really look at Oblivion, it's mostly green. A lot of it is green. There are certain parts that do have blue, where there's water and there's brown trees, but you argue that there's gray roads. Okay, that's gray. Okay, there's gray or silver statues. That's not colorful. They aren't these fantastic things in this world. Like there's a few sections. Okay, you could argue that the
There's also
south.
Red Plains of Oblivion.
I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, but that's the overworld of that's the general world. Like, okay, yes, but that's a whole different that's a different example. You can't not see that. That's a whole okay, yeah, hell is a whole different. Oh yeah, the Mojave Desert is a lot different than hell. Okay, like I'm sorry, but yeah, that's a pretty big jump. But like,
it's just that but I'm not comparing the Mojave Desert to Mehrunes Dagon's Deadlands. I'm comparing Fallout New Vegas to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I'm comparing a game to a game. The whole game in Fallout New Vegas is predominantly brown, and it wears on me after a while. After a while, I'd like to see a little bit more variety, and in Oblivion, I get that variety.
like, all right, I mean, I even have like I could even send you probably some pictures that aren't just brown. Like, yeah, okay, they're not the most colorful, but they're not fucking brown. New Jacobstown. That freak is saying. I literally have a picture of Jacobstown right here that I could send you that shows that it's not just brown. There's white snow and everything. It's beautiful there. Camp Galt has green and blue, like he said. If you play Dead Money, the red of the whole area it's the environmental storytelling there is fantastic. The whole aura of the DLC is great. But whatever, you don't want to hear that. You don't even care. But the other thing is like, it's just. Okay, it wears on you, but Oblivion doesn't do much better. Like, if you go into the your opinion on the Imperial City is that, yeah, okay, it looks pretty, but you can't argue with me that it has many colors. Okay, we went from a whole green biome to a gray city. Okay, cool. And then you go to a town that is primarily gray and green. Okay, and then you go to the Gates of Oblivion. That is literally just red. Like, okay, that wears on me too much. Like, that's the opinion. Like, I love Oblivion. It holds a deep, deep part in my heart since it's the very first RPG that I played. But I can't sit there and argue that I love the game for its, like, beautiful graphics. Look at a single person and tell me that the graphics are good. Or, like, okay, I shouldn't say graphics are good because, again, it's subjective. But you can't look at a person and be like, oh, that looks good. Like, I can barely look at Skyrim and say that a person looks good, but whatever. You know, or your other argument is that there's caves. Look at all the caves, all the same looking brownish green caves. Like, I'm sorry, but Oblivion doesn't. It has some variety, but again, it's just I don't see it as a good example for your point here. And I would love to hear.
Bedsheet Supreme and Eruvin, thank you for all the bits you're cheering. Anyway, yeah, I mean, that's your right as a person to have that opinion that you think New Vegas's graphics are aesthetically pleasing to look at. I just happen to disagree. I think it would have done far better to just have a bigger variety of colors. I mean, I can go into Oblivion, play a few hours, and pretty much see every color in the rainbow without even actively seeking it out. So yeah.
But you understand, but I mean, like, okay, yes, we understand it's a different genre. We understand, because it's a fantasy game. It's going to be different. It's Fallout New Vegas is based on a real place. That's the main point here. So it's like, it's not like you claim, your problem in Morrowind was the fact that, yes, it was too brown, which I would argue that maybe it's a little too gray, and yes, maybe it's, but it's still beautiful, and there's reasons for that. But your argument is the fact that it's a made-up world, so it should be whatever color. It should be looking cool, you know? It should be looking pretty. That was your argument in your Morrowind video. But, like, okay, that's a made-up world. I could see your argument there, even though I don't agree. But when you say, I don't know, that you would like to see more colors here, I'm sorry, but it's based on a real brown place. Like, again, let's not harp on this too long, but it's just, like, it just seems like a little bit of a weird dislike. But okay, it's your opinion. I'll completely give you that. And like you said, it's not like you weren't playing it off as fact, even though in your video it just seems like you were saying the game is objectively too brown for it to be decent. You know, it's whatever.
Got a lot of bits coming in. Thank you for both of you, Erevin and Bedsheet Supreme. Are you trying to outbid each other? Oh man. So, I think next on the list, inability to navigate and use map markers effectively.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is a big one, because this actually goes to the game's playability,
I love
not
this
just
point.
how pretty it is.
I'm so happy that this is actually a point, because because Jesus Christ. We'll go to... Okay, honestly, if you go back to your video, we just got to watch 1736. We do have to watch a little... It goes... the timestamp goes to 2012, Coney, you know. But like if you go to 2012, if you want to watch that full like 2.5 minutes, we can. But you can also just speed it up to like 1.5 or something like that. Or we can just stop at certain points. But I have a lag on your stream, so I can't stop at every good point.
Okay, so from here to 2012, right?
Yeah. Did you speed it up a little bit, like to like 1 point?
Yeah, I switched it to 1.5.
Okay. All right. I'll shut up.
Gets my goat isn't so much that the graphics are ugly. It's that the graphics are often so convoluted, I can't even see where I'm going half the time. Take this section near the end of my Let's Play. I'm trying to get to the NCR base at the Hoover Dam so I can get the main quest over with. However, the Hoover Dam appears to be blocked by some plateaus that are too steep for my character to climb. However, I could have sworn that I have climbed hills just as steep as this in this game before. The game seems completely arbitrary as to what terrain I can and cannot cross. Many times, interior zones are hidden inside among rundown, dilapidated buildings and don't have any obvious door. Instead, you enter these interior zones by finding the one hole among the interior wreckage that the game developers decided would actually be a loading screen door, despite there not being even the slightest indication that this specific hole is any different from the 100 other holes in the pile of debris. This transitions me to my next criticism of the game. The map markers are completely ineffective at telling me where to go. The map marker system was introduced in Oblivion as a substitute for Morrowind's often vague and sometimes even completely broken quest direction system, and has been a staple of Bethesda games ever since. It basically sacrifices some immersion in exchange for guaranteed accuracy of the quest directions. To call this a polarizing feature of Bethesda games would be akin to saying that Hitler did some morally questionable things at the height of his power. However, whether you're for or against map markers as a matter of principle, I think we can all agree on one thing. If you're going to have this feature in the games, then at the very least the mechanic needs to fucking work! I can't count the number of times when I tried to use the game's map marker system to get some sense of direction, only for these map markers to just take me straight into a dead end. They are completely ineffective at telling me where to go, which is literally the only purpose that a quest marker mechanic should ever serve. Look, asking for pretty visuals is one thing, but when the graphics are literally so bad that they interfere with your ability to even play the game, then I'm sorry, but I have to take points from the game as a whole.
Alrighty.
Alright, so your point is that like the map markers don't work well, and like we'll obviously talk about that, but and like the graphics are alright, I don't really know where I love this point so much, I just don't know where to start on it, you know. What do you mean by the graphics are convoluted? Because I'm very confused, and then you immediately went to talking about walking into a 90-degree cliff.
Because I could have sworn earlier in the game... Oh, 100-bit cheer. Thank you for that, Erevin. Anyway, because earlier in the game, I could have sworn that I had gone up hills just as steep as that without any trouble. So why couldn't I go up it this time? I mean, if the game is gonna use a steep incline as a natural barrier, as a sort of visible alternative to an invisible wall to keep me in bounds, then it needs to be consistent as to whether or not I can actually go up it. I mean, obviously, though, you don't want to. Obviously you don't want me going up completely vertical inclines so that I can then enter never space like in Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. The problem is that the game just doesn't seem the least bit consistent about it. Anyway, map marker in Skyrim or FO4 never gave exact path to walk, just the marker. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice... I consider that to be a nice compromise in Fallout 4 and Skyrim, considering you still have to actually find your way. You can get a spell called Clairvoyance, which will take into account all the twists and turns, but that's an optional spell. I would consider that to be a suitable middle ground compared to what Oblivion used to do. So anyway, we've been at this for 15 more minutes. Can we let's run another ad break, why don't we?
All right.
All right, and we are back. So, I basically just explained to you why I feel that the graphics were so convoluted that I couldn't navigate very well. So, what do you have anything you'd like to say about that?
Yeah, I just want to like, I don't know why it was just your first thought though to go from the lake, literally the lake that the dam is on, go to a Hoover Dam and try to go up the cliff. Because if you actually go and look in the video, I don't know if you want to show it, go ahead. It's the thing there is that even if you were to make it past that little section down at the bottom that was kind of blocking you, there's parts up top that are blocking you that even if you were trying to go up there, it's just very obvious that that's not the route you're supposed to go. And on top of that, you even, like, if you went to Boulder City, and in our DMs, you said that you didn't know where Boulder City was. You didn't go to Boulder City. You wanted me to show you where it was. It's part of the main quest, which just goes to show me that you didn't do the main quest. That's where you meet the Great Khans for the first time. That's where you go to try and find... You're supposed to go there right after Prim, you know? So it's or like, I guess I shouldn't say right after Prim, but essentially right after Prim. And it just goes to show, like, yes, you can do things optionally, and it's like, I'm not bashing you for not going there, but it's a pretty important place in the game that you're supposed to go there, and that's literally a road to the dam. Like, it's very obviously on the map, too. Like, you even have the Explorer perk. People tell you how to get there easy. It's not hard to miss. It's just very strange to me that you chose to go up a 90-degree cliff that, okay, you say in certain parts of the game it let you, but there's also other sections in the game that it doesn't let you. So it's like, if you played a little more, you would have also seen that there's just as many sections, if not more, that already just don't let you, completely pass or just walk through the whole sections. I just, I don't know. It was a bit of, it's just a weird complaint when you're running headfirst into a dam or the cliff side of a dam when you could have just fast traveled and walked on normal water. And I know at this point you were probably wanting to get the game over with, but at the same time you have to just, why was it your first thought? Just go on the road. You have so many other places that you can just walk.
Well, the point, this is going to come up when I talk about the fact that I didn't do any branches except the NCR, but I'm going to bring it up here because you mentioned it. I never intentionally sequence broke any part of the quests. I never did anything that I perceived as a skip unless it was clearly presented to me by the game as a valid option for progression. Like, for example, when I was trying to get the Kings to support the NCR, I redeemed the King's favor that he owed me to get their support without having to do that little quest line. So I went off on that. So I used that to save time, but only because the game clearly presented that option to me as a valid option. You say I didn't go to Boulder City, but I mean, I never actively avoided anything that was presented to me as as part of the normal gameplay. So why didn't I go to Boulder City? The best I can offer is that I don't that the best I can offer is that the game never communicated to me that I was supposed to go to Boulder City. Now, whether that was the game's fault or whether I was just obtuse, I can't say, because unless you can find the exact spot in my Let's Play where I was supposed to go to Boulder City, but for some reason took a massive detour, unless you can point to that, I can't. And even then, there was no guarantee I'll be able to tell you exactly what I was thinking, because that was so long ago. All I can say is that I don't see. I wasn't ever made aware that I was supposed to go there.
Well, like, okay, so like I said, it's part of the main quest, and you're supposed to go after Prim. Like, I think if I remember correctly, because it's been a while since I did the Prim quest at the start of the game, you get told that Benny is headed towards Boulder City or something like that. If someone wants to correct me or look into it. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to go through your Let's Play again. I've gone through a good portion of it. I've gone through the important parts. I'm not going to skim through it and look hard for you just deciding to miss Boulder City simply because you also do stuff off screen. I have no clue what you did off screen, in between your recording sessions, because there's certain parts where you just show up. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it's after. Okay. Sorry, Wealthier. I forgot. I knew it was in the beginning. I didn't know if it was before. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah. So after Novak, which you ended up going to Novak after your DLC, like essentially, right?
I think so. That was
Okay.
the
So
one
that
where I
would.
met Boone, right?
Yeah. That's where the dinosaur and met Boone and everything. Okay. All right. So you go very late after. So again, that's just a little. So at this point, you've already gotten to. Um. Yeah, okay, so Freak is saying here, the question mark takes you to the Boulder City and it's needed to get the Hoover Dam doing the NCR path, which you did, which, okay, maybe you just decided to go from across the river for some reason into it. Sorry, I'm getting a little off topic. So, like, yeah, so you decided to go after Novak, which you did very late in the game. You already got to New Vegas, so and I guess dealt with Benny. To be honest, I don't remember what you did with Benny. And so yeah, you decided to essentially go past it. Now I can't remember why you did it. I feel like it was because you just thought New Vegas was the goal to get there because you knew he was going to be there. You probably read a guide or something because you said it was blind, but you are reading a guide, which is all right, whatever. I'm not going to harp on you or give you shit for not a fully blind Let's Play. But like the thing is, it's like, yeah, you missed it. It's a very obvious important place and you missed it and you're saying where, tell me where or show me where, and it's like it's a main quest point that you decided to somehow miss. And like you say,
I think I think I know what I think after reading all the chats right now, I think I know what exactly happened here. You see, I didn't exactly do the main quest. Like, people say that people often praise this game because you could theoretically not give a rat's ass about Benny or getting revenge on Benny, and I even criticized in the video that that the fact that my disembodied brain actually puts me in that role is a problem with the game's ludonarrative dissonance. And the thing is, I didn't I mean, I followed what from what basically what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to the Fallout games are what I personally like to consider soft linear, and that is that, yeah, you could go off the beaten path if you know what you're doing, but you're going to find a lot of enemies higher level than what you're supposed to be, so that's supposed to sort of keep you on the straight and narrow, even if you're not strictly required to do so. And that's what I consider to be soft linear. There's more, it's not a hard requirement, but it's more game mechanics that are encouraging you rather than forcing you down a certain linear path. That's what I consider soft linear, and that's what Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are both supposed to be. And the thing is, the game often praises me for... the game often receives lots of critical and commercial praise for the fact that you could write a character who doesn't care about Benny, who doesn't want to track down Benny either because you're afraid of him or because your character just doesn't believe in revenge. And so I opted to play the game as somebody who didn't want to find Benny. So I didn't really... I wasn't actually following the breadcrumbs looking for the guy who shot me. I wasn't asking about that guy in the black and white checkered shirt, which... Side note, he was wearing a different color than just brown and gray. Why couldn't other people? Anyway,
because he had money.
Anyway, I wasn't asking about that, so I wasn't being given the directions to go south to Nipton, then go north to Novak, then go north to Boulder City. I wasn't following that trail, which I was told by the games, by this game's fans, that was totally legit. So if I was supposed to follow follow the main quest on a first-time playthrough, otherwise I would have gotten lost and I would have missed over a bunch of stuff. I think that's something either the game developers or the game's fan base should have disclosed to me prior to my first playthrough, because that seems like an important thing that I need to be forewarned about.
Wait, what specifically should they have forewarned you about?
That I'm supposed to have followed the main quest, even though I'm supposed to have written my character as somebody who's trying to track down Benny in order to see everything that I'm supposed to see.
Well, you don't... Like, the problem there is, like, it doesn't necessarily set guide you. Like, it's like... it's just a way to get you into the whole sort of like into New Vegas essentially and get everything rolling and to make a decent story. It's just I don't know. It's that's another point later. Let's just, if we're gonna talk about this, I mean Benny's important and everything, but like you don't have to follow the main thing. There are just I'm sorry, people are distracting me. I don't know. Sorry. So for Benny, it's like, yes, okay, yeah, you don't have to do it, you know, like you don't have to necessarily, you have to go in there and probably kill him, but like if you do the NCR path, I guess you don't need the platinum chip because if you apparently you don't know what the platinum chip does, so you don't need it, so you don't even need to kill Benny, I guess. But it's like, okay, tell me why it's fine for you to have to like find Sean then. Like, what if I didn't want to, you know, in Fallout 4, what if I didn't want to go find Sean? You know, what if I don't give a fuck about Sean? Why do I have to have this whole and like you're like, oh, it's a soft linear, but Fallout 4 is pretty heavily linear when it comes to the story because it doesn't give you any wiggle room besides if you want to be a pre-war lawyer or a pre-war soldier. And then I know you have an argument, so I want to hear your argument about this.
Well, before we do, let me do another ad break because this is going to be a long answer, so let me just do an ad break real quick before I get to it. Okay, and we are back. So,
all right.
If you do not care about Sean,
I do not.
you are, then you can, then if you don't want to do the quest where you track down Sean, then I will admit you are effectively locked out of Fallout 4's main quest. And I will freely admit to that. But that's the only quest line you are locked out of. You can still do all the side quests, you can still do the Nuka World DLC, you can still do Far Harbor, you can still do all the quests in Good Neighbor and Diamond City, even though you could say that the reason you're coming to Diamond City is because you're looking for your lost son. You could also tell Danny at the gate, when he asks why you're here, you could just say you're just looking to do a little trading. There's dialogue options in nearly every state at nearly every point in the game that actually don't have anything to do with the main quest. So if you don't care about Sean, don't do the main quest. You don't have to. You can still go to all the same places that the main quest normally takes you to, with maybe the exception of Vault 114, where Valentine is being held prisoner. But other than that, I mean, I've seen speed runs where they sequence break and the first time you speak to him, you're talking about his finding your son. So yeah, you can't speak to Valentine, and you can't, and at best you can't go to Vault 114. But other than that, you can pretty much go anywhere else in the game, and nobody gives a shit. And the game, you don't have to actually play the main quest. Just like how if you're playing an Elder Scrolls game and you want to roleplay as a morally good character, fine, don't do the Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood. Yes, you can't do the main quest if you don't want to find Sean, but that's all you're locked out of.
Yeah, but there's other points in the game that Sean comes up, which completely ruins if you want to have a different character. You can't have Piper as a companion without saying that you're without Sean essentially coming up. You can't have Valentine, of course. There's just so many points where it comes up that even randomly in the world, like it might just randomly pop up. It's not, maybe isn't a major point, but it's just like, why is that a problem for you that Benny is like, okay, you have to go to Benny in New Vegas, but then you also literally have to, first off, you have to live a pre-war life for the first 5 fucking minutes. Sorry, I don't mean to keep cursing and everything. You have to keep living your pre-war life with a baby, with your spouse, and you either a pre-war lawyer or a pre-war soldier. That is set in stone. You have to install mods to change that, and on top of that, you have to go into the vault, you have to be frozen, you have to watch Sean get stolen and your spouse get killed. Like, that is set in stone, and your argument in your New Vegas video, or your Fallout 4 video, is that just don't touch the cryopod, correct? But the thing is there, it's like, well, I just watched all that. I just watched all that happen in front of me. Am I just supposed to ignore that and be like, oh, well, no, right when I get out of the vault, I'm a brand new character? Because I'm just saying, it's like, it's a little weird that, yeah, the game that you argue does a better job with this does objectively a worse job. And if you want to have your character be your character, like you're complaining that like Benny is a problem for you to go after, and that the map markers are telling you exactly where to go, which is we're going to get into those points. Again, I don't want to grab too much time on this because I will happily get into those points. I have a lot more on those later. But the thing is, it's like Fallout 4 does an entirely worse job, because just because you ignore it doesn't mean it happens. In New Vegas, you can literally ignore shit, and it really won't change much. Like you said, you can do the in-star path essentially without the chip, because, like you said, you don't know what the chip does. And it's just like, I don't know.
I don't know. I honestly don't see all those pre-war occupations, and the fact that you're from the pre-war, and the fact that you were married to somebody. I honestly don't see that as all that intrusive to being able to write the character you want to write. I mean, as I pointed out, and this admittedly in my Fallout 4 video, it came much later in my video than most other aspects of the start of the game, but I did bring it up nonetheless. I honestly consider the fact that Nate and Nora were both public nudists, public exhibitionists who had sex in public, I consider that to be far more intrusive to creating your own character however you want than just the fact that he was a soldier.
Can we please go to that? Like, can we please watch that in your video? Because
I'd have to find the timestamp, and I haven't even pulled it up yet.
Okay, because I honestly think you're just taking a joke very literally. Because it's
my point.
Like, okay,
we can all do that some other time. Honestly, the point is, whether or not you're supposed to track down the person who tried to kill you and get revenge on him, that's an actual character trait of your character, not just part of his, not just whether or not he's from the capital wasteland. Who gives a fuck about that? I care more about the amount of characterization put into my character than just whether or not they are like to me, what makes that person the character he is, his personality, his moral compass, his priorities, that's, to me, is far more important to a character than just what did he do for a living before all this shit happened. Fuck that! That's superficial shit!
It's superficial, but Fallout 4 doesn't do a good job in it, because literally it just boxes you into either 4 versions of essentially saying yes if you want to do a quest or not. And then it's like, okay, your ambitions and everything are important, but there's ambitions in New Vegas that are a lot harder to like, and a lot deeper than Fallout 4's, where it's like, I want to find my son. Where's my son? Find my son. And it's like, I'm sorry, but like you say that it has, it's not this easy to just say that Fallout 4 does it correct, because everything it does is against what you're saying. Like, your argument here isn't that it's giving you more choices, it's giving you set goals. It seems like you're happier having these set goals of, okay, checklist of I found my son, or like these like set quest lines, when in New Vegas you can actually have changes to these quest lines. Like, that maybe that's not your actual opinion, but it seems like what you're trying to say is that you enjoy having specifically set and preset moments for your character, but you're also arguing that that you want role playing in it, and that Fallout 4 has more options for you when it objectively doesn't. Why can I say no to a quest giver and I'll still get the quest? Why can I say sarcastic, go fuck yourself, man, and still get the quest?
Because that's just, I mean, I actually explained that in my video where I respond to Rusky's video, Why Fallout 4 Failed. It appears in your quest log, but you're not actually required to actually do the quest. They're just words.
I said no to the quest, though. Why did they give it to me?
Well,
if I told the guy to fuck off...
Later.
if I tell the guy to, like, why can't I tell him, fuck no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to risk my life. And he's like, okay, well, just in case you want to, it's like, I said no. Like, that's literally, like, you talked about bad game design earlier, but that's bad game design if I'm saying no and they're like, well, you're gonna want to do it. Because that's the only, like, that's interesting. And it's like, I don't, you're arguing that it gives you more options for creativity and that Fallout 4 does it better and gives you more freedom. But New Vegas, literally, quests can go differently in the middle of a quest. I can't find many options in Fallout 4 that does that besides maybe in Far Harbor with one quest where you can give a toolbox to someone versus the person in Far Harbor.
Okay, somebody's okay, to Enclave Emily, he's just messaged me on, or she. I mean, I don't know what pronouns this person goes by, but
She.
Okay, she. Anyway, saying that somebody's messaging her, impersonating her in the chat. This Enclave, it says Enclave Emily was account created May 23rd, 2016. So this has been for a while. So I'm sorry, Enclave, but I mean, it honestly looks as if this person just chose the same name as you by sheer coincidence.
No.
I'm sorry, it does not look like like an actual act of impersonation. Well, he's also subscribed to me. He's also paying me money, and you're not, so I don't see... I'm honestly going to side with him on this.
I wouldn't just side with someone just because they're money, because I think... I don't know. I don't know about that. But
Anyway.
Okay. Alright, whatever. If it's figured out, then...
Anyway. Where were we?
I don't know... I don't know which...
Something
hold on.
something about the ludonarrative dissonance.
Wait, hold on. No, we do need to figure this out, because if someone's impersonating someone in chat, then there's going to be a problem.
So he said he literally renamed himself halfway.
Yeah, if you want to, you go look up, see if you can look at that up. That's fucked up.
Let me scroll up the chat here a minute. Sorry. Okay, that's the top where I said okay.
Yeah, come on. The trolling bullshit's really fucking lame.
No, it still shows bit on it. Hold on a minute. Let me switch here.
I really don't know how Twitch works, so I don't know if it would actually...
As you can see, where he gave a highlighted message saying, "We love you, buddy," it's clearly saying, Bedsheet Supreme, so that's still there.
I don't know, you figure this out. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
I mean, I'll take your word for it that this is not that this is two different Enclave Emilys. I'll concede to that. I'll try to keep that in mind. But I don't see why I mean I'm not going to ban Bedsheet Supreme just because you say he's impersonating you. I'll keep in mind that it's a different person.
No, that's... Alright, I'm back, but no, that's pretty fucked up. Bedsheet, you should really fucking change that. This person debating a troll. Why do you agree with everything Ace was the one saying?
You're not a troll, are you? I mean, so far you haven't trolled me at all.
No.
Okay, so we were talking about the ludonarrative dissonance.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, I don't think Fallout 4 does... I mean, it's not even that I don't think. Fallout 4 doesn't do a better job than New Vegas because you literally have to be... Like, I literally don't understand why you have to argue that it does so much. Like, it does really, really good in this fact that you have to actually ignore a whole section of the game when you can go through Fallout New Vegas's main, just general main quests and not have this whole like backstory and everything thrown on you and this whole plot line thrown on you, you know?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. I mean,
let's run another ad break and then we can move on to the next section.
all right.
Okay, and we are now back. Okay, so next on the list, we covered the ludonarrative dissonance. Okay, Chosen One and the Courier. You said,
All right.
okay.
I mean, this is kind of getting into like what we were just at with ludonarrative dissonance, whatever. So with that, you argue that it's a chosen one. I don't see how it's a chosen one. I mean, there's a very long part of your video that we could watch. I honestly don't want to watch a full, like, almost 6 or 7 minute video. I don't think anyone else really wants to either. If we want to, we can. But mostly, it's just, you argue in Old World Blues that your brain, your disembodied brain is like, you have to go off for ill-conceived revenge and everything. And this also hits your point with the ludonarrative dissonance and like not touching the cryopod, because in Fallout 4 you're saying just don't touch the cryopod. Just don't touch the cryopod if you don't want to, you know, have the main quest or have the guilt of watching your spouse literally just shot in front of you. But my argument there is that just don't choose the argument there. Just don't call your brain a dick. It's literally a joke option. So I don't know if it's not the same comparison. And it's like, okay, that your disembodied brain doesn't have the glands and everything that's keeping it in check. It's a disembodied brain that has its own subconscious because it's disembodied. You know, it has its own thoughts there, and it's like, it's just not the same example. Just arguing that your brain wants to do it doesn't mean that you have to do it. Just like you said, you didn't want to do it. You technically don't have to do it. And then you argue that it's set in stone, though.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood the problem here. When I say you don't have to, you can just not touch your spouse's pod in Fallout 4, I mean there's literally no reason to touch your spouse's pod unless you're looking to mourn over your dead spouse. I mean, I'm sure some people could throw out some heavily convoluted reason to touch the pod, to open the pod, that Gorath would tip his hat to. I'm sure, yeah, but no, within the bounds of reason, why would Nate, in universe, go over to Nora's pod and open it if he wasn't interested in his wife's dead body? I don't see any reasonable reason for why you would want to do that. So, the thing with that is, but the thing, now, you say all I have to do is just not choose the dialogue option with my disembodied brain that will lead to that dialogue option. The problem there is that on a first playthrough, I have no way of knowing what dialogue options I should avoid if I want to avoid that character creation. Because, like, for example, over in Goodsprings, the tutorial quest with, I think, Sunny, or maybe it was some other woman, I even praised New Vegas for when it said in the dialogue option, in brackets, oh, by the way, this ends the tutorial. Don't select this option if you want to complete the full tutorial. You shouldn't select this option. They should have given me a heads up on that, similar to that, when I was arguing with my disembodied brain. I don't.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, what did you bring the tutorial up about? I'm sorry, that's a little confusing.
At one point in the tutorial, actually, it's several points in the tutorial. I can opt to end the tutorial early by telling whoever it is, I forget her name, I think it's Sunny, or maybe
it's Sunny.
Sunny, fair enough. I can just tell Sonny, I think I've learned enough, and then in brackets, the dialogue option says that this will end the tutorial quest.
Okay.
So
what does that
I
do?
appreciated the fact that I was forewarned and I knew to avoid that dialogue option if I didn't want that outcome. I was told that that dialogue would have that outcome, so I knew to avoid it. Now, in Old World Blues, when I'm arguing with my disembodied brain, they should have told me in brackets, only select this option if you are role-playing as a character who wanted to get revenge on Benny. If that's not what the fact that that dialogue option didn't forewarn me about that, and then it threw that thing onto me, and then threw that character motivation onto me, is, in my opinion, a problem with the ludonarrative dissonance of the game. Now,
Okay, can I answer that? Hold on, before you continue, because that point, I'm gonna be quite honest, ridiculous. Because the game does not need to tell you exactly everything. It doesn't need to tell you this is the way the character is gonna go. It doesn't need to tell you that this is how you roleplay this character. Okay, because first off, Falcons have never done that. You haven't played the past Falcons, but no, Fallout 4 didn't do that either. It doesn't tell you, oh, choose this option if you want to, well, I guess if you want to choose fucking Sean, but, like, I don't understand that you, like, why do you think, please tell me why you think you're supposed to have, that you're entitled to have the game telling you that what choices it should. Because why should the game tell you that, oh, yeah, this is going to tell you exactly what it's going to say? Because that's just not what a game does. No games do that. Why should it do that? There's no person besides entitled players, which I'm not calling you an entitled player unless you agree that you need that, because what game developer makes you do that? Why should they do that?
well, in this unique situation, it's a bit of an extenuating circumstance, because you're not just talking to an NPC. You're talking to your own disembodied brain, a person who has has every memory that you've ever had. So when he says that you went off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge, he's not just misinterpreting your actions. He's not just seeing what you did when you went off to New Vegas and thinking that that's what your motive was. He knows that that's what your motive was, because he read your mind, because he is your mind. So this isn't exact. I mean, if a person, like, I would have accepted if I were just talking to an NPC, just a regular NPC, and he says that I am in over my head because I'm consumed with revenge. I could easily have written that off as him just misinterpreting what I was thinking. But when I'm talking to my own disembodied brain, I can't really say that, because my disembodied brain already knows exactly what I was thinking. He knows what my motive was. This isn't just him making a guess. This is his personal knowledge of what my motive was, because it was also his motive. Does that make sense?
Well, you also need to understand the brain is literally disembodied, so it's missing a lot of the glands and other stuff that would also play into its thoughts. And it's also possible that it's just a subconscious thought. Like you said, like I keep saying, like we keep running in circles. We need to move on from this specific point, because like if you choose not to do it, it doesn't need to give you it. But if you decide, like, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. This is getting a little frustrating that you just are running around the point that it doesn't need to tell you it, and that it's not just that, it's subconscious. Your character doesn't have to go through the game doing that, like, just because it has that thought. Now, yes, there are sections you have to go talk to Benny in a lot of sections. It's just something that happens in the game, and your brain saying it doesn't mean that it's happened. But it's also a game. There are certain things that have to be, limited. So it's like, okay, yes, you can argue that it doesn't give you the most options in the world, that it does have something that says, okay, yeah, you do happen to go do this. But they also probably expected you, by this point in the game, to go through and at least deal with Benny and get something. Because, let's be honest, the brain is the thought process. Like, it's gonna... And the game developers expect you to get there. It's gonna have that thought because they expect you to have at least done something with Benny in your thoughts. So that's why they have it there. So, okay, yeah, if you run at it before you do Benny or don't do Benny, yeah, that's a slight problem, but it's a slight problem if you can even give it that, and I don't give it that.
Well,
So, all right,
here's the thing.
if you have something to finish
when
up.
we were preparing for this debate, I asked you to check out a portion of Patrician TV's Oblivion Quick Retrospective, which was anything but quick. It was 12 freaking hours, but I asked you to watch the portion where he highlighted the problem with fast travel, and he used the Fighters Guild quest line to highlight the problems. Basically, his argument boiled down to, yeah, fast travel is technically optional, but only in the sense that that they don't really bother to make a non-fast travel playthrough viable. They do not make any attempt to actually balance the game with non-fast travel in mind, and the Fighters Guild questline really highlights how if you're not doing fast travel, then you tend to spend more time just getting to your location than you do actually doing quests. And I see that as a similar problem here. Because Obsidian boasts how you can write your own character backstory, but at the same time, they don't bother to balance the storytelling with the option that they so heavily champion. They don't bother to... I mean, they expect that you're going to want to go after Benny, but then they don't. But then they also make it so they go out of their way to suck their own dicks about how they give the player the choice of whether or not to they are so proud of the fact that you don't have to play that, but then they don't bother to balance the storytelling or the gameplay with this choice in mind. They're still going to write the story and they're still going to balance the game on the assumption that you are that you're going to go after Benny, and they're not going to bother to draft the story in balancing somebody who doesn't want that. Just like how Bethesda rightfully receives criticism for not balancing their games with non-fast travel in mind. I see that I likewise see that as a huge flaw in game design that New Vegas is basically designing itself with a complete lack of concern for this supposed choice. Does that make sense?
If I'm being honest, not too much. I feel like your fast travel example is not really that similar. I don't even want to call it similar because it's a gameplay mechanic versus like story. We're not getting anywhere with this point. This Benny point, and we'll talk about the chosen one, but this Benny point and your brain point, it's just like, I'm sorry, man. It's not. It's a subconscious need. I don't go on every subconscious thought that I have. I don't act on it, you know. So it's just, if your brain is disembodied and it just says what it is, says what it wants. Like at this point, it's technically a separate NPC. Like, at this point, that's what it is. Let's call it what it is. It's a separate NPC that is there to give you dialogue in a jokey DLC. Okay, you're talking to your fucking brain. You call it a dick. He tells you exactly what he thinks you want to go off and do. It's your subconscious. We'll just leave it at that. Let's talk more about the actual chosen one part, because I don't think the chosen one, or the courier, is a chosen one in this. It's just... Also, hold on, let's see what Freak says. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The brain says you wanted to go. You don't have to go.
I'm pretty sure the brain said that not just that I wanted to, but that I'm the one who went charging off into New Vegas on missions to receive revenge. That sounds to me like something that I had already done in canon.
Well, did you go to New Vegas at this point?
I think so. I think I talked to Mr. House, but I wasn't there to kill Benny. I was there to see about it getting into the casinos.
Well, in game, I mean, you at least got to New Vegas. Technically, I mean, again, you have to understand there is like limitations on the storytelling and everything. Like, okay, it can't give you everything, and you're okay. Yeah, they have to balance it, but you know Obsidian's entirely I don't know, their whole problem with the development. Like, I'm gonna look up the brain dialogue right now, and if it did say, like, okay, I'll give you that, but if it didn't, like, it might just say that you went, like, that you just wanted to. You wanted, oh wait, no, I'm pretty sure it says that you want to go to New Vegas, but I'll, hold on. Just because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this and you're not. But if I'm wrong, I will happily say
his
wrong.
words were, "I'm not the one who goes."
Oh wait, hold on, it's in your video, isn't it? It's in
Yeah.
your video. We'll go to the point in your video. That's a good way to do it. Let me find it real quick because I don't think I have it. Or actually, I might. Brain. Give me your brain. All right, hold on. I'll just look for it in your video. All right, so if you go to like 24, 25.
24.
I guess that version. This meant that the Old World Blues DLC was also part.
All right, and then we'll go until like I don't actually know. We'll go until just the brain's done, okay?
Okay,
of my
Just
gaming
let me know when you're
experience.
going, okay?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
And that meant that this line was part of the game.
I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge.
So basically, he said that it was the non-brain sections of me that went charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. I see that as a pretty solid statement as to something that my character has done. Just like how my character has gone into Technus-infested waters. That last one doesn't really have any problems with ludonarrative dissonance, but the part about me charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge, that does, and I interpret that as me, as him saying that that's something I have done, and I had that specific motive when I did it.
Okay. All right. You know, all right. I understand. If we'll take that as a point. I'm not giving you this point. I'm not conceding anything. You can take it as that. I can tell you tons of points about Fallout 4 that I disagree with. That does it worse, but we'll be walking and talking in circles for hours here about that.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have another ad break before we move on to the next section.
Okay. All right. We'll move on from the like the ludonarrative stuff.
Okay,
we'll
we're
talk about that a
back.
lot.
So, you said you wanted to talk about the Chosen One and the Courier, like on the Lonesome Road DLC and all that?
Yeah, but I mean, like, we'll get to like the Lonesome Road stuff later, since you said that you just kind of were done with the game at that point, and a lot of your arguments are just that you're done. So I'm just gonna be met with the same answer over and over at this point. But I don't like you say that Ulysses doesn't plays up the courier status, and that makes you a chosen one. That makes you important. But if you play through the game, you're obviously just this third party that is helping people. It's like, yes, one side needs a third party help. It's like, and again, it is a bit of like, yes, it's gameplay, and they didn't want to make you a chosen one. But you aren't in this game. You're not the one that is single-handedly fighting off the Legion. Like, technically you can, yes, you can, by going to the fort and then going to the Hoover Dam and killing literally everyone, but that's not how the game expects you to play. That's not how it's meant to be. And you do so much, and you're there to help. You are a third-party person that is communicating. That's the reason the main quest is going in between different factions, you know? Like, that's why... You know, if a NCR messenger went to the Great Khans, they'd be shot on fucking sight. Mostly because, and you don't know this, the NCR massacred their people. Like, so if you have someone who goes in there that is a third-party neutral person, like you are as the courier, you are essentially just being told to go there because you're either being paid with caps a lot of the time, like on whatever section. You are being paid. You are being contracted to do work and everything like that. So I don't understand why you think it's a chosen one at all.
It's mostly I mean, are you talking about the fact that once I come out of the Lucky 38, the NCR starts to wipe the slate clean with me? Is that what you're talking about?
I was more just generally talking about in the whole, like, you think that it's a chosen one, but I'm talking about every faction really, like, they don't sit there and use you as this, like, they don't put you on a pedestal and be like, you're a chosen one. They see you as help or a way to further their cause, and you are doing that with them. So I'm just saying, it's like, okay, if you want to talk about the NCR, coming right outside of the Lucky 38, we can. But I'm just saying, it's not a. I want to explain why you think he's a chosen one.
Well, like, for example, in Prim, when I am tasked with picking a sheriff, whichever candidate I choose, that's going to be the sheriff. I'm not just relaying messages to people. I basically get to choose who the sheriff is going to be for that town. And why should I get that choice? I'm not even from Prim. My character doesn't even live in Prim. Why couldn't I just deliver the messages that somebody, hey, you're being nominated for sheriff. You're also being nominated for sheriff. Okay, let's have an election. Let's get all the people of Prim together to have an election to decide the new sheriff. Instead, I just get to choose who the sheriff is. And that doesn't make any sense. I'm just a mailman. Why should I get such an important responsibility thrust upon me to decide the political future of an entire town?
Well, for that example, first off, you come across the town and the NCR isn't doing anything. Like, they're right outside the town and they can't go in and kill the gangers and everyone that's taken over. And you're obviously there to help. You're getting in there, you help them. And it's like, you don't have to do it, just like you say other things you don't have to do. That is technically a choice by just not giving them a sheriff, I guess. But the thing is that they obviously know you're going to help. They've been attacked. They have to get the town back in order. And they ask you if you can just help. Again, you don't have to do it. It's not, it's optional. And that's a choice. So yes, they do ask you to do it, but it's not something you are forced to do, which is a big thing on this.
And I'll admit, I will give that game that much credit. That the game doesn't trap you behind invisible walls and scripted events until you've completed the sheriff requirement. It's kind of like how in Super Mario RPG you have to rescue the children from the coal mines because that's the only way to progress in the game. No, New Vegas does not do that. I will give it that much. But the problem is that this just seems so far above my pay grade. It seems ridiculous that a mere courier who isn't even from the city should just get to choose who the sheriff is going to be, and then the rest of the town just goes along with whoever I choose. There is absolutely nothing in the game saying that I have even 1% of the credentials or leadership skills needed to make such an important decision for an entire town. It's because I'm the player character. That's it.
Well, you've literally just proven to them that you can annihilate and you are capable of roaming around and finding people for them. They literally just task you on getting it. But
that doesn't mean I'm a good judge of character. That just means that
but at least you're on their side. At least you're not one of the bad guys that was just taking over the town.
I mean, if I were just going around recruiting candidates for the people of Prim to vote on in an election, that would have been fine. That doesn't sound like a huge monumental task. Instead, I'm supposed to look at a guy who's gonna kill first, ask questions later, versus the NCR who has due process, but they charge out the ass in taxes, and I'm supposed to weigh the options and make the decision on behalf of the people of Prim, and that just sounds like bullshit that a mere courier should have that responsibility. I'm sorry, but I've said my piece on that, and I don't know what else I can say.
I mean, okay, but I just have to I have to explain to you because you weren't you just don't fully grasp it. And that's not a negative to you, but I'm just telling you that the reason they choose you is because you don't have a political side. You aren't specifically NCR. You're not Legion. You're not any of that. You can go around and you are capable in a fight to go do that. So there are obvious reasons that they are going to choose you to at least try and help them. You killed the gang that has been, terrorizing them for, at that point, probably, I can't remember how long. So they're obviously going to ask you for more help. Now, yes, you are a courier. Yes, you have your own stuff to do. But, like, that's okay. That's kind of just how gameplay works also. Like, if you want to argue about game mechanics and also in-universe stuff, that's just how it's going to work. Like, I'm sorry, like, yes, there are limitations to it, but, like, that is it. You go to a town, the in-universe option is that you are a courier that wiped out the gang that has been terrorizing them, so they see you as a helpful hand, and they're just asking for help.
Well,
you can choose to do it or not.
Well, when Beowulf slayed Grendel, everybody in Denmark threw a party for Beowulf, and they hailed him as a hero, but they didn't ask him to choose a successor to the throne. I mean, that's the biggest problem. That. In case I haven't made it clear, that is hands down my biggest problem with all of this. It isn't just that they were asking me to help in finding a sheriff; they were asking me to find a sheriff. They were asking me to pick somebody to rule over them, and that's that just seems far above what should be expected of a courier.
You said someone to rule over them, but it's just the sheriff, and none of them in the town are fit. None of them want to do it. That's a dangerous job. So it's just like they're literally asking you to find someone. They're like, you probably know someone or will find someone that is capable. They're just asking you. Let's not just harp on this because I know you're not going to get it. It's not going to get through. We'll move on to more of the chosen one stuff besides that, because that point is it just doesn't work. So for like the Lucky 38. Yeah, so for like the Lucky 38, you claim like, okay, yes, they approach you after coming out of Lucky 38 and they're like, hey, any problems you've had with us before? Like, you could have the worst reputation with them if you killed all of them beforehand, and then it would be forgiven essentially here. They wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, it's completely fine. But the thing is that they see you as useful there. You aren't a chosen one. You're the first person that walked into the Lucky 38 in multiple lifetimes in the Wasteland. So it's like you're obviously a big deal to them. And even though, they don't necessarily know anything about you, they know you're important. Right? Like you agree on that, right?
Well, no. I mean, I can see how that's such a rare event of a person who isn't a robot entering the Lucky 38. I can see how that's a weird thing, but I don't see how that's anything more than just well, that's weird. I mean, it's worth commenting on, but I do not see how that could be justified in completely wiping the slate clean. If I had completely annihilated the NCR outpost outside of, I think, Nipton, was it? I could have just completely wiped those bastards out and wiped it all off the map. I could have just left a trail of NCR bodies in my wake coming here. I don't see how entering the Lucky 38 for the first time in living memory is a event worth noting. I do not see that as a compelling reason to forgive all crimes, no matter how heinous they were. I mean, you'd have to do. I mean, considering how the kind of heinous atrocities I might have committed, you'd have to, up to that point, you'd have to do some pretty. I'd have to do some pretty insane shit to be justified in being pardoned for all of that. So no, I do not see entering the Lucky 38, no matter how long ago that's been, I do not see that as good enough reason to wipe the slate.
But, so, someone walking into the Lucky 38, which is the place where the most powerful man, essentially, the single most powerful man in the entire Mojave Wasteland is, and not being killed when he walked up to it and into it and talked with Mr. House and has close connections to Mr. House. That's not important. That's not important to the other factions. Like, okay, your argument that you can kill tons of NCR beforehand and then walk in and walk out, and it's like, okay, that is a gameplay thing. fair, I'll give it that. But in universe, you also have to understand there's a good reason that you are important to them now. They might not fucking like you, but the thing is that you are now a close person to Mr. House. You can get in there and you can, if they want you to assassinate him, which they do, you are able to walk in there because Mr. House trusts you at that point. You are a very valuable asset to them. And just because you, and again, you can choose to not work with you, but they only, like, they still don't trust you until you do multiple shit for them, like multiple quests and work for them. And you're not just a chosen one. You know, like your argument, you also, yeah, you can also just murder Mr. House and take over with Yes Man and everything. There's tons of shit you can do. You can betray them. So they don't trust you. Okay? Like, they don't trust you at all until you do multiple quests with them. And we've talked about this. You know, that's why.
Let's use a real world scenario.
Hold on. You don't want me interrupting you. Don't interrupt me real quick. My thing is like, you claim that you're a chosen one and that they could have just chosen a random merc, but because you're chosen, that, you know, because you're the player character essentially. But that's just not true, because you're very important to the Wasteland. Like, if you look at the NCR quest lines that you get in the beginning, one example that you played through is the Vault 22 quest. Dr. Hildern gives you a quest, and that's not a quest that he gives someone high up or anything like that he trusts. He's giving that to any random merc that comes in there, or any person that is asking for something to do. And he doesn't tell them the dangers. He doesn't even care if you come back alive. So if you literally expect the NCR to trust you while they're giving you quests that random mercs don't even come back from, well, that's just not true. They don't trust you at all. But, like, that's why later on you're there essentially as a secret service for the president, which we'll get to and everything, but there's a reason you work your way up to that. They don't trust you necessarily coming out of the Lucky 38. They just know you're a valuable asset to have on good terms.
Well, let's imagine a real-world scenario here. Let's assume that I had spent the past 2 years killing Taliban members left, right, and center, but then the Taliban catches one of the Taliban's spies, sees that I'm walking into the White House, and then about an hour later, they see me walk out of the White House. Are they going to think, oh, he's important, maybe we should try to recruit him to our side? No, I spent the past couple of years slaughtering Al-Qaeda in mass numbers. Why? Just the fact that I go into and out of the White House, what does that change about me? If anything, it just means that I'm more aligned with the enemy at that point. That's what I see the whole Lucky 38 entrance thing as.
So that's a very strange argument, seeing as, like, that's a real life, seeing as we are still in a civilized world versus the Wasteland, where the NCR isn't even necessarily an enemy of Mr. House, you know? Like, again, yeah, the White House isn't locked for centuries, like, I'm not gonna butcher that name, but, like, you have to, like, there's so much different context in your example and then the examples in game, because the NCR is not at war with the or Mr. House at all. They're not at war with Mr. House. So I don't understand this argument. They see you as a valuable asset because they do want to get rid of him. They see him as a threat. He's also the most powerful person in the entire Mojave Wasteland. So your argument that, like, oh, and that would be a little more sensical if you were playing as a legionary for multiple years, if that was your backstory, but it's not.
I guess. Okay, let's have an ad break before we move on. Alright, and we're back. Now, next on the list, the fact that I didn't do the various story branches. Oh, this is a big one. I think 99% of the stuff that Kretosis has with my opinions of this game are based on the fact that I only did one branch of the main quest and then called it a day and then decided this game can fuck off. So this is obviously going to be a big one.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's not just Kretosis. A lot of people have the problem with that with your video and everything, that you made some claims, or just the fact that it's not like an impressions video and then you only played a fairly bare bones section. on it. We're gonna get. I know you have a lot on this. We're gonna talk about it later, but it's not just Kritosis.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, here's the thing. Let me just get this off my chest. I did a full, complete playthrough from opening cutscene to end credits, and if that still isn't good enough for you, for me to have a valid opinion on this game, then basically what you're saying is, in order to have a valid opinion, I have to do all the branches, do all the side quests, do all the dialogue options, talk to every NPC. Basically, I have to play this game like a person who has already fallen head over heels in love with the game. Because I got news for you, nobody in their right mind is going to play that much of a game that they hate. Nobody who even thinks the game is okay is going to play that much of it. So this is basically just a thinly veiled attempt to silence negative criticism about the game. Now, a few weeks ago, I was on Patrician TV's Discord server, and I gave that argument. I pointed out that that because of this requirement that I should have to have played every bit of the game before I review it, that means that every review of the game is necessarily going to be one of three things. Either it's going to be positive, invalid, or insane, because insane is the only way I would play 100% of a game that I hate. And then I shit you not, somebody actually responded to that comment and said, well, there's also option D, just don't make the video. Do you have any idea what you just admitted to? You literally just admitted outright that this isn't even about me giving the game a fair shake, it's about silencing negative criticism of the game. Like, for example, right now, in real-life politics, there's currently an issue going around where the Republican Party is trying to pass these highly oppressive voter laws where you have to jump through about 10 different hoops to be able to register to vote. And a lot of people are thinking that there's always going to be that option D of just don't vote, which a lot of people, mostly Democrats, believe that that's actually what the Republican Party is trying to do with the poor voters, the people who are likely to vote Democrat. They want those people to just not vote so that the election is skewered in favor of the Republican Party. And here, the fact that they insist that I play every bit of the game before I review it, it's practically it's a nakedly transparent attempt to just silence negative criticism of this game under the thinly veiled pretense of me giving the game a chance. And I'm sorry, but that is bullshit. And at this point, you're just admitting that it's bullshit. So I'm sorry I had that rant. I had that rant built up inside of me for a while now.
So why, I mean, okay, you didn't make a review of the game. You made a retrospective, which I would also argue, and a lot of other people will argue that that's also not the right word you should have used for it. I mean, I think you'd be better off saying your impressions on the game, because no one's expecting you to play 100% of the game. I'm not saying play every side quest, don't play every, faction or anything. I'm not saying that, but at the very least that you could have done is do a little research, a little more research into the sides that you didn't fully grasp, because your views on, like, look, the Ulysses example, that he's Enclave, it takes literally a single-second Google search to find out that he is not Enclave, and it also just took you talking to him in-game to find out that he wasn't. So it's just like your credibility comes in the question here. Like, it's not that you don't like the game. It's not that people are trying to suppress your views or the negative views of the game. People are trying to correct and talk about your factually wrong views in this game. And not everyone is being mean. Like, I showed you multiple people that aren't being toxic about even Imperius Studios that you claim is toxic just because he said maybe play a little more if you're going to make a retrospective. He ends it off with saying, best of luck on your next playthrough, and even gives you some pointers, but you claim he's toxic. So you don't think that people giving you corrections are in good faith because they're correcting you. Like, again, yeah, no one's trying to silence you, but people are trying to correct you because you have things that are wrong, but it's because you decide to not play the game. Like, you literally played the bare bones of the main quest, and killed everyone. Like, you argue that you did the peaceful, you tried talking, you did everything, but I actually have multiple links. I'll even count them right now. I'm pretty sure it is like 6 or 7 links to your videos specifically of you killing all of the main factions. So you can't argue that you tried doing the quest lines or doing the peaceful or the sane option of not killing people, because you didn't. You can't even argue that like you did the story or any of it here. So I don't know. I don't want you thinking that people are trying to criticize you for not playing the game 100%. But we are criticizing you for having incorrect facts.
People have outright said that me playing the game 100% is indeed what they expect of me if I'm going to criticize the game. So I'm not just assuming that. People have said it. Now, hang on a minute. Hang on. You said that this game, that my title should have been a impressions video. I'd like you to check this out. This is the definition of the word retrospective. As a noun, it has 2 potential definitions. An art exhibit showing an entire phase or representative examples of an artist's life work. And since I showed representative examples of things like the side quests and the main quest like the NCR, those are representative examples. Or alternatively, an exhibition or series of showings or performances representing the work of an artist. So, literally, the fact that I use the word retrospective in my video's title is not false advertising. It is not misleading. So no, you say it would be better served as an impressions video. What you're basically saying is your definition should usurp the actual definition found in dictionaries, which I do not agree with that at all. I'm sorry, but that is just you're trying to argue semantics, but you're not actually deferring to authoritative sources on what these semantics actually mean. Your argument falls flat because I have dictionaries which show that my use of the word retrospective was fine.
But that dictionary also says that it needs to be representative, and you used the video as your opinion. Like, I don't go to an art exhibit as a retrospective because expecting the person running it to be like, oh wow, look at this piece of art. It's pretty fucking shit. Like, you don't expect that. You expect to go to an art exhibit for a retrospective to look through an artist's work, his objective work from the beginning to end. And I don't want other people, if some opinions are there, that's fine. But you saying that, going through something and representing the major parts of it, you didn't do that. You absolutely didn't do that, and you can't even argue that you did. You have some points that you try to hit on, but you primarily have your own opinions as a major part of it. You argue that the Legion isn't, completely... Okay, yeah, they're unfinished, okay, that's fine. But they do have stuff to it. They have philosophy to it, and you doing... a little bit of research is fine, but the Temple Institute video that you also watched didn't have anything about Caesar. It didn't have Caesar talking. It had some of his points, but they didn't bring Caesar up himself. They didn't have him in it. They didn't bring his voice and views into it. They just said that the general point of it, and you not being able to go through and do it and talk to Caesar, is a pretty big point when you're saying that they're just bloodthirsty slavers and rapists. Because, yeah, they are an unfinished faction. That does kind of put them into a weird section where it's like, yeah, they are a little less developed than they should be. But you also have to sit there and be like, you didn't go through and represent the game properly. You're being a little disingenuous when you say that it's a retrospective and people expect an actual representation of the game through objective eyes at times. Like, it's fine if you add on your subjective points, like okay, you say everything about the Legion, and like admittedly you did say, okay, there's a reason people go to the Legion is because it gets shit done. It's like, okay, you admitted that, but you also still keep calling them bloodthirsty savages. And you just don't understand that there's a philosophy and a reason behind it. So I don't think your retrospective video is a good title for it, because even in your definition in the dictionary, it says it needs to be representative of the work. And it's not, because it's representing your opinion in the video.
Well, that's something that everybody has the right to decide for themselves after watching my video, if my video accurately and fairly represents. That's just something they can decide for themselves. If you think, but if you insist that my use of the word retrospective is misleading, you are free to report the video to YouTube for misleading titles. I guarantee you they aren't going to take it down because my title isn't misleading. It's not objectively misleading. It's just that you don't think I gave the game a fair shake, and that is your right to have that opinion. But I'd prefer if people stopped harassing me about that, because they act like I've done something terrible, like I should be subjected to a class action lawsuit or something because I misled my viewers into thinking that it's objectively going to be something that I never... That the title... You're the ones adding that into the definition. I didn't put that in the definition, and it's not in the definition that's found in the dictionary. I'm using the word retrospective as a representative account of my playthrough of the game. So I'm sorry, but I just don't see it as look, I'm sorry if you found that I'm sorry if you found that my video, if you were expecting something from my video that wasn't promised, that I didn't advertise in the title. And I guess you have the right to just make up your own mind as to whether or not my retrospective was a good one. I don't see how that gives you the right to harass me over it. And I mean, you're not you specifically, Skibbity. You're not the one who's harassing me, but I have suffered numerous harassments and doxing over my over the fact that I use the word retrospective, even though it's not misleading.
Okay, but so your video, as people are saying in chat, so the video wasn't a retrospective on the game itself, but a retrospective of your playthrough and opinions of it.
I guess if you want to include that asterisk, that modify it, then sure.
Well, because that makes it more as an impressions video, because again, you're not representing the game in an objective way, and it's like we keep saying this. You're not going to change. I know you're not going to change your view on the game. You're not going to budge on this point, but I have to tell you that people, when they expect a retrospective video on YouTube, you know, look at like Salt Factory or something like that. They at least play through the game a lot. I don't necessarily know if everything in that is correct or not, because I don't play all the games he does, but at least he goes into details about these games. Or even like, all right, I don't want to bring up certain people. So it's just like there's just a lot of, there's reason credibility is important in your videos, and that people question your credibility, because you use your opinions but claim it as an actual negative of the game. Like, okay, you can say you don't like it, but the video is a retrospective, which people expect facts of.
If they are expecting something...
Hold on. If you're not... I'm not interrupting you. But if you expect people to just blindly and just follow you and not call you out for being wrong or having things that are easily proven to be false, then what's the point? What's the point of making it a retrospective if you're just stating your opinions? Like, I will say you do try to have some points where you do go into some objectivity. Like, I'll argue that your point about Veronica and the Brotherhood of Steel are decent and everything like that. I wish you had more points like that. But there's a reason people don't bash you on those points necessarily. Like, some people might bash you for not necessarily doing as much as you could with the Brotherhood, but at least you decided to give it a shot. And your Veronica point is the only point in the entire video that I completely agree on. I have no problem with, and will say that's a good aspect of your video. I'm glad you put that in there. Why couldn't the rest of your video have been that thorough and understand, show you that the game has that work put into it, and then you claim it doesn't?
First of all, the Brotherhood of Steel and Veronica bits were both positive. So when you're saying that I did... Yeah, so when you're saying that you wish there was more of that in there, you're basically saying more of me kissing this game's ass.
No, I'm not. Hold on, let me talk about this. No, because those are the only sections that you decided to put a good amount of attention into, and it's because, first off, you liked Veronica. It's very obvious. But it's not because you're kissing the game's ass. It's simply because those are the only points in the game that you actually paid attention and gave us examples and objective reasons that this is a good section, that Veronica is a good companion. It's because she has depth, because she doesn't outright, say, oh, I'm a lesbian, that's why I'm cool. It's like, that's not her character. Veronica is awesome because she's the character she is, and just like you say, she's snarky, she's witty, she's tomboyish when she wants to be, but has dreams and stuff, and that gives her depth. And just like every other character, companion in the game, they have that depth. When I say that I wish the rest of your video was like that, I say that I wish the rest of your video went into as much depth and work and effort as that section. I even wish they even put more work into the Brotherhood section, because they don't have to be killed off. They can completely change. But I understand in your one playthrough, that's what happened. You decided that you were saying, fuck this game, I want to do this section, and you did it. But if you went into more detail, that would have been better. People wouldn't give you shit for literally saying that the Brotherhood only dies out and doesn't adapt. That's why. It's just, if you have a reason that you're wrong, or at least not completely caught up with the actual facts, then people just want to correct you on it. And we aren't attacking you because you don't like the game. Dude, I'm telling you, I can complain and criticize this game for hours. Like, there's quests I fucking hate. I don't necessarily like the Legion because they're underdeveloped. There's shit about this game that can be criticized and complained about by fans, and I'll happily talk about it. But just saying that I want you to do more of sucking the game's dick, that's not true. I just want you to be honest about it and actually have the facts behind it.
Well, I was honest about it. I never once said that I liked something about this game that I actually didn't like. I never once criticized any part of the game that I actually enjoyed. I never once lied about my opinions of the game. You want me to be honest? I have been.
Yeah, but there's a problem. People call, and people point that out. People have just simply told you that, yes, your honest opinions are there, but again, when they're watching a retrospective, you expect something to not be as simple to complain about and just show that you didn't play the game.
That's just people adding additional definitions to retrospective, to the word retrospective, that simply aren't there.
No, it's not, because your own definition is literally showing a representative part of a media or an artist, and you aren't representing the game properly when you're going in with already predetermined notions of being negative. Like, you can't say you didn't, because even your own Let's Play, there are sections that you have full video titles of complaints of the game, or my honest opinions, where you are complaining about the game. You went into this video, like, why it's fine to make a retrospective on a game that you don't like, or a review or your impressions and everything, but it needs to be right, and you can't complain when people try to correct you. And again, yeah, in every goddamn community, there are people that are going to be toxic. That's why most fans, actual fans, and people that enjoy the game shut them out and call them stupid. Like, it's you seem to think the entire Fallout New Vegas community is these toxic fanboys because you don't like the game, but in all honesty, there's a lot of people who just want to correct you and show you the right part, because they want you to at least see some appreciation for the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, and if all you're doing is just correcting some errors that I've made, that's fine. I have long since accepted that Ulysses is not part of the Enclave after all, and I've long since accepted that I was wrong about that. Because people
but you didn't...
Hang on! because people have just corrected me, and then so yes, I can accept that. The thing is, yeah, I never said that my video was perfect. I never said it was devoid of any errors of any kind. It's when people start being dicks about it and saying that I need to stop using words in my title that I am properly using, and they're just trying to add meaning onto it that isn't there. Yeah, that's what pisses me off. And then when people just keep going on and on about it, I mean, yes, I've admitted, I've already posted a video correcting the fact that that I was wrong when I said that Ulysses is part of the Enclave. I can't change what's already in the video. I can't just I can't just edit that out. So what more do you want from me? I've already admitted that I was wrong about that. The video's already out there. The toothpaste isn't going back in the tube. So why do you keep going on about it?
Oh, hold on, my mic was off. That's because, well, someone in chat literally just says it's because you keep defending your errors. Autumn also said you defend your errors like you're defending the wrong usage of retrospective.
It's not a wrong use of the word retrospective. I've already shown you the definition.
Okay, you can say that, but I'll be honest, you aren't representing the game like the definition
okay,
says.
hang on, let me just say this. Whether I am indeed representing the game. Now, whether you think I'm representing it fairly or not, that's your right to have that opinion. But I am indeed representing it, fairly or otherwise. So, the word retrospective, I'm still doing a representative, I'm still giving you representative examples. Whether you consider those representations to be accurate or fair, that's your opinion, that's a subjective thing, but it doesn't mean that my video isn't a retrospective.
All right, that's fine. You can argue that it's not. I know a lot of people argue that it absolutely isn't. And like you said, YouTube isn't going to do anything because let's be honest, they're not going to bother with something like this small. It's such a small problem. Like, yes, people are going to know it's misleading, but you're just not representing it correct. You're representing your own playthrough, and that's what people have problem about. And I think earlier, Wealthier Storm said that there's objectivity and subjectivity, and that's true. There is a little bit of it. It's not complete. Obviously you're gonna have your opinions, but it's just I don't want you thinking that people are bashing on you just because of that. There's I have a video example which we aren't gonna watch, but let me see what the YouTuber's name is, because he doesn't like New Vegas either. He has a problem with the fan base, and I looked at his comment section, and he doesn't have nearly as many people being mean or toxic or anything. They disagree. There's people who straight up disagree. But the reason people have a problem with you is because you become aggressive when people with these corrections. Look at your correction videos. If we go to look at your rat retrospective for Dark Souls, if we go to look at your Ulysses example or correction for Fallout New Vegas or anything, you get a condescending tone afterwards. You say people, if that helps you sleep at night, and it's no one cares. No one cares at all if no one is that bothered by it. They simply corrected you, and that's about it. And then you get condescending, and then you wonder why people come back and kind of act a little nasty to you. It's because you're condescending even in your corrections, and then become you defend your errors to a fault. And then once you try to admit that you're wrong, you become aggressive to people that actually corrected you. And on top of that, it makes you look even worse, because if someone isn't even part of it, if someone watched your Fallout New Vegas video and then was wait a minute, I saw him make a correction to this. Well, then, okay, they go watch that, and they didn't have anything to do with it, but because they apparently were gonna tell you or correct you, well, apparently you're being condescending to them, being oh, well, if it helps you sleep at night, here's my correction. And the only reason I did this is because people are harassing me. It's not because you want to defend your point. It's not because you actually want to correct it. It's because people are harassing you on it. And I use harassment lightly. I don't even say they're harassing you. Some people simply do just correct you. I think too many people were correcting you, and you just had enough of it.
You haven't seen all the comments because I've deleted some of the most toxic ones.
Well, that's fine, but I also see comments that aren't nearly that toxic, and what about them? I see other stuff that you could correct that people continue to talk, and correct you about, and you still, you either send them to another video, you link them to another video, which has nothing to do with their argument, or you simply just deflect, or you don't even answer them.
I don't know what you're. I mean, if you can show, like when I did my debate with Monty Spa, he took a bunch of screenshots of this stuff so that I could show them on screen, so that he could.
I can send you some. I'm pretty sure I have some right here. There's some people who aren't toxic at all, and then you literally. Like, all right, here, this one isn't even, I'll send you one in Discord right now that doesn't even deal with necessarily video. It's just you being aggressive. And you wonder why people kind of are aggressive towards you. Like, I'm sorry, but it's a little strange and a little almost annoying and frustrating that you're really wondering why that it's a problem. But then you act like, all right, hold on, I'm actually having, let me try to drag it in here.
Send me the screenshot and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just sent it. The first, like, this one's literally just being like, it's put the like dislike ratio back. Damn it! I hate that my dislike won't show. All right, that's not like, but he's not even calling you out, and you call him a fuckwit, a self-entitled fuckwit or fuckwad. Sorry. Let me correct that. You know how aggressive that is immediately.
Okay, let me put this on screen real quick. So now that everybody's had a chance to see it, this is basically how I read that. Put the like-dislike ratio back, damn it! That's kind of a aggressive thing. Now, whether you interpreted that as having that tone, I can't say. Whether Jesus Hernandez, or I guess I should say Jesus Hernandez, because that's how it's pronounced in Spanish. Whether Jesus Hernandez actually meant it that way, I can't tell. That's just how I interpreted it. Like, the fact that he used the word "damn it," that basically just sounded like that was more of a demand than a request.
All right, if you want one that isn't okay, all right. So if you think "damn it" is being mean, okay, whatever. Here's another one. I'll send this one. This is on Monty Spa's. I think on your debate stream or something like that. I'm pretty sure it is, and it's literally just talking about like you need to. Why do you require Monty to have this specific citation when he also just shows you? Yada, yada, yada. It goes on. You ask for a source, and it's fine. But then you get down to the bottom, and you're like, dude, I was the one that was having this debate. Sorry, I need some water. I know what we're talking about. Why don't you actually fucking understand what we're talking about first before you start lecturing me on whether or not my argument makes sense? The person is simply pointing out, and they gave you a timestamp, because it claim that it doesn't have a citation. But then he literally is being nice. He's not being toxic, and you immediately get aggressive. And then again, it's, oh, people don't like me because I disagree. No, it's because you don't admit when you're wrong. And just like you claim on Monty's Spa stream that you can take criticism, you don't. You really don't. And that's why people don't have a good time with you. That's like, if your correction video was just fine in being, all right, he's not part of the enclave, here's where I messed up, there you go, and your rats video was, all right, it takes 3 hits instead of 1, my bad, without all the condescending bullshit behind it, everyone would have no problem. They might not necessarily call you the most credible person, but they're not also going to be toxic, and you have to understand that. Because when you look like this looks bad.
Here's the thing with Cassidy's. I corrected him on what he said, on what I was asking for a citation for. He asked for a citation. He said, why do you need a citation for this? Why do you need a citation for X? I said, I don't. I asked for a citation for Y. But then he said, well, you shouldn't need a citation for X. X is so obvious. It doesn't need a citation. Look, I didn't ask for a citation for X. I asked for a citation for Y. You should be arguing why I need a citation for Y as opposed to X. But instead, in Cassidy's second response, he doubles down and just says I shouldn't need a citation for X when I've already told him I'm not asking for a citation for X.
Why are you saying X and Y and not just using the examples they have here?
Just to simplify it, just to keep it simple.
That actually confuses and actually reduces the point a bit. Because they're literally claiming that you aren't, like, Monty Spa is showing you at this point in the stream that, like, action RPGs have these sections of both action and RPGs, and he's showing it, and you aren't understanding that, and you're saying, well, source it, but he did, and he's showing you, and like on top of that, he's simply just saying you don't need to understand that an action RPG game, or you don't need the, like, it's very easy to understand that an action RPG game is going to have action and RPG elements, and not just specifically both at full force. And just like he says, just like it doesn't require evidence that tomato soup is made from tomatoes, you shouldn't require evidence that an ARPG is both an action game and an RPG game. It's just stated. It's implicit. And then you get angry at them.
I wasn't asking for proof that an ARPG is both A and RPG. I wasn't asking for proof of that. I was asking for proof that the A modifier to an RPG, the fact that it's an action RPG, means that it doesn't need a story any more than a platformer needs one. That's what we were talking about, and he completely seemed to miss the boat on that. And even when I corrected it for him, he still doubled down and said that, why do you need a citation that action RPG is part action and part RPG? I just told you I don't need a citation for that. I freely admit to that. I was asking for a citation that says that an ARPG doesn't need a story. That's what I asked for a citation for, but he keeps changing the goalpost and saying that you don't need proof that an ARPG is both A and RPG. I don't... You're right. I don't need a proof of that. So why are you criticizing me for asking for something that I didn't ask for? That's why I got frustrated with him.
I don't know. It seems, again, in that argument, like you were trying to have Monty answer something that first off, he wasn't trying to argue, and second of all, that like, probably doesn't have an answer. Like, there's no one who's going to say, oh, action RPGs don't need stories, but it's also not the main focus. Like, he was even showing you that they are primarily action games. So I don't know, like, it just seemed very strange that, again, you don't understand that being aggressive with someone, like, even in your second response, you could literally be like, all right, look, you don't seem to understand this, just, I'll say that. But you immediately go, why don't you actually fucking understand what we're talking about before you start lecturing me? And that just, again, hold on, I'm not saying this is the only one. I do have others. Let's not focus on this, because you have a whole section that you want to focus on after this Fallout thing, right? Or no?
No, once we finish with Fallout New Vegas retrospective, I think we can call it a day.
All right, that's fine with me. All right, well then I will quickly bring this up a little bit, because it's just like it's just to finally put this out there. You just don't understand that people aren't attacking you for your view. Again, people and fans. Hold on, Acer. You do the same thing. I just want to get my point across real quick. I know I've been talking a little bit. Let me get it through. The thing is, people don't attack you based on the fact that you don't like the game. People will talk for hours with you about the game and problems with it and things that should have been better. I will do that with you. I don't have a problem doing that. I have problems with Old World Blues being a constant backtracking mess a few times. Like, I know you'll agree with that. It gets a little tedious at times. We're looking at the same thing over and over with overly scaled enemies that are there to kind of add a little bit of an annoying difficulty, But you don't seem to understand is that it's you being defensive against your own wrong opinions and then acting aggressive online is the reason people don't necessarily like you. That's why people lash out at you. That's why you have people making videos about you right now. Like, of course you're gonna, if you lash out and give people what they want, which is entertainment, then yeah, they're gonna come back for it. They're gonna come at you, and if you're gonna give it right back to them, then they have no excuse to be nice. You claim you want civility, but then people can look at 3 seconds into a video or something, and you immediately call Fallout New Vegas fans dick suckers, and, well, fuck that, hats off. Like, why should they be civil with someone who's going to sit there and call a person watching the game just because they're a fan a dick sucker for defending the game?
I never called all New Vegas fans dick suckers.
Well, that's fine, but you do claim that people who want to correct you are toxic. You claim that, and then I'm looking at multiple pieces of evidence that is just like, it's not they are not being toxic. They might say something that isn't sucking your dick, but at the same time, they're just correcting you, and you immediately lash out. And again, you say you delete a lot of your comments. So do I really know how much shit you get daily? No, I don't. But I also don't know how many comments that you also delete that aren't toxic, that you only perceive as toxic. I don't know. It's getting a little strange that you don't, like, after all of this, you still aren't getting further into, like, I don't know. It's very frustrating that you don't understand this after people talking to you and commenting and you responding after all this time.
I will concede to the possibility that due to the cold, the emotionless text that most people post comments in, that I can perceive things as aggressive that weren't intended to be so, like Jesus Hernandez saying, "Put the like-dislike ratio back, damn it!" I will concede that there might have been plenty of people that there might have been a few comments that I perceived as aggressive that weren't intended to be, but then again, I also don't. I mean, at the same time, I also am quite annoyed at the fact that you expect me to somehow just know in advance what they're that you just somehow. I mean, the thing is that the text-only comments cannot convey any emotion. They can't really show tone or inflections, and that can often be a detriment to having your point made clearly. Right now, so far, you have been quite civil, quite professional, and quite calm with me throughout this entire debate. But, of course, when we were discussing it on Discord, I often got really annoyed at you for your snide comments, and I assume that a good chunk of that is because when you're just texting, when you're just writing things out to each other, that the tone and inflections cannot be conveyed in text-only format, and that can often lead to a breakdown in communication. That's the thing, though. Written language and spoken language are two completely different animals. And an author can write an entire chapter that is nothing but an internal monologue that's 15 pages of just an internal monologue, but if a movie were to just show 15 minutes of somebody just standing in place and thinking to himself, that's going to be the kiss of death for that movie. But a book can get away with that just fine, because written and auditory language are apples and oranges, to say the very least. The thing is, if you're going to post a comment, you have to understand that it's going to be written, not spoken, and I'm going to be reading it, not hearing it. So if you want to come across as civil and emotionally neutral, you have to do that under the assumption. You have to understand, you have to approach this as a written comment, not a spoken one. So I will admit, and the other Enclave Emily has just spent 2,000 channel points to not use that word, S-N-E-E-D. I guess I'll do that now. But anyway, I will concede that I might have interpreted some of these comments as being more toxic than they were intended, but at the same time, I'd like you to also concede that they could have done a lot more to communicate in the written medium to me that it wasn't meant to be toxic. I think that's fair. That you should have I could have done better to give them the benefit of the doubt, but they could have also done a lot better to communicate to me that it wasn't meant to be toxic, because written and spoken language are very different from one another. So can you at least admit to that?
I'm not going to concede anything because, I mean, I'm not the commenters. Yes, there's going to be some people, but it's also the fact that you're taking and reading the comments with a very personal mindset. You're taking it super personal and also assuming that they're coming in toxic. Like, I'll bring up Imperius again. You want to claim it's toxic, but you also claim to me that you didn't read the full message. You didn't get to the part of the message that was them saying, hey, I hope when you start your next playthrough that you have a good time, and just like literally wishing you good luck in your next playthrough, and you call it a toxic comment, and you also claim to me that you didn't read it. Like, you're assuming. I literally, like, go to your, I mean, I'm sure I do. It's you have a screenshot in your, I'm sure you have a screenshot. It's in your video.
Is that the comment?
Yeah.
Okay, Imperius Studios. He straight up said, I didn't play... His first 2 sentences were, if you're going to shit on this game, you should at least play the game. Not beat it, mind you. Just play it. Well, basically what he was saying was that I was presenting every argument that I made in this video as stuff that I had picked up from cultural osmosis, while simultaneously logging precisely 0 minutes of personal first-hand playtime. That's what pissed me off right there. He wasn't saying that I didn't play enough of the game. He wasn't saying that I was unfairly representing it. He was saying I didn't play it at all, and he even made a clear distinction between playing it and completing it. He said that completing it, which I did do, is not something that I have to do in order to have a valid opinion. He literally said that all I have to do is play it, but then he says that I didn't do even that much. Well, I'm sorry, but yes, I did play it. I did play the game. I may not have played as much of it as you would personally want me to, but I did play it. He says I didn't play it at all. And I know you disagree with that interpretation, but that was my I don't see how you could have... I mean, the alternative interpretations that people tend to offer for Imperius Studios' comment, I do not see that as being supported by the text that's on the screen. He very clearly said that I didn't play the game. That is what has made me so angry at him. I don't know how much clearer I can make my point on that. If he had said that I had not played enough of the game, that would have been his subjective opinion. But he clearly said I didn't play the game at all. And I don't see how his comment could be interpreted as anything else without you actually just reading a meaning into his comment that isn't there.
I think that's what you're doing, though, because yes, he does say you should try playing the game, not complete it, mind you, but play it. But then you're not reading into later where he actually gives you reasons on why he says that. He even says, I would chalk up such disagreement to merely subjective differences in game preferences. However, much of what you present as issues with the game just stems from a lack of understanding / incomplete knowledge of the story and characters. I presume came on the account of you rushing through the plot. And he encouraged you to go back through the game and pace yourself. He's not telling you you have to and you didn't play the game, but he's giving you reasons that he's literally saying, like, you didn't play enough of the game to get a full understanding. He's not being mean. He's not claiming that you didn't play the game at all, because he even admits that, like, he even says that you show the problems with Ulysses and Caesar's Legion, and that it's very obvious that he knows. He wasn't saying he didn't play the game. I mean, were you even in your Monty Spa debate? Like, you're taking this very literally for some reason, but in your Monty Spa debate, you tell him that you expected your viewers to understand when you're using this metaphor of saying, oh, the game has no story. Well, that means you're saying that Monty was taking it very literally, correct? Well, you're taking this point very literally and also assuming the worst case scenario of it, that he's being toxic, without reading the rest and taking in the context of his comment. And that's why people get annoyed with you, because you read the first part of a comment, claim it's toxic, you claim anything that's toxic because it doesn't literally blow smoke up your ass, and then it's just like, oh, and he was being toxic because I didn't play the game. But he literally says, I hope you go back and enjoy yourself. thanks for making your, he literally says, thanks for making your video. I wish you the best of luck in your next playthrough. And he obviously doesn't know you're not going to, but how are you going to tell me that's toxic?
Because I didn't read anything past when he said that I didn't play the game.
And congrats, you have now admitted the reason why people don't like you when it comes down to that, because you admitted that you don't read it. You find something toxic and you don't read context. Just because he doesn't say, oh my god, it's okay that you don't like this game, oh my little baby, it's fine. It's like, you have to understand that some people aren't going to be nice. But he's not being toxic. You claim he's toxic, and then you don't want to read his comment, which literally goes into, thanks for making the video. I'm glad you had some opinions. But you also want to ignore that and claim he's toxic. You literally put it in a video claiming he's toxic, and I'm going to guess you probably either delete or just ignore comments saying that it's not toxic, because it's not. Tell me another point. Read that whole comment and tell me another point where he's toxic. It definitely isn't the part of where he's saying thank you for making the video. It's definitely not the part saying, I wish you the best of luck in your next playthrough. It's definitely not the part saying, hey, I have some problems and issues where you talk about Ulysses and Caesar's Legion. Like, you know that's a complaint. Ulysses, you had to make a correction video. You had to make a correction video. You literally did it. You didn't do it with Caesar's Legion, whatever. But then you literally admitted you didn't read the comment. And congrats. That's why people have a problem with you.
Because I refuse to engage with people once they've shown to be toxic?
No, it's because you perceive everything as toxic immediately beforehand, and right when it's not sucking your dick, you just turn it off. You literally admit.
I did not.
Yeah. What did you not do? Did you not assume that it was going to be toxic because you read it, but you didn't take in the full context of the comment?
I did not assume that prior to reading Imperius Studios' comment, I did not assume he was going to be toxic. I read the top of it, saw that that was toxic, and I refused to read any more.
Okay, and that's a fault on your end because, again, you aren't taking in the context. That's not toxic. That's literally saying, don't insinuate a fan base is terrible when you have played not even technically half of the game. Like, I'm not bashing you for not playing the game, but he's also saying, don't make a video on the community and the game with your own subjective opinions and attack them because they don't agree. I mean, literally, he says, okay, yeah, at the very least, you know what, we're going in circles on this because you don't seem to understand that he's not being toxic, and you just admit that you don't read past it. Like, I've also looked at a shitload of other comments. Like, Prometheus Prime's comment section has points where you say you didn't read or watch the rest of a video. Monty's spa stream, you admitted that you didn't watch longer than a certain part of his video. Like, do you maybe just not like people throwing criticism at you? Because it's very obvious that once someone puts up a little bit of criticism or tries to correct you, you immediately deflect and say, no, I'm not watching this because you're being uncivil, when that's really not the case.
I mean, you talk about comments that are on Prometheus Prime's video, you talk about comments that are on Monty Spa's video, but you also ask me to take in the full context, but you're not providing me the full context.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and, because I have a shitload of other stuff that we're zipping through that I just don't have. Like, I have tons of other comments and stuff that I had prepared for this, and I obviously know that it's not gonna get through to you. What's the point of bringing up, and on top of that, like, the 2 comments that I did bring up, you completely dismissed. You're not taking any criticism. You're deflecting. I would say making excuses, but that sounds like, I guess, condescending to you. But, like, the thing is, what's the point of me bringing this up? Because you're just going to have, apparently, another defense. And you're literally just going to say, I shouldn't have to... your other argument is, if it's not toxic, it's something you've answered before. But that's not true either. Because tons of other times I've seen you link a video with a comment and be like, I'll answer it here. And it literally doesn't answer anything. Like, if you want an example, I'll give you an example right now. Like, I'll give you a link to a video that we can pull up right now. Do you want to do that? I'll happily give you that.
Sure.
All right, let's see. I think it's your reply to Rusky reply to Rusky one. I'll give you the link directly to the moment. Or actually, here, let me send the comment first. Because, like, yeah, you don't get toxic in this, but you also literally don't answer anything.
Let's have an ad break while you search.
All right, you do that while we're pulling it up. All right, here, I'm going to send you that first link. That's directly, like, we don't have to go, you can pull it up, but that's the first timestamp that you write down in your comment, and then I have another one for the comment or the timestamp later. Unless you just want to move to the later timestamp.
Okay, well, you sent me a comment with Gabriella Leon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that the one you want me to respond to?
Yeah, that's the one you can bring up, and that's the one that we're also going to bring the video up, because you have a timestamp at 8:26 that says you addressed that argument, which we'll see. There's a reason I must have put this in here. I can't necessarily remember.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know if it every 10 to 15 minutes is good for ads, because I know people are getting a little annoyed.
It's not. Ugh. Shoot. Keep.
What?
Hang on. Playthrough. It's not. Was it 8:25 that we start this on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the ad off?
What?
Are we? Is the ad still going?
Oh yeah, it's off
okay.
now.
All right. I just didn't know.
Okay. 8:25.
Well, hold on.
Win.
Go show the comment really quick so we can kind of give context of. Because go back to it. I want to like actually talk about it real quick.
Okay. So now you've seen that.
Okay. So blah blah. It says you have no choice but to side with the Raiders until you kill them. You respond, you can't kill the Raiders immediately. Your first opportunity to start killing the Raiders is immediately after you defeat Coulter at the end of the gauntlet. The moment Gage opens up the back door to let you through to the rest of the park, that's when you can start blowing Raiders away, just as you have a clear shot at them. But here's the thing, and the other thing is, like, they bring up that you can't actually say no to Porter. Porter will override you saying no. Yes, you can go shoot them, but there's literally just no... Like, again, this is a whole different thing. This isn't super related to what we're talking about. They have examples. They're not being toxic with you. They're not being mean with you. But this is going to be another example that you don't necessarily hit on the point. You just link to a video and don't completely answer, right. So, yeah, if you want to show the video now, we can.
So 14:15 all the way to 15:01?
No. The first one, the 8:26, the 8:25, the first one I linked to you that I showed you, is that's your first response to her, saying that that's the addressing her argument. But then if she doesn't take that, then I'll defer you to 14:15 to 15:01 in this video and leave it at that, is what you said.
Okay, so let's play this first section. Play through. It's not like the game locks the ground door to the Museum of Freedom so you can't go back out that door, and then traps you behind invisible walls until you put the fusion core in the power armor, and then uses more invisible walls to trap you inside Concord until the Deathclaw is dead. They're just words, man. Are these words really that much of a strong arm on your ability to play the game however you choose? Is that it? Is that what you wanted me to play?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Again, you didn't give a timestamp. It was just at 8:26. I'm gonna guess that's what it is. Which again, that doesn't hit on her argument, on Gabriella's argument here.
I think I just got the timestamp wrong on that. So I think, yeah, you're right. That is completely unrelated to what she was saying, and
okay.
I apologize for that. I think I got the timestamp wrong.
All right, well then I don't know what it is, but then if you want to go the 14:15 to 15:01, because you must, like, if that first one didn't work, this second one was gonna be part of your point.
Okay. Wait. What was the 14:15? Sorry, not 51. 14:15. Okay. Maybe the problem isn't that Fallout 4 doesn't actually offer the player any meaningful choices, but rather the game simply doesn't offer the exact choices that you personally would like to see at the exact moments you would like to see them and with the exact consequences that you would like there to be. Is that it? That's fine if you feel that way about the game, but whatever you do, do not take your arbitrary, subjective opinions and present them as... What was that you said in your video?
The cold hard fact.
Yeah, that! So yeah, that time I think I did get the right timestamp. Because and when I say I'll just defer you to that and leave it at that, at the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta agree to disagree on some stuff. You can't just keep insisting that your opinions are objective fact and then act like, well, and then just, I mean, look, at the end of the day, art is just subjective. So if you want to say that that the game doesn't have any choices, well, I'm sorry, but what you're really just saying is it doesn't have the exact choices you want there to be at the exact point you want them. And at that point, there's really nothing I can do for you, because eventually it's just gonna get to the point where you just gotta say, fuck it. This is just art. It's not to my liking, but that's my right, and if you like it, that's your right.
All right. I mean, that's fine. Again, I just wanted to kind of point out that you're very dismissive towards people and their points, and then you also don't really touch on their points. Like, this isn't you being toxic per se, but this is you being super dismissive and on why people don't think you have credibility, because you just constantly like copy and paste I shouldn't say random videos, but you copy and paste videos to points that are being made that are completely different, and that's just an example. So I don't know. Your argument that Kritosis and everyone is and everyone like that just doesn't like you because your views on the game, like, no. Like, I also have links here to two other videos. One is I want to say the guy's Dapo or Davo or Davo. He has a Dark Souls video, and he doesn't like it. He calls it overrated. And he has points that I disagree with. But if you go to his comment section, there's not a shitload of toxicity. I mean, there really isn't. There's some people who straight up disagree with him, and he doesn't come back and being like, well, you're a fanboy, you're wrong and everything. He says, oh, that's your opinion. Or he even explains his opinion without a problem. But he doesn't link them a random video that doesn't have anything to do with his point. He doesn't ignore them. And he also doesn't make comments in the video saying that Dark Souls fans are dick suckers just because he doesn't like the game. In Rainbow Hawk 1993's video, he's a very small YouTuber. He has the same exact kind of like views that you do. He has problems with the Fallout New Vegas community. He likes Fallout 4 and 3, but he will also admit that like New Vegas is story-wise his favorite or the best. He says that's just what he says. In the comments, again, there are tons of people disagreeing. There are people agreeing with him. And he is civil. He is nice. And there is a reason why his video is perfectly fine and that people give you shit because you kind of act like an asshole to people just that try to correct you. I understand you have some grievances with people coming and giving you shit for your problematic video. But the funny thing is, when we first started talking, you even sent me the playlist saying that these videos were controversial themselves. That wasn't someone else saying it, that was you. So even you partially know that there's people who are going to come here that are going to give you shit. And you should also understand that not every person is like that. And that maybe there's something wrong with your videos and something wrong with the way you do them that there's people criticizing. Because these other YouTube videos that I'm looking at just goes to show that you are kind of in the minority when it comes down to people not liking these games and then claiming that everyone hates them for it. Because people are perfectly fine with disagreeing and saying that games aren't for them, but it's just when you have problems like you, when you become aggressive towards the game, that people don't fucking like you.
I noticed something that you keep saying that there's these other videos who...
Do you want me to link them to you? Because the thing is, like, I'll happily link them. It's just that if we're not going to watch them... Go on.
You say that there's these videos where people are consistently, where people actually have overall negative opinions on Dark Souls and New Vegas, and yet the comment sections are still mostly civil. And you could lend them to me, right? Link them to me.
I just did.
You could link them to me right now, but the problem is, I'm not. I think you should have done that while we were preparing for this debate, because then I could have watched them in their entirety on.
The videos themselves don't have anything to do with it. It's the
Will you
comments that
let
I
me
said.
finish?
Will you follow the point that I'm trying to make?
Will you let me? I'm about to
Continue
I'm about
your
to
point.
continue. I'm about to turn this debate off because you're
Continue,
not following
continue.
my rules about not interrupting me.
You all right? Continue. I won't say that you've done it from the beginning, but you have. But continue. I will hear your point.
I think you should have sent me these videos while we were preparing for this stream, because if you had, I could have watched them in advance and known what the context was, since you insist the context is so important, but now you're putting me on the spot and telling me about these videos that I had previously never heard of before, so I can't even watch them unless we just watch them on the stream I'm basically just forced to take your word for it that these are counterexamples to you, but I can't even tell you whether or not I agree or disagree, or even why I do that, because because you only just sent these to me right here and now, and I've only just now figured out that they even exist. This is the sort of thing you should have sent to me prior to this debate, just like how I sent you the Patrician TV's Oblivion's quick retrospective before we did the debate, so that you could familiarize yourself with it. So I don't think this is a fair counter-argument you're giving here, because I can't really comment on this because you're only just now bringing it up. So I'm sorry, but I don't see that as a valid argument. I have to dismiss this out of hand because I literally have no other choice, because you literally just didn't give it to me.
All right, well, let me get to this, because the other thing is you made a big deal that, I mean, I sent you 35 pages talking about New Vegas, and you also blew up at me towards the end because you weren't giving me your outline or general questions. And these videos have nothing to actually do with it. You can even see, look at the thumbnail, Dark Souls is overrated, or the Fallout one. Why I don't love Fallout New Vegas, or Obsidian, and it has an X over the New Vegas. The videos themselves are not the important part. These are videos that I actually recently just found within the last few days when I've been in the middle of shit. I'm sorry that I'm not at home all the time and can send you all this shit, but it's also not the main point. If you literally do a quick look through the comment section, which I'm not even saying you have to, I don't know why you're freaking out over it, but like, it's literally, you just have to look at the comment sections and understand it's just an example. I'm using this example that you can literally look at whatever. If you don't want to look at it, I'm not saying look at it, but you want these examples apparently now. So, okay, just because you're freaking out over the fact that I didn't link it. It's like, you didn't link me other stuff too. Yeah, you gave me some videos, but you didn't give me any of your proof. You have stuff that you're withholding. You literally told me that. You have points that you're withholding. So don't freak out at me just because I'm holding 2 videos that have literally very small amounts of, like, even fucking matter in this point. When you're literally freaking out, you're threatening to cancel the video or something because I wanted to get a point out just because you think that this is such a big point. It's literally not. Go through the comment section. What's that comment? Why I don't love New Vegas? Yeah, I'm not saying there's no toxicity. There's some people, but if you go through, there's some people who disagree and are like, okay, here's I disagree. And the guy isn't even an asshole about it. Oh, that first one? Yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke comment from a guy that's in the video. So I'm sorry, but like, yeah, he called the horde because, yeah, that's usually what happens. You can sit there and maybe use that as your point. Go ahead, but I'm sorry, but every fandom's gonna have people that, like, don't like people who shit on it. Like, you using that single comment, I'm guessing you didn't look through the rest of the comments, and I'm not saying you have to, but using that one comment and having a little, highlighting it and a little smirk on your face doesn't even give you a single point. So, alright, if that got a little too aggressive on your end, whatever, I know it wasn't aggressive, but you also freaked out over that when it's like I said, you didn't even let me finish when I was saying that they're not important to watch the video and before freaking out at me. So you need to really relax when I'm bringing up something like this, all right?
Well,
am I saying watch the video?
I was freaking out because we had agreed to no interruptions, and then you were just ignoring that rule just now.
And you've done it, and I'll do it right now. I'm going to interrupt you right now. You've done it in the beginning, and I've let you do it. Okay, I've done it a few times, and I'm getting tired of it. That's why I've been calling you out, and that's why I didn't do it, because if you're not going to follow it, I'm not going to follow it. Now, we're at a civil point right now. Okay, we're at civil point now, but you also need to understand, you also need to cut it out too. All right?
Well,
I'll call you on it now. I'm going to call it on you now.
When you call me on the interruption and then I realize that I was doing it, I usually stop.
Yeah, but yeah, that's when you call it, but you still do it. And one time I did do it, and you still continue talking, and I let you talk. There's certain times I'm going to let you do it, but when I'm going to interrupt you I was going to try to interrupt you and say, we don't have to watch the video. It's an example, and you freaked out. Okay, so we'll move on, because honestly, I don't care. I don't care about this. It's just saying that there's a reason why people don't like you. There's a reason your credibility is questionable. There's a reason people make videos on you. There's a reason people, in your words, harass you. It's because of the way you act towards them too, and even towards people who aren't aggressive towards you. You assume that everyone's out to get you, but that's not true, Acer. It's not true. They just want correct facts in videos. Like, the other thing is, like, I watched a lot of your videos. I watched your GTA 5 stream. I watched your Terraria first impressions. You say these games are shit, but they're objectively good games that have good reviews, healthy fan bases, and yeah, maybe there's a reason people are going to shit on you. I'm sorry to keep saying that people shit on you, because it's true, and there's reasons, Acer. We've been on this topic for like a long time, so I hope you're starting to maybe get a bit of a grasp on it. Like,
I just do not agree that I've just been toxic to people who have just tried to correct me. I've invited people to show emotionally neutral, just the facts corrections that I blew up in their face on, and so far nobody's ever managed to give any. And you still haven't given any.
I'm sorry, I haven't given any what?
Any examples of emotionally neutral, just the facts corrections that I blew up in their face on. Every one you've given me, I've been able to show this is why I considered it toxic.
Well, I also have a problem, because there are a few comments that when I first started talking to you were there that I was going to go back because I didn't save some, and you admit that you delete some. So I don't know if it's the person deleting them. I don't know if you deleted them. I don't know if it's YouTube who deleted them. So there are certain comments that I have. Let me look. I mean, there's one that on here. Hey, bud, you might have more immersion if you actually listen to the story, which objectively you didn't listen to the story. And your comment is, I listened to the story, and the story sucked ass. Okay, that's fine, but you don't have to be an asshole about it, because he's literally admitting that, because you admit that you didn't listen to the story. Especially after the Lonesome Road, you just killed your way through. You killed your way through the entire game. I'll send you multiple links. I'll send you several links of you killing multiple major factions, and you also want to claim that you played through the game. If we want to get back on New Vegas at all. So it's like, you can't claim that you are, I mean, like, all right, let me look in my comment, let me look in my the comments here. Because you seem to have a defense for every single one. All right, here's one from Monty Spa. You fucking Monty Spa. He's the most civil person that you've taught. He's even more civil than me. Hold on. Oh shit, I gotta actually send that, huh? Like, you literally call him a lying sack of shit immediately because he claimed you unfairly treated your fan base as a whole, but that doesn't qualify you to go immediately to fucking lying sack of shit, which seems to be your go-to.
Yeah, I never, because he very clearly said my fan base as a whole, and I never said or even implied that I treated my whole fan base like that. That's just him inserting arguments that I never made so that he can look justified when he refutes them. Yes, that is what he was doing. He was trying to accuse me of treating my whole fan base as a certain way, and so that he could say that I am being toxic for treating my whole fan base that way, and I was not treating my whole fan base that way.
All right. Well, you seem to think that whenever someone just states something that it's very biased. So this this just isn't going to work, because it seems like whenever I bring up a comment, you have your own defense. Like, I'll bring up the Bob Ross comment where he literally just says, okay, it's a couple of nitpicks, but he also tells you that you can recolor the game. And then you literally say, wow, sounds like someone's butthurt I didn't like the game. Do you want me to send this to you? So
sure.
You can also...
I already know, but I want it to be on screen for everyone else to see.
All right. Because again, you immediately attacked someone else who joined in who wasn't even in the beginning and called them New Vegas bootlickers when they're simply just defending.
Okay, here's how and again, this goes back to the same problem as with Jesus Hernandez earlier. Here's how I actually read this thing, and this time, bear in mind that the all capital letters have a huge impact on how I interpret this, because when you type something in all capital letters, that's supposed to be the equivalent of shouting in writing. So here's how I read this. This is just a collection of nitpicks. You're really complaining that the game is too brown? It's a Western! Westerns use sepia tone color grading! Not every game needs a Technicolor palette. So you can see how when I read this, especially how this is obviously taken as a snide and highly aggressive comment, and this time it's actually supported by the fact that he's typing in all capitals, which in writing is usually how you convey shouting. So yes, I interpreted that as a toxic comment. Only this time, unlike with Jesus Hernandez, I actually think he could have done a lot more. If he wanted it to be conveyed as a civil comment, he could have done a fucking lot more to actually convey it as a similar comment. As a civil comment. Sorry about that. So no, that guy was just being disrespectful to me. It is ridiculous. So no, I mean, just... You keep coming up with comment after comment. I've asked for emotionally neutral, just the facts corrections about, and he.
There's a second comment.
Let me
right down below. Sorry.
From the collector.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that comment. You immediately call them. I mean, he's a third party. He's saying literally he's not crying. He just wanted to. Why he didn't even really appear whiny or something, and then you actually go on at the very bottom. Yeah, well, you two are such New Vegas bootlickers. You probably would find every criticism I'm making this video to be a dumb nitpick. He's a third party. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's a pretty neutral example right there. So even if Bob Ross wasn't the most neutral, that example right there is neutral.
So in which of these two I can only see two of my comments here. Where does the word bootlicker appear?
No. Oh, no. Hold on. You clicked on the very second comment. I'm talking about in the first screenshot of the Bob Ross at the very bottom.
Okay. Yeah, well, you two are such new... Okay. What? No, I meant the guy... Okay, so when the collector comes to... and bear in mind, this comment thread was over a year ago, so I'm mostly just making an educated guess as to what I was thinking, because I don't even remember very much anymore. But when the collector came to Big Boss Bob Ross's defense, that basically signaled to me that he was siding with Big Boss Bob Ross, and therefore was being just as toxic by association as he was.
That's the problem, though. You seem to take that everyone who is against you is on a side that's toxic. Like, that guy was simply a third party. Like, you can't assume that just because someone comments is that they're like, he isn't sitting there saying you're wrong, he's right. But he did just simply point out that the guy never cried, and he only pointed out something. Like, I don't know. Again, you're not going to get this. It's not going to get through to you, and I know that's the case, but you just...
No, just let me say this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I was interrupting you, it seemed like you were essentially done anyway. I will do my level best, and I cannot make any guarantees. I will do my level best to take this advice under advisement in the future. Is that good enough for you?
I don't think under advisement is a decent enough.
I'm still gonna have to make a case by case determination.
Well, I don't know what that means, because you said something along those lines in the Monty Spa stream, which, you know, let me look up how long the Monty Spa stream was ago. Like
3 hours 52 minutes.
No, I don't. Not the. I want to see how long ago it was uploaded. It was May. Yeah, so 7 months ago. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen much of a change. Like you said, I'll concede and I'll think of that, and you almost sound like it just isn't getting through to you. And this is gonna sound bad, but there's a guy named Chris Chan out there who said the same thing constantly for years. I'll think about that. I'll get to that. And he keeps saying it like that, and he never changed his views. She, I guess, you know, after a few years. And it seems like you aren't going to take this into consideration at all, because just like in Monty's Spa stream with the same argument, you haven't really made any improvements besides your correction series, but that also came out incredibly condescending and like an asshole. So, okay, what is it that you're gonna take under advisement or whatever?
I'm going to try and consider the possibility that that these comments might not have been as toxic or snide or disrespectful as I initially have read them.
Okay. I just, like, the one big thing is you just need to, now, especially now that there's a spotlight on you, and you know there's a spotlight on you over these last few months or whatever, because not because of anyone else, mostly because of you lashing out, but, like, you also need to just relax. Take that into consideration, especially when you're commenting in the future, when there's people making videos about you, when there's anything of that. Take in consideration that maybe not everything's toxic. Maybe some of it is constructive. Maybe it's just showing that you're wrong. Not all of it is toxic and meant out to get you. All right.
Do you agree that Kritosis was toxic as hell?
I'm not gonna say yes or no on that. I haven't watched the entire stream. He has a very good points, but calling him toxic after, and I also don't understand. Your whole thing is that, like, you want Kritosis to be toxic, but he's not even the one that said the bleach thing. It was Pagan. And even then, it's like, okay, they have some edgy jokes. I don't know everything. I think it's dumb to say you linked, like, I didn't know who they were before you linked them to me. You linked me directly a timestamp to them calling you a retard and a paste-eating retard and all that shit. Of course they're going to look toxic right there, but in full context of your, you know, like, I wouldn't go to those levels. I'll say it's a little messed up to insult someone, but at the same time, when they're there for hours and hours at a time, disagreeing with your points, I mean, it's not like every person is going to be the most civil after that time. You know, so I'm not going to sit here and say that they weren't toxic, but I'm also I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, they were so toxic, they should be ashamed. Because who fucking cares? Like, yeah, they were a little mean to you, but they also had good points if you also watched it. I know you don't want to hear that. I know you think anyone on Kritosis' side, 0.1%, is toxic, but this isn't being on his side at all either, so I hope you don't think that. I'm not going to sit there and say they were toxic, but you also need to understand there's people out there that, yeah, they're going to be a little insulting. Not everyone's super nice. Don't expect that, especially on the internet.
Okay.
All right. So I think, all right, well, I've rattled you on this point for quite some time. Do you? Well, it's 12 o'clock. All right. I guess we got a little more time before you wanted to take a break, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're in the Eastern time zone. I'm in the Central time zone,
yeah.
So I thought that that our lunch break should be halfway between noon for you and noon for me. So I decided like 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central. So we got 30 more minutes. Let's have an ad break real quick.
Okay.
All right, and we are back. Now, before we complete this, before we move on to the next section, there is one last thing that I'd like to point out, and that is this. This is Jim Sterling's video game discourse, more broken than Cyberpunk, and in it basically shows that the thing that I mentioned, the fact that I just don't like the game, I maintain that this is the primary reason behind that. It's literally just because I don't like the same games as you, and I think that not just because of the comments that I have received, but also because of the comments that nearly every video game reviewer sees. This video, it contains a lot of Jim Sterling's commentary, but it's also a compilation of stories and events that have happened of people who didn't completely kiss the game's ass, who have received harassment, death threats, and even seizure videos. So, I mean, if you say that it's not just because I don't like the same games as you do, but at the same time, the problem, it's not even remotely unique to me. That problem isn't, everybody, nearly everybody has to deal with harassment from people who don't like the same games as them. So you say that it's not just because I go off on people who are just trying to correct me. It's not even me that's the sole problem here. So I just wanted to say that. So unless you have something you would like to retort on that, I think we can now move on, please.
I mean, I just want to say, like I've said a few times before, there's obviously going to be, like, in that video, there's crazy people that, yeah, they do attack their reviewers, or they do dox them, or send that seizure shit, or whatever, and those people are lunatics. Like, there's always going to be lunatics in a large community of people. That's why it's like, if you look at a large community of people in the real world, like, yeah, there's probably one crazy person out there with a gun, but everyone else should be mostly fucking sane. Like, yeah, there's going to be some nutty people. There's going to be people that are going to really not like your opinion, and that's just, like, that's okay. That's the amount of people that are, like, that's a small section of people. I mean, if you look at your New Vegas video, now, I don't necessarily know how much actual hate you technically have. Again, you have your dislikes. You had your dislikes disabled for a while before YouTube decided to, fully disable them. But it has 13K views. So out of how many of those views were people actually toxic? And obviously you can't answer that since you don't actually have the numbers. But I'm just saying, like, it can't be that. Like, it's not 13K. Not every person is a mean-spirited being that's going to sit there and trash you. Some people, even in the comment section, just shows that they just want to correct you. So it's like, yes, it's not only with you, but there is a reason why you get a good portion of it, and it's because you defend your your misleading or wrong information. You defend it to a fault, and then when you do decide to concede and get it out there and be like, all right, I was wrong, you kind of get snarky with it. And you're like, well, even though I admit I was wrong here, I was still right about this. I mean, that's your point about, in your correction for the Enclave and Ulysses, it's like, at the end, you're right. Again, you say, if it helps you sleep at night, but then you also say that this small nitpicky error is fixed, but that doesn't change the fact that the Divide or the Lonesome Road DLC should be free to play. It's not even worth that. It's like, that's pretty snarky, condescending, and a bit of a dick move right there. And it's like, so yeah, it's not just because you don't like the game. Yeah, there's a portion to that, but it's also because of the way you act. So that's just kind of what I wanted to finish that up on.
People usually just correct me and don't become snarky and uncivil about it. I would like to think that my responses to them were likewise just as neutral.
You do have sometimes have a neutral tone, but those neutral tones are usually when you're just linking a video which doesn't hit the point that the person's making, which is why I was also showing that timestamp comment earlier, which just goes to show that you really don't hit on the point that the people make, and that's when you're friendly. And when you are friendly, yeah, it's usually to people that do enjoy your content. You star or like the comment. It's just like, I don't know.
Okay.
That's just the examples.
Okay,
I know we wanted to finish off this point.
I think you're only focusing on the points that support your theory and ignoring all the points that don't. But I mean, yeah.
Tell me what I'm ignoring.
Give me just a minute. Let me pull up the Okay, let me scroll down to the comment section a bit. Okay. Right here with Rick. Now, I didn't respond to him because he didn't really give me anything that I could. And this is just the first one, right underneath my pinned comment. So this didn't take me long at all to find. He wasn't toxic. He didn't give me much that I could respond to, which is why I didn't respond to it. But he wasn't toxic either, so I just let it sit there. Okay, let's find one that I actually responded to. Okay, that's Imperious Dudes. We already discussed that one. Okay, that's not... Okay, bad example. Okay, yes, I hearted this I have never seen Stephen Laws on my channel before. He's not a I mean, I don't recognize him. He's certainly not a regular commenter. But the fact that he disagrees with my opinion, I just hearted this comment, and as you can see, I left one of these 6 thumbs ups he got, and I just left it at that. Good, you disagree with me. Great, you do you. Okay, let's try this. Let's try another one. Imagine living in a hostile... Yeah, this was also a very, I could also tell this was a bit of a snide comment. Like, imagine living in a hostile wasteland and wearing... Like, dude, just... learn to accept dissenting opinions, okay? I honestly read that as a bit of a snide comment. Here's another one. Dao Yang. I find New Vegas more enjoyable purely because of the branching narratives and there are almost no restrictions. Okay, sure, great. Yeah, you do you. I mean, when I heart the comment, I usually consider that as the equivalent of I don't have anything else. I don't have anything more substantial to say, but thanks for commenting. And please comment some more. I usually try to, whenever I just heart the comment, that's usually what I intend to convey to that person. Hey, bud, you might have more immersion if you actually listened to the story. Yeah, when I said I listened to the story and the story sucked ass, that I was just telling him what my opinion was. I wasn't trying to be snarky at him. That's just one of those things where text doesn't convey tone and inflections as well as... That's just one of those things where written and spoken language is so different. So yeah, I wasn't trying to be snarky at him. I was just telling him, yes, I did actually listen to the story and it sucked. And he replied, and that's fine. I know you won't, but I sincerely think the story gets far more in-depth and complex the more you talk to people of the Mojave. And I left that comment. It wasn't a toxic comment. It was just one where we had a civil disagreement. So yeah, we keep going down the list of comments, and yeah, if people are saying, if people are not toxic to me, if I don't interpret their comments as snide, toxic, and disrespectful, I will simply agree to disagree and leave it at that. I mean, I just showed you several examples of people having non-toxic civil disagreements with me, and I let it slide. I mean, I personally responded to it, but I still had the thing. I still, I just allowed the engagement, and I mean, why do I have to respond personally to it if there's nothing substantive for me to say? Are you starting to say that? Are you starting to see this?
I'm not saying, all right. So I'm not saying that you don't have like times where you let people talk. Like there's obviously people who will say their opinion, and it's like, yeah, I don't understand why. Like, don't think that it's a good thing that you're not censoring people. Like, don't, like, yeah, you're letting people leave comments there and like hearting them. It's like, okay, I understand that, but like, it's. I'm having a hard time understanding your side, because it's not like I'm arguing that there aren't times that you're completely civil or just fine and you allow people to have changing opinions. I'm not saying you do that. I'm not saying that you're sitting here being like, oh, like you can't have this opinion. But the thing is, it's not like these people that are also like writing to you. Like, I'm not trying to say that every person is toxic. I'm not saying you're toxic every time, but it's just like, I just have to say a lot of the times when people correct you, like some of these people, like if you do say, like you literally can't respond to the Rick person. Okay, so what? You can't respond to them. That's fine. The Steven person, I absolutely love New Vegas for many of the same reasons you dislike it. Again, you can't really talk much. Okay, yeah, you have to heart it. I find New Vegas more enjoyable. This is the Dow comment. You can't respond to it. But the times that you are actually able to respond, if we were to find one that actually has, again, you would probably be a little condescending. Now, this is a point, I mean, it's whatever. This point is just, it's something that I know we're not gonna see eye to eye on it. You've admitted that you choose when you cut off reading comments at certain times and videos and criticism. It's very obvious that, yes, you might think that you're taking criticism well. It's obvious to everyone else that you really aren't, and I want you to see that. Because if you just decided to take the criticisms and take it at face value, don't let things be personal, you know? Like, you're taking the words that people write too personal, especially when some of them are good criticism. Like, just, do a little bit more research so you don't have to go back and do corrections and hurt your credibility. That's a fair criticism. That isn't toxic. That's not mean. That's just someone wanting you to do better work. But, like, if you see everyone that is just going to correct you, that is going to talk about your video, that isn't saying, wow, great video, as someone that is, like, against you, don't have that mentality. Don't have the mentality of you versus everyone else that doesn't have the same opinion, because that's your problem. I think you have a big problem of taking things personally and thinking everyone's against you, when in fact there's a lot of people who just don't give a shit.
Yeah, and if more people were to word it like you just did, I'd probably be a lot more receptive to it. Instead, they tend to word it in a very condescending and disrespectful tone, so of course I'm gonna respond and retort with similar levels of I don't give a fuckness.
Well, that's fine, but then you say that's fine, but then the few examples, like the Bob Ross comment, again, he made a small, like, complaint that you nitpicked, and then you immediately called him a whiny baby, and then complained and everything. And I don't want to go back to it, because if we keep going in circles, this is never going to get done. But you just have to understand that, like, not everyone is out to get you, and just because they have a bit of a snark, like, not even snark at times. Like, again, like you said, sometimes you just don't read it correctly. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you think it's toxic, and it's not. And then you send a snarky comment, and then you wonder why you get snark in response. I don't know. All right, that's it. That's my final point. I'm not going to have this go on all day or anything.
Okay, the next section on the list. What's the chip for?
Hold on. All right, sorry. No, I was reading something. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to keep running in circles. I'm sorry, but some things just needed to just don't get through, and I just want to have it. We can get to, I guess, before the break or something, really quick, the Legion, because you say the Legion is just nothing, because that's just a quick point in the fact of not doing various story branches. You didn't do the Legion quest, which is fine. A lot of people don't. It's underdeveloped. I will give you that. It's underdeveloped, and they do look bad. They look like, yeah, they're a bit bloodthirsty, but I have a big point. You're Nipton. The Nipton part, where you say that they're so bloodthirsty that they only kill and do the lottery because the town was running a business. Like, no, like, there's things in game that show that they aren't just black and white. Like,
what's the timestamp in that of my video where that happens?
For what, the Nipton?
For the running a business thing.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Let me go to my script thing. It's pretty early, I think. It's right into the factions. Hold on.
I really should have added chapters into this video.
It's fine. It's around like 37 minutes. 1 second.
Okay, I just switched to the start of the factions section.
Okay, there's a smaller section.
I think I found it.
Okay. I'm just trying to get, like, the full context. You can go to like 3658 if you want, or like right around there, because that's right when it goes.
Alright, let's do this.
Losers being crucified. This is absolutely appalling, but hey, maybe the people of Nipton were absolute savages. Maybe they were so cruel and sadistic that they make the disciples from Fallout 4's Nuka World DLC look like civilized gentlemen by comparison. Hell, the leader of this battalion of Legion soldiers, Vulpes and Colta, even claims that their actions were justified because of how deeply this town's moral sickness flowed. So I might be willing to accept such savage treatment if the punishment actually fit the crime. So tell me, what was this town's crime? Did they eat grown men and women before throwing their babies into the air and shooting them out of the sky while giggling? And did they likewise hold a lottery to determine who suffered this fate, thus making the Legion's treatment of them a case of an eye for an eye? Tell me, Vulpes, what exactly was their crime?
Nipton was a wicked place, debased and corrupt. It served all comers, so long as they paid.
Are you fucking serious? The biggest crime you can charge them with is running a business.
Alright, now, I already know what a lot of people are gonna say about that. It was not... they say that it wasn't the fact that the reason that Nipton was destroyed isn't the fact that they were running a business, it's the fact that they conspired with the Legion to trap the Legion's enemies, and because Nipton agreed to partake in that, they were destroyed for that reason. I don't see that as that doesn't make any sense in the game, though. Here's the thing. People often say that it was because Nipton agreed to that trap, but by the time Nipton agreed to that, the Legion had already decided to spring the trap. So that couldn't have been what motivated the Legion to destroy the city, because by the time Nipton agreed to have that happen, Legion had already agreed to do that. So that doesn't make any sense at all.
So the Legion, I mean, they wanted to trap people, and they saw how corrupt Nipton was. So it's like, with Nipton being as corrupt as it was, and I know you say that optional content or stuff that's behind like terminals or environmental storytelling, it needs to be in front of you, but like this example right here goes to show that you just needed more time and actually looking through stuff to understand it. Because if you go into the big building right there, essentially the main town hall for Nipton, you can actually go to a terminal and understand that Nipton was essentially having powder gangers, I think during the day come, and then at night was the NCR. And then the fact that they are disloyal enough to each side to decide to spring a trap, and because they're so disloyal, Nipton is so disloyal and so disgusting, why should they? They obviously, like, Vulpes wanted to show the fact that they're so corrupt and discipline, and show that like there's reasons, there's consequences, and just it's not that they were just bloodthirsty. It's not like they just came in and were like, well, man, these people fucking suck, you know, they're running a business or whatever, let's kill them. But like you have, like, there's a lot more to it. It's not just black and white that they wanted to kill them. It's a big reason that they decided that they saw that Nipton being so the fact that they were so easily able to betray us, the amount of the people coming in, and just essentially a loss of lives that they don't care about. Why the fuck should the Legion care? The Legion will just go ahead and show that disloyalty just brings this consequence. Like, and on top of that, it's like the Legion is doing terror tactics. Like they're doing this. They're being hardcore with this punishment because they're doing terror tactics. They want to scare people. They're in the middle of a war. So it's just, to me, it just seemed a little weird that on screen it literally says the reason. It literally says that they decided to do that. Any person that had caps were essentially welcome here, good or bad. Even the Legion, they decided to do They literally did a deal with the devil, which is the Legion, there to round everyone up. And then they were surprised when the fucking devil fucked them over? I don't know. It just seems like it's not the most black and white like you're putting it to be.
Well, that's just it. They are the devil. That is not morally... There's nothing morally ambiguous about the devil. He's just evil. And that's the thing.
Okay. All right.
That's the thing. This game is supposed to portray all of these factions as having some flaws, but also some strengths. But the game only presents the Legion as these morally unambiguous, pure evil, sadistic savages. Before I played this game, one of the things I had heard from cultural osmosis was the fact that you can make a strong case for any one of the main factions being the best choice for the Mojave, and yet the Legion just do not seem like an even arguably good faction. That was my biggest gripe with this section. Yeah, they were called... It wasn't... I mean, if the Legion are just supposed to be morally unambiguous, pure evil, sadistic fuckwads, that's fine. I mean, I played the Elder Scrolls games. They got the Dark Brotherhood. I play Final Fantasy. People like Exdeath and Sephiroth and Yevon. Oh yeah, those are all pure evil motherfuckers who leave trails of dead bodies and burnt villages in their wake. Yes, this isn't that. I don't care. But the problem isn't so much that the Legion are unambiguously evil. The problem is that the game's marketing and fan base portray this game as having main factions that aren't unambiguously evil. So it's less about the game itself and more about what I was expecting. It's one of those things where you hype the game up too much. I'm going to hold it to impossible standards kind of thing, because I was expecting moral ambiguity on par with what I can get from Dragon Age Origins. That was a game that had lots of moral ambiguity, no clear right or wrong answers, and I loved it. But if the game you want to have a game where the villains are unambiguously evil, fine. Have a game where, like in Final Fantasy, where the villains are unambiguously evil. Just don't fucking lie to me and say that the Legion actually is morally ambiguous when it's really not. That was my biggest complaint with that section.
Okay, I mean, I can understand you seeing the Legion as just evil. Like, I completely get that, because, as you said, you didn't play through the game, but you would actually see a lot more of the gray morality as, who said it in chat? Aquatics. I can't speak.
Autumn Leaves in the Wind?
No. Above them.
Aquaquatica.
Yeah, that's the person whose name I didn't want to butcher earlier, and I already did. But they said, like, if you listen to Caesar, if you talk to Caesar and listen to his philosophy and the reason he's doing it, and he thinks he's right. He really thinks he's right in doing it, and he's obviously flawed. There's flaws to it. You know, they aren't meant to be the good guys. Like, obviously, Obsidian made them to be the obvious worse guys. Like, yeah, but there is moral ambiguity to them still. Just because they're bad guys doesn't mean everything they do is just evil. And I think even Autumn said earlier, the devil isn't pure evil, haha. But in reality, he isn't just pure evil. Yes, he's a bad guy, but like the comparison still kind of fits, because yes, they're bad guys, they do bad things, but there is shit in very small things that there's a good reason for. You know, like I don't personally like the Legion. I don't think I've sided with them once. And personally, again, they're underdeveloped to a fault. Like, it's a problem. It's because Obsidian didn't have enough time, and if they had more time, it would be easier to argue this. So you're not wrong with them necessarily being the bad guys, because yeah, the good guys aren't going to be rapists, slavers, but there's also a reason why you hear about them being this bad. There's reasons, because you're supposed to hear about how bad they are, and then if you talk to Caesar and everyone in the fort, you'll understand a bit of their side. So I don't know. It just seems like you didn't. Again, it comes down to you not playing enough of the game, which is fine, and it's very obvious that's why you have this view, but this is also a wrong view.
Well,
I'm
here's
not
the
saying your
here's
point
the-
is invalid, but I am saying that your point, your view is very short-sighted when you don't play into it. And even the Templin Institute video, that doesn't talk about Caesar. That doesn't have any of his actual commentary in it. It's simply what they think he's saying, you know? And so it's not even a good argument that you say you did a little bit of research, but the best research you could have done is either play or just go on YouTube and type in Caesar's dialogue.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, even if that stuff is in the game somewhere, I would still argue that that's a failing of the game's storytelling, and here's the reason why. Because if you're going to make something in the game optional, then the main part of the game, the parts you have to do in order to complete it, needs to be written on the assumption that the player didn't do the optional content. And even in my Final Fantasy retrospective series, which I'm enjoying the Final Fantasy games, even though I'm playing them for the first time, but I still take those games to task when they put story crucial information inside optional stuff that you don't actually have to do. Like in Final Fantasy IV, how did Yang survive his own explosion? Like, he was trapped inside a room that when something blew up, how did he survive? If you do a side quest, you can find that out, but if you don't do that side quest, Yang just shows up later, alive and well. That I really did in my Final Fantasy IV retrospective, I really did criticize the game for not having that explanation. In Final Fantasy VII, Cloud, the main character in that game, has a lot of his backstory that's mysterious, and a lot of attention is drawn to how mysterious his backstory is, but only about half of those questions that they raise actually get answered. My understanding is that the other half of his backstory is supposed to have been explored in some optional side quest, but the fact that the main quest makes his mysterious backstory makes such a big deal out of his mysterious backstory. But then the payoff for that mystery gets locked away in optional content, and that I didn't do because because I never noticed it. It never occurred to me to go and do it. So I said that was a valid criticism of that game as well. The fact that story crucial information didn't actually make it into the story unless you actively sought it out. So I'm going to hold Caesar's Legion to the same standards here. You say that there's at least some tiny amount of morally gray to their actions. Well, if that's going to be an important part of the game, then that needs to be mandatory content. So, in Fight Mage, true, but you also called Uematsu a shit composer a lot, so I don't know how much I can trust your critical analysis abilities. Yeah, I do believe that Uematsu, the composer for Final Fantasy, is a shit composer. Yeah, I find his music to be quite underwhelming. Deal with it. Anyway, the Legion... The game could easily have presented the Legion as morally gray in various points when I'm when I actually have to interact with them as part of the main story, but they didn't. And because they didn't include that and they didn't make that mandatory, I didn't experience it, and so I consider that to be a genuine failing of storytelling. So does that make sense?
I don't know if it necessarily makes sense, seeing as, I mean, the thing here is that Caesar's Legion is actually, like, yes, it's optional if you do the NCR path and everything, but it's also a main faction. It's a main part of the story which you didn't do, which it's fine that you don't understand, but you also can't have this opinion and say that they didn't give it to you when you can actually have an entire section of the Legion. It's like, just because you didn't do it doesn't mean that it's a fault of the developers or anything. You know, it's just like Autumn said. Autumn literally just said, main story really shouldn't have to show you every single thing, otherwise all the side quests would be mandatory. It's like, okay, yeah, so do you really want to do all the side quests? It's like, no, to get all context, you have to do other stuff in the game. Like, there's a reason why it's not so like just black and white and everything, because a lot of the morality comes through when you see stuff through the side quests and everything. You know, just yes, things might seem black and white to you because yeah, you're being fed a very biased opinion in game. Like if you play the NCR path, don't you think you're going to be getting hit with an NCR propaganda and essential cover-ups? Like they're not going to, higher ups of the NCR are not going to be talking about the Bitter Spring massacre that they had when NCR literally killed unarmed women and children and elderly. Like they're not going to talk about that, and that's one big fault on you thinking that the NCR is a good faction when there's stuff like that happens. You know, that's something that you missed that probably would have played a little more on the morality of the NCR and everything. But again, you not doing that optional content hurts your credibility when you're making claims about this game. And okay, yeah, so what? You didn't get to it, but you also didn't play a lot of the game to see a lot of this. You didn't understand why the Caesar's Legion is so feared, or even other parts where there's some people who admit that, okay, they have some things right. Like there's two companions that one begrudgingly, Cassidy will admit that, okay, it's a little safer for merchants in the Caesar's Legion. Yeah, that's a point right there. You didn't hear that. But it's just like, I don't know. You seem to think that everything needs to be laid out in front of you in the game. It needs to be told to you, but that's just not true. That's not even how real life works. You have to do a little bit of digging and research in real life before you truly get the context of everything.
I disagree, but I'll give my retort after lunch because it's past time for that.
All right, but I don't appreciate you cutting me off for the lunch when I'm in the middle of my point.
Well,
so can I finish that? Let me finish that first, and then we can get to lunch.
Okay.
Because I was just gonna say it's just ridiculous that you want the game to tell you everything, that you want them to be like, well, this is why they're not so bad. But it's just like if you played some more of the content, you could actually get firsthand experience and not have to be told why. You could see why and not claim that it's not being told to you. That's fine. I cut it off quickly just because I know you probably want to get lunch.
We'll come back in an hour, so it'll be 12:40 p.m. Central Time Zone, 1:40, not 30, 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time Zone. We'll come back, and we'll continue this debate.
Oh,
so
boy.
I guess
right.
I'll see you guys in an hour. Thank you. Everybody, welcome back. We're back from a lunch intermission. Okay. Now, in the next one, I think the next one on the list was factions being old world mirrors.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I thought that was a little further down.
I'm just going on the list. I'm just going off the list you gave me.
Oh, hold on. Actually, you actually did skip a little bit. You actually skipped the chip, like the importance of the chip, and not doing the various story branches. But we kind of talked about those. We don't gotta like harp on them too much. But literally, I was just gonna say, I guess this kind of also goes into your other sections that we're gonna get into. So if you want to wait for the chip part,
well,
kind of with the Boone and Ulysses part.
Here's the thing. I do have something I want to say about the chip. It was not explored in the NCR path, and that's why I pointed out in my video that it was never explained why exactly the chip was so important. And the thing is, the chip still actually played an important role in the NCR path. It's just that role was never properly explained in the NCR path. Specifically, the chip is what caused Benny to try and kill you at the start of the game, and because of that, it's what sets the events of the game into motion. So even in the NCR path, where the chip isn't actually used in the main quest, it's still an important part of the story because it's literally what sets the story up. So the fact that the NCR quest never actually explains what the chip does, I'm sorry, but that is a failure of storytelling. That would be like if the Harry Potter franchise just never bothered to explain why Voldemort tried to kill Harry as a baby, other than just Harry being evil. Hello, Ghost Wolf, welcome back to the stream. Anyway, it would be, I mean, because if it's literally the whole reason there is a story in the first place, then that is important to the story and therefore needs to be explained. So the fact that the platinum chip isn't properly explained in the NCR path is still a failure of the story, and I stand by that just as a matter of principle.
All right, so all right, so the chip doesn't necessarily play the biggest role in the NCR path, and all right, so you didn't get to see it, but I would still have to argue that why wouldn't you want to look out for it? Why do you think that someone would kill you, like try to kill you over the chip if it's really just not that important thing? Because like I'll tell you right now, like I know you just don't know. I'm not gonna like this isn't against you. I'm just telling you, the chip is literally the way for you to open up a fort. At Caesar's, the fort that Caesar is in, you open up a bunker, and you can go down there and you can essentially start up a bunch of new Securitrons. Like, you know those robots that go around New Vegas, the Strip? That's essentially there so you can also upgrade them. So you get a large amount of them, and that opens up the amount to also get a large army of them. So now the NCR doesn't know of it. And if I'm being honest, you say it's bad storytelling, but I'd argue that it's realistic storytelling, that if a faction doesn't know of something, of this, I mean, literally no one besides Mr. House knows what the chip does. Like, I'll tell you, no one but Mr. House knows what the chip does before you decide to fuck around with it, until you go down there and show them. Mr. House is the only person who knows. Even Yes Man, who is a Securitron, doesn't know until he gets the chip and analyzes it. So it would make sense that a faction like the NCR, who doesn't even know that the chip really exists, wouldn't even care about it. Like, they would just continue doing what they're doing. So yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah, you know of the chip, but you don't know the importance of it. But as a player, not as the courier or in the universe, you would think that someone who enjoys story, like you claim, would enjoy to go looking for the story behind the chip. Why is it so important? And that would lead you down a pretty interesting rabbit hole of quests and general story, but you claim it doesn't do anything. And you even got to New Vegas before you did the Lonesome Road DLC, which you claimed that's the point where you said, fuck this game, I'm just going to beeline it for the end. So, like, you didn't even look into it. Like, yeah, okay, the NCR path doesn't tell you it, but then that's also a fault on you for not looking at the optional content. Like, yeah, it's optional content, sure, but, like, do you really want to play a game and do a fairly bare bones playthrough of it and then complain about it? I mean, that's what you did. Because the chip is explained in, I mean, like, 2 of the 4, really, but the Caesar is on top of the bunker. I mean, you go there, he's like, what the hell is this about? And you realize the chip fits. So it's like, it's kind of 3 of the 4 main paths of the game have an explanation of it.
Well, I mean, at the same time, I mean, if the NCR branch doesn't have an explanation for the whole reason there's even a story in the first place, then I still consider that, just on principle, to be I mean, they could have included even so much as a throwaway line explaining what the chip does, and which wouldn't have even derailed the NCR story. But if the NCR path just leaves the player wondering what the whole point of that shooting at the start was, then just on principle, that's bad storytelling, and I think that is something that a person who is contemplating a purchase of this game has the right to be forewarned about. And when you look at it from that perspective, you can see how my not doing anything but the NCR path, not doing any of the other 3 paths, you can start to see how that can provide a fairly unique perspective because it highlights a problem with the NCR path that most 100%ers probably wouldn't have noticed or picked up on. So when you look at it from that perspective, you can start to see that my any percent playthrough actually provides a very unique but still equally valuable perspective on the game. So it clearly is not just something that renders my opinion completely invalid. It actually helps to highlight some faults that 100%ers probably wouldn't have noticed.
I mean, like, alright, I'll give you that, like, your a blind perspective, like a brand new perspective on the game, is it's interesting to hear about. But I also have to say that at this section here of not like, most people will do the optional content, like even if they don't necessarily enjoy the game in to an incredible degree like some people do. People would still be interested enough to go out of their way to figure it out, because it's like the NCR quest. It's not it brings you to so many places, so there's so many other way, like there's so much depth to this game, and that would bring people there. But you just doing the bare minimum, like, you really can't tell me that you didn't do the bare minimum part when it came down to meeting the factions or the family on all the casinos, because you say you tried to do it peacefully with the cons, but you walked in, and when they were like, well, tell me why I should follow the NCR, you straight up said, do it or I'll kill them, in your commentary. And then when he said no, you killed him. You literally killed every single person. But you also didn't even let that get through. Like, you don't understand, not letting the game play through, not doing a little bit of extra content before you make up your mind kind of hurts you. You know, and it's like, you missed out on a really good story that you probably would have enjoyed. And I'm not saying go back and do it, because you're obviously not. But, like, if you decided to play a little bit more, and I'm just saying, like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. A blind person wouldn't know specific things to do, and that's obvious, but I would also expect someone playing through the game blindly to have at least a little bit of critical thinking enough to go and be like, huh, that interesting thing, the chip got me almost killed in the beginning. Let me figure out what it does. And it's like, yeah, if you follow the other paths, that's what happens. But you don't even have to go the other paths to find it out. Like, you can completely go the NCR route, but also figure out what the chip does and everything, you know? Like, it just seems like an excuse that you're sitting there and saying, well, it's just because Greek cons aren't people, they don't get the peaceful ending. I mean, yeah, but they don't get a peaceful ending, but it's better than just massacring them just because they said no. I don't know. It seems like you have the excuse of, well, it didn't show it to me. It's not on the main quest, or at least not for you at the time. But, like, don't you understand that's kind of why also people give you shit for it? Because even in the beginning, you had the thing that's saying in-depth analysis. Like, I know you titled it retrospective, but your video, like, probably if I go to the front, it says Acer Thorn in-depth analysis and whatever. I think that's, your banner even says it, your description says it. So it's like, yes, it's a retrospective. You can argue people are taking your retrospective out of context in a way. But, like, I'm literally looking at your thing, Acer Thorn, let's play an in-depth analysis, and I'm watching a retrospective, and you don't know what the chip does? Like, I'm sorry, I would expect someone to at least just understand. Like, you literally just had to do some research. You didn't even have to say that it's not explained at all. Or you could say it wasn't explained to me. Say it wasn't explained to me in my playthrough, not that it wasn't explained at all.
Well, honestly, at that point, I think you're splitting hairs because I didn't phrase it in the exact way you would have preferred, which at that point is mostly just arguing semantics. But you mentioned the cons. Basically, let's bear in mind that at that point I was in full-on fuck this game mode. So I went up to the cons and I gave them one chance to sort this out peacefully. And when they refused, I was like, okay, fine. You want to do this the hard way? Pow. Yeah, I'll admit to that. Yeah, because at that point, I honestly didn't give a fuck.
Well, you say that you give them a chance, but you literally didn't. Like, you don't know why. Why did they say no? Why do you think they said no? Tell me what your reasoning on why you think they said no was.
Well, I'll tell you exactly how many fucks I give about the reason why they said no. And that answer is 0.
Well, here's the thing, Aether. Many people don't give a fuck, along with me. I don't give a fuck what you think, that you don't like the cons. I just give a fuck at the fact that you're saying that you tried giving them a peaceful option, and yet you didn't. You literally, you were in fuck this game mode, but, like, who cares? In your video, you literally say, like, I don't even think it's even a section in my script, but I remember it, where you're like, oh, I tried to do it. They didn't do it, so I killed them, but you didn't give the context. You didn't say that you were in fuck this game mode. You said that you tried doing it, they didn't listen, and you killed them. But you literally didn't do anything with them. You literally walked in, hey, work with the people that just massacred your children and family that were unarmed. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. Why the hell would I do that? All right, and you literally massacre them. Like, all right, yeah, you were in fuck this game mode, but in your video, you also explained that, well, this was an issue because I, went to the cons and they didn't want to be peaceful. And it's like, because you didn't let them try to be peaceful. If you literally walked out, the door, the second in command would literally confront you, and you would have to do a quest. And like you said, you were in fuck this game mode. You wouldn't have done the quest anyway. I know you wouldn't have. But the thing is, you didn't let them give you the quest. You didn't let them have a possibility of the peaceful option, and that hurts you. That hurts you, especially when it comes down to playing through the game. Like, this whole section we're talking about, like, yeah, we started on the chip, but we are talking about you just not paying attention here. Like, you aren't playing enough of the, like, hold on, where are we right now on this outline? Okay, yeah, so you aren't not doing various story branches. You didn't do the con branches. You didn't do any of the casino branches. You walked in, Kachino said, what the fuck you look like, questioning for, and then you actually massacred them. You went into the Ultralux to get a dress for Veronica, and then you massacred them after you said off screen you did all the gambling. Like, I don't know, maybe you had a video where you went into the Ultralux, but it seems like you just, like I said, killed every single person, and this is a criticism, especially when you had, like, okay, yeah, you say I'm splitting hairs when, earlier when I was, like, making very specific things about your in-depth analysis, but you also can't say that you went into this game.
Time out. Captain Tech, what we doing? We're having a debate on my retrospective on my YouTube channel about Fallout New Vegas. Civility is trying to defend this game, and I'm trying to defend my criticism and explain why I think it sucks.
Can I also just say, I know I'm cutting you off, but you also are saying my name wrong, and I'm kind of offended at that since we've been talking for a month. My name is Skibbity, not Shibbity.
Shibbity.
So,
sorry.
Yeah, so thank you. I didn't call you. I thought it was an accident before, but I wanted to say that because.
Okay.
On top of that, Captain Tech, it's literally in the title. I'm sorry, but I don't think I needed to be cut off in the middle of that just to answer something that's in the title. I'm sorry, but I think that's a little unnecessary.
So where were you?
Yeah, where was I? Let me get back into it. So, essentially just not paying enough attention, because it's like, alright, it's fine, you say that you played through the game, but when people criticize you for, like, even when I go back and, like, look at Imperius's Studios comment, if you look at that comment, like, he says you need to play through the game, and I'm not going to go back to the whole criticism thing, even though I kind of want to, but the reason he says you didn't play the game is literally because you can't say you played through the game in a decent way. You literally, like you said, fuck this game after you got through the Lonesome Road DLC, which you didn't do any of the main quests except get to New Vegas up to that point and the DLC. So you really can't say you played any of the game, gave it a fair shot before going into fuck this game mode like you say.
Well, at the same time, I mean, the reason I went into fuck this game mode is because the DLCs ended up being shit. And I'm gonna be the first to admit, yes, I hold the DLCs to a higher standard than I hold the base game because you're paying extra for them. So if they don't live up to the bar, then I hold them to a higher bar than I would the base game, and if they don't reach that bar, then the game as a whole is gonna fall all the more. So yes, when the DLC ends up being trash, the whole game the game as a whole is going to take a hit. Yes, I freely admit to that, and I will consider, and you can consider that a double standard if you want, but I don't think it's an unfair double standard. I believe I am fully entitled to expect to get the most bang for my buck.
All right, hold on. Let's one thing, like, all right, so you don't think that it's... Hold on, let's go back, because I kind of got confused, because I was trying to read on one of my points. If we're... Hold on. All right, let's look at, like, Presidential Man Blast really quick. I'm sorry, let's just get off the topic really quick so I can maybe reset. What do you two expect from an RPG? Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
You can go first if you like.
So it depends, like, if it's just a straight RPG, like, let me think of, like, what a regular RPG would be. I mean, like, yeah, I would call New Vegas an RPG, but that's pretty biased. I expected to at least have a story, a decent story focus, and decent enough gameplay to get me through to the story part. But I expect it to have me have branching paths, and the choices that I make at least have some kind of change in the world or in an area. And I don't, like, I don't expect it to. I mean, a great example for me is Kingdom Come Deliverance. I fucking love that game. I haven't beaten it due to the fact that, like, things have come up, before I could play it. But that game focuses so much on the choices that you can make in the game, and quests end differently, or the play style. Like, you can learn to read in that game, which is insane, because if you choose not to read, things become harder, but you might also throw more skills into another point by not going and reading. I think it's very important to give that freedom to the player in an RPG while also having a story focus. But, I mean, that's what I personally like. That's why I like New Vegas, in my eyes. Again, it is, biased opinion if you want to say that, but I like New Vegas because it gives me the choice. I can see things change at least at the very end. If it doesn't change instantly, at least with, like, the slideshows at the end of, like, the DLCs or the end of the game, kind of gives me some closure. But on top of that, I'm sorry I'm ranting a lot on this one, but it's just like I just like seeing that change, and the fact that I have something that I change something in the game. I'm sorry, that's a long thing of what I want in an RPG. You can go on.
Well, the thing that I look for in an RPG is basically I play RPGs primarily for their stories. Wait a minute. Acer, could I get a quick thoughts on each of the DLCs by you? I would like to know your individual opinion on each. I've only played 2, Old World Blues and Lonesome Road. They both sucked. That's my quick opinion. Well, we're going to go into more detail later in this debate, but that's my quick opinion. Anyway, what I look for in an RPG is, to me, I need a good story, and when I say a good story, I mean one that has a good narrative hook, one that has character development, actually compelling plot, and whether or not something is a compelling plot or a compelling hook, that's almost going to be entirely subjective. I can't really predict what stuff I'm going to find compelling. The search to find Sean in Fallout 4 was a compelling hook for me. The search to track down my shooter in New Vegas was not. There is no formula I can offer you. It's really just comes down to subjective tastes at that point. But as subjective as that is also the most important thing. If the RPG doesn't have a very good story, like with Dark Souls, I'm not going to enjoy it as much. I'm probably going to think it's pretty trash. And in New Vegas, the narrative hook wasn't even all that great for me, and I can't even tell you why. It just wasn't. And I'm sorry if that doesn't satisfy you, but that's just the way I feel.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's against your opinion. It doesn't have to satisfy me, and again, it doesn't. But like, your thing with Dark Souls, like, it didn't interest you, so okay, that's fine. But you also claim that there's, like, little to no story in it. That's wrong. That's really wrong, especially when there's several sections before you even bring up that prove you're wrong in your videos and even in the debate before. But we won't get too much in the Dark Souls. I could go on for hours about it. The thing is, it's like, all right, it's fine to focus on a story and want a story and everything, but and we're gonna get into DLCs because a lot of the hold on, sorry, I'm trying to read chat. There's no story for main quest markers.
What are some President Manblast, what are some RPGs you like? I'm currently enjoying most of the Final Fantasy games except for 8, mostly. That's the only one I really actually disliked. I also love Skyrim and Oblivion. I grew up with Super Mario RPG. So those are some examples of some RPGs that I enjoyed.
Alright, I don't mean to cut you off, but, like, yeah, both of your Storm says we should probably ignore, like, the off-topic stuff. Like, as much as I would love to, like, talk about RPGs and everything, like you said, we were halfway through and you kind of wanted to skip some stuff. So as much as I would love to talk all day I also have some stuff to do later on in the night.
We could schedule a follow-up on another date.
We could, but I think we have enough time to. We have more time at least.
Let's at least get through all the stuff on your list first.
Yeah, we'll do that. If we
We'll
decide that
circle
we
back
want to
if we
talk
have
more.
time.
Yeah, exactly. If there's other stuff that we want to talk about, we'll do it.
So, how is the Legion morally ambiguous? We did that before the lunch break. Factions being old world mirrors. What is that?
All
The
right.
next one you want to talk about?
That was actually just a quick one. It's not actually. It's really not that important. I was just gonna say, with the Legion and everything, you wonder why like they're there, but like it's a mirror of the NCR is obviously, like you said, a mirror of like the old pre-war U.S. military, and Caesar's Legion is going back, and obviously there's a flawed system. Like it shows that both systems are flaws that they're trying to do. They're trying to mirror these pre-war and old world, like civilizations. So there's obviously flaws in each one, and that's why I think each are able to be very like picked apart. That was mostly it. It's not like I wasn't gonna. It before the lunch break. It would have been better if it came up when we were talking more about the Legion and we were more on topic. But it's kind of weird to bring it up now.
All right. So next on the list, NCR would win again without the courier. Now this is one I asked to skip, but you said you had some important stuff to mention.
Yeah. So let's watch the. Can you go to that video, that timestamp, the 42:56?
440.
And then yes,
the 42:56.
Yeah, and then yes, obnoxious in chat. Biggest flaw of Legion is lack of content. Absolutely.
Okay, 42:56 to what timestamp?
43:51. So it's going to be like probably a full minute one. Let
Okay.
me just get to mine really quick, just so it stays sync. 42. All right, we're good.
Okay. We fortunately don't have to speculate as to which faction has the best chance of victory without the courier getting involved, because the game already went ahead and did that for us. Before the events of the game, the Legion and NCR already had a big showdown over the Hoover Dam. Everything that happens during the game is in preparation for the upcoming rematch. The first battle for Hoover Dam necessarily did not include the courier in any capacity, and the NCR are recognized in the game as the winners of that battle. Meanwhile, the NCR are also credited with driving back the Brotherhood of Steel before the events of the game. So even by the extremely narrow criteria that Legion apologists look at when defending the Legion, that their ruthlessness gets results and you can't argue with results, the NCR still has the Legion's number. Speaking of the... Okay, so basically what you're wanting to... I mean, before you give your retort, I'd just like to point out that I don't really care about that point that much. It's just... Jesus, I mean... People tend to put a lot more emphasis on that point than I put on it when I was writing the script. I like you said, it was just barely over a minute, and I only spent a minute on it because that's really how all the damn I gave about that point. So I mean, I really hope you're not going to be harp on it too much, because I never meant to harp on it myself.
Well, that's a pretty big point in the game, and again goes to show that your lack of playing the game is showing that you don't understand the importance and the actual wrong information that is. I mean, you say that, well, it's very obvious that NCR would win again without the courier, but then you also don't give the context of all of the other shit in the game. The fact that there's literal convicts, the powder gangers, who were able to break out of a prison using the own explosives and weapons against the NCR. Yeah, you say they're spread thin, but don't say how spread thin like they are. The corruption, the fact that there's in California, the NCR there isn't sending over reinforcements because whatever that is, I actually don't know the intricacies of that. There's a general literally getting men killed because he doesn't want to suck up his pride to do something different that another general or sergeant or something brought up in the dam. I mean, there's so much wrong with the NCR, and then you don't, and because you didn't understand the Legion, like the Legion is going to annihilate the NCR, even if you are there and you don't do like the other quests. Like obviously the only reason you don't actually do it is because like you are the player character. Like if you actually lose that, especially since I know you were playing on very easy mode, like even if you literally don't do the side quests because you actually didn't bring anyone here, yes, you win because you're the player character. But without the courier, and even with some other help, the NCR is getting annihilated, and your lack of understanding in the game and context when it comes to that is very obvious because you only spent a minute on that very wrong point. Like I can't even call that an opinion because your opinion there is just wrong there. They would not win. They are fucked.
Then why did they win the last time?
Well, because first off, the Caesar's Legion that went there were like a scouting group. They weren't even close to like even a quarter of the power of the Legion. That's why the NCR, as you go through the game, are so like they're literally shitting their pants with the Legion coming. That's why they're scared with just small little like scouting parties coming across. Because the one that they fought at the dam was not even close to full force. And on top of that, they had the fight off the Brotherhood of Steel, which was not in as good of a place because they had to fight off essentially two parties in one spot. So it's like there are like and on top of that they won the first one. So they're going to be down on men, like I said, because they're on a front that they don't get reinforcements that easy compared to the Legion, which just bring them no problem. They have a lack of equipment. They have a lack of men. Like that's why they even send you to do a lot of the busy work. Like you complained about the Mojave Outpost quest where you have to go kill ants, but that just goes to show that they can't even spare a single soldier to go clear this area out because they're so screwed. Like there's a lot of points where it goes to show that the NCR is really not in a good place, and just because they're a mirror of the USA does not mean shit. I mean, literally, it's their fault that people are getting killed out in the wasteland because they don't take care of the powder gangers. They don't care.
Well, to me, I mean, the NCR's corruption, I see that as no worse than what we have in the United States right now in real life. I mean, cops are killing people in the streets in real life right now, and all that happens is a couple of peaceful protests and not much else, and then even then the legislature is starting to pass laws saying that it's legal to run down protesters in the streets. I mean, that's fucking corrupt right there. So you say the NCR is full of corruption, and that keeps it from being a mirror of the real life USA. How exactly? Now, as far as as far as the ants are concerned, bear in mind that in Skyrim and even in Oblivion, like in the Fighters Guild quests, I can often be tasked with doing such menial tasks as that. So from a gameplay and structural standpoint, I saw the NCR quest to kill the giant ants as structurally and fundamentally no different than the Radiant quests that I could get in Skyrim as a matter of course. So you say that it's supposed to show that the NCR is so thinly stretched that they can't even spare a guy for that? But then again, here I am playing Skyrim and they do that stuff as a matter of course. So the fact that the courier is the one tasked with killing those ants just shows that they are indeed putting that job onto somebody. They are indeed getting it done. It's just that I'm the one who's getting it done for them. Just like in Skyrim, the Jarl puts out a bounty on the bandits, and then I go and do that bounty quest. The Jarl is absolutely doing something about those bandits. He's just outsourcing it to an independent contractor. That's all that is in that game. So if New Vegas wants to do fundamentally the same thing, but actually have an in-universe reason as to why it should be treated with more significance, then I think the game owes it to me to actually draw attention to that in-universe difference. Case in point, in Fallout 4, you become the leader of the Minutemen, part of the course for Bethesda games at this point. You complete the factions, you become the leader, even though you have no leadership responsibilities. But at least with the Minutemen, they actually call attention to the fact that it makes sense this time for you to be the leader, because at the start it's literally just you and Preston. You're the only two in the entire faction trying to rebuild the faction from the ground up, and so it's either, so who's going to be the leader? It's either you or Preston, and Preston actively doesn't want the job. So this time, in this one time, it actually makes sense for you to become the leader, even though that's become a heavily criticized staple of Bethesda games so far. And the game actually calls attention to the fact that this time it's the exception, and that it actually makes sense. In New Vegas, all I got from that giant ant quest was, let's go kill some giant ants as part of one of the NCR's jobs that needs to get done, that they were outsourcing to an independent contractor instead of using in-house resources, which I never had any reason to think was any different than the Jarl's bounty quests that I can get repeatedly and indefinitely in Skyrim. I mean, so you're saying that basically my gripe at this point isn't that the quests were unoriginal, it's that the thing that made it original was not communicated to me at all. So that's... yeah, go ahead.
Is the game required to tell you, though, specifically that? Because it's very obvious. I mean, like, I used the example of the ants in the Mojave Outpost because I know that was in your video. But your Storm in chat is like, I wonder if he knows about Camp Forlorn Home. There are tons of other camps where they literally, different quests that end up being like, hey, I can't help you because everything here is so screwed. If you help me out, I'll be able to help you and like this other camp out. Like, there's very obviously problems, and it's like, I didn't use that example because you actually don't know it. I guess you didn't go do it. But there's a lot more that, again, it keeps falling back onto, if you just played some more of the game, like even before it, like you can get to that point. You don't have to get to that camp before you got to that fuck this game point. Like, you could have gotten it to before that. Now your point, you kind of lost me with your real life politics stuff. It's very different when it's a real life civilization with laws and rules, corruption, and all that stuff versus fantasy, wasteland, politics and corruption and everything. So I'm not really going to get into that. That's such a slippery slope, and I'm not even like, there's no. You might think it was a good point, but I'm literally just going to say it's just such a slippery slope that I can't even get like a good rebuttal out for it. If you want to compare it to the ants to a Radiant quest, I don't see it that much. It's not like it comes up. It's an early game quest that's pretty standard for many like early quests in games, to just go kill a certain amount of enemies. Like, yes, there is an in-universe reason, and yeah, you say that, there's no difference between just sending like one of the soldiers out and then a contracted merc. But the thing is, you also seem to forget that after you did that quest, you didn't get paid in caps. They didn't pay you in caps. Someone had to actually make stuff go, oh, there was suddenly equipment or supplies that went missing. You were paid in like medical supplies and ammo and other stuff like that. So like, they had to do it under the table because it's not like the NCR was paying you directly. You literally talked to the guys like, well, that's weird. Some stuff randomly went missing. Well, also, here you go. See you later. So it's like, there are other points, and it's like, it's, again, even that example that I gave you and that I know you did shows that even like they're kind of stretched thin. They can't just pay you in cash. The guy literally has to go under the table to pay you.
Okay, let's have an ad break, and then I'm gonna say something else. All right, and we are back now. The you mentioned how if I went to various camps and I asked for their assistance, and they would say, "Well, we got shit of our own that needs doing, so we can't help you. But if you help us solve our current shit, we'll help you with your shit." Okay, yeah. And, well, I'm sorry, but that is literally called a video game quest. Like, like, in my Wind Waker retrospective, I mentioned that when I get to Dragon Roost Island and I need the pearl, well, they've got their own stuff. They got their own problems to worry about, and so I got to go through a dungeon and a side quest to solve their problems before they'll give me the pearl. And I said, and I even admitted in that video yeah, that's if we didn't have that. Video games would be over way too quickly because you could just go here, get the pearl. It would literally just be a, hey, let's just go and grab this thing, and so by having the custodian of that pearl have his own problems that need to be sorted out, that ensures that there's some actual gameplay instead of it just being a fetch thing. And again, in Dragon Age Origins, when you're supposed to go around to all the 4 various nations, the Dwarf Nation, the Elven Nation, and I think the Mages Tower and the Humans, and you're supposed to get their support for the upcoming Blight, then, of course, each one of them is going to have problems that need to be solved before they'll pledge their support to you. Yes, I fully understand. That's part of video game structure. You go to some place, try to get the MacGuffin or sometimes the support you need, and then you have to do some off-tangent thing and before you can get the MacGuffin. Yeah, that is a staple of video games. I don't that I would, if I had gone to those camps and they said that they needed something done before they could help me, I wouldn't have taken that as an indication that the NCR was so thinly stretched that they couldn't. That wouldn't have been a very valuable storytelling device to me, because that's just an video game, TM. That there's literally, I don't see how that is in any way, shape, or form better at conveying the NCR's resource woes than literally any other video game quest that has me doing something similar. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I just, even without having played that section of the game, that doesn't sound like it would have been a very compelling argument in your favor, even if I had done it. Though, admittedly, since I hadn't done it, I can't know for sure. I'm just making an educated guess there.
Alright, well, your argument that just because it doesn't, like, get you there and it's not explained, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And one of my bigger things is, like, you aren't taking in the context of that. It's, so what if it's a game, it's gameplay, it's something that other games have done. It's the context that is important. It's not, they're not saying, oh, do this for us and we'll help you directly. No, I'm there because I'm contracted to go see if I can bring soldiers to another place. But it turns out the camp that they thought was better off is suddenly a lot worse off, because either they are low on medical supplies, maybe there's an attack going on, maybe there's just other stuff going on, and generally it helps add a lot more immersion and cohesiveness when it comes to the NCR and everything, to understand how bad off they are when you actually take in the context and don't just see it as a gameplay. Like, okay, it might not have gotten you through that simple gameplay, but if you went to that place and understood the actual context, the in-universe context, it's a lot heavier than you would think. There's a big reason. Again, we always fall back. A lot of people, and I've been saying this the whole time, if you just played a little more of the game, you would have understood, but you didn't, and made bad claims. So I don't know, like, again, you should have just played more and you would have gotten that more, and then not had a actually wrong claim. And then you claim that, oh, well, it's not important because it's only a minute long, but it's really important, and it's also incredibly wrong, and you didn't even really explain it in your video. So that's the biggest point right there.
I mean, I would have played more if the game was fun.
That's not the point. That's not the point here, because I can break that. I can actually, like, this is the one thing I can straight up invalidate about your opinion here, is that the game is fun to people. Like, that's so subjective. I break that argument, and it's funny because it's funny because the people that say this are the people that you hate, but it's so true. Like, Kratos even said this in his stream, and I don't want to bring it up because you don't like it, but he literally brought it up. It's just that I like the game. So that means your opinion right there is invalid if you say the game isn't fun objectively, because it's fun to me. So I don't care that it's not fun, but your point there is wrong. So I'm sorry, but again, like, you have to just understand that if you played more of the game, you wouldn't have factually wrong information, and that your factually wrong information wouldn't piss people off or try to correct you, and you wouldn't get this toxicity that you think it is if you didn't like defend your point that's wrong. So again, I'm just saying the point is wrong that the NCR would win again, and you not seeing it hurt that point. And I thought this would be a quick point, but it's very obvious that it's just very obvious. Like, it's very obvious that you aren't going to see this, that you think that's gonna happen, that you didn't even see the Legion side, you didn't get the Brotherhood of Steel to join that side. It's just, I don't know. You just didn't see it, and I know I can't change your opinion, so. And then also, okay, yeah, sorry, Monty Spot. I don't think he was saying it in an objective sense, but if it was more fun, I know, but he needs to understand that if it was more fun to him, it doesn't matter. At this point, he was in fuck this game mode, and you can't say fuck this game mode if you're going to make a retrospective on it. I don't know. You can continue.
I'm gonna tell you something that that I told Enclave Emily last night. You say I can't be in fuck this game mode if I'm gonna make a retrospective on it. Don't tell me what I can and can't do on my own damn channel. All right?
I mean, I can give advice. I'm not telling you have to do that. You can obviously do it, but I also have seen tons of other channels crash and burn doing the shit that they want to do. So if I'm going to sit here and be like, hey, maybe put actual research and information that's correct and just admit when you're wrong, But that advice is apparently too much. Apparently, is that are you saying that you don't want to do that and you want to do something that will probably make your channel crash and burn? Because you obviously know there's people out there that's going to pick you apart for every little thing. So why not try to be better?
Because the reason I'm not going to bother with them is because nothing I do is ever going to appease them.
I mean, I'm not saying bother with them. Why don't you just do things that you know are going to make your channel better? Like, literally, put more research into a video. Like, I know when you like a game, you can put research into it. You literally were breaking down the amount of damage that your bullets in the minigun do to the Deathclaw and Concord in Fallout 4, or, like, the damage that it does to you, to each part of the power armor. Like, it's very obvious that when you like a game, you'll put research into it. And that's awesome. That's great. You did a long-ass analysis videos of those things, and while it's very obvious that you do have things in there that are a lot more subjective in your Fallout 4 analysis video. Like, I'll be honest, your credibility is a little cut when you say that they're nudists or naturists that fucked in public to conceive Sean. That's a joke. That's literally a joke that Nora made, and you say that they did it. Like, that's something that's not, that in your analysis video, your in-depth analysis video, is a little questionable, but that's subjective, and I'm not gonna lie, when you said it, it was fucking hilarious. That shit's hilarious. But if you're being super serious about it, well, that's a problem with your credibility there. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm giving you things that you could possibly do. This is constructive criticism.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not telling you you're stupid for doing it, but I've literally seen channels go down the shitter and then never be uploaded again. Or if they do upload, they get, like, pitiful views. I laugh at the views when people go there that used to be good and still think that they're hot shit, and they're getting 3 views a month. Like, that sounds mean, because look at me. Like, I'm literally a no one, but that's because I just, came back to this channel. But if you sit there and act cocky, and then you sit there and burn your channel to the ground, you really think people are going to feel bad for you? Do what you want, Acer. Again, like you said, I'm not going to tell you what to do on your own fucking channel, but you also should take some criticism from people. Like, not all of it's bad.
I mean, I mean, contrary to what you might think, I do believe that I can take criticism. It's just when that criticism is mixed in with toxicity, and then when I refuse to take the toxicity, people act like it's the criticism that I refuse to take. Anyway.
All right. Well, we're not gonna loop back around to that whole, because we had a whole long discussion on it. If we want to have another debate about this, I'll happily do it. But let's just move on with this.
Okay.
So the
NCR,
so we did the NCR. We know. So I told you that the NCR wasn't gonna win whatever we talked about. That the NCR is a faction. Now Hold on. Where is it? I mean, do you want to just give your views on them, or do you want to watch the thing? You don't think that you think they're the best option. You compare them to the Legion by saying like it's choosing between like a peeping Tom and a pedophile rapist, right? Like
Yeah.
that's a pretty heavy comparison right there. And I wouldn't disagree that the Legion are obviously the bad guys if you compare them to. But like I also think it's a little like, again, you didn't play enough of the NCR to give a full like story about them. You claim that they're great, you claim that they're good, but again, it's just a shame you didn't touch upon the actual bad parts of them massacring literal unarmed elderly women and children. And I don't know, there's just a lot more that I could go into, but like we've already touched on the NCR, and also I don't think you need to be ragged on for this because you did play the one side.
Okay, so we agreed to skip over the brother
hold
Steele
on.
and Veronica.
No, hold on. Oh, we're going back. I mean, yeah, we can just quickly touch on them, but I want your review on the NCR. You say that they're good, but why? What's the point of them being good, especially now that you kind of know, like you do understand that they're not, that you claim that they're a great faction, and okay, yeah, compared to the others, but you say that there's no moral ambiguity with them. You say that there's not even much to it.
Yeah, well, at the time that I had made that video, I wasn't aware of it, and now that people have pointed it out to me, I can see how they might have had some significant flaws that their eponymous branch would have obviously swept under the rug. Yes, I can admit that there's that I have a new perspective on that. Unfortunately, I can't go back and change the video. It's already been published.
Yeah, I know you can, and I'm not saying doing that, but do you understand that maybe seeing a little more of the context, and I'm not saying play more of the game, but if you're gonna make a video, and you made an hour-and-a-half long video, you obviously put work into it. Why not put a little extra work and just research a little bit? If you type in the NCR, one of the big things that comes up is the Bitter Springs massacre. So it just seems a little like, again, if you put some more time and effort into it, and again, I'm not telling you what to do on your channel, but I am giving some constructive criticism.
Okay.
All right. You know what? Screw it. I won't harp on it too long. Again, like I said, you got your point out. The Brotherhood of Steel, again, who cares? We already touched on it. Not that who cares. I fucking love them, but
and Veronica, again, you said that was one of the parts you really enjoyed about my video.
Yeah, I agree. You did good. Like, like I said, if more of your video was like the Veronica part, like, I wish you went and did more of the companions. I wish you touched on Arcade Gannon, because again, he's another LGBTQ, representative, and he's just like Veronica, where he's snarky, he's funny as hell, but he's deep. He has an awesome quest line, and he's actually the that's where the actual Enclave comes in. You could actually see the Enclave in this game. It's not like everyone's saying, that you're wrong. There's no Enclave in this game. It's just, you just said the wrong person. Yeah, so it's just like if you chose him, and, and that's the thing. Again, it's just a shame, because just something that Monty Spa said in the Dark Souls stream, and I know you don't completely agree, but it's kind of a shame when people don't appreciate the same, like, your game or something, or at least don't get to the point and understand it, and I wish you would have understood that the companions and the writing in this game is actual quality, like, and you even got a glimpse of that with Veronica. So I know we're not going to go in a full section on this, but I just want to say, like, I just wish you really could see and appreciate this game, even if you don't enjoy it and want to say it's a great game. I wish you could have at least appreciated this section that you even agree is good, the companions.
Okay. So, next on the list, not paying enough attention. Oh boy, this is going to be a big one.
Yeah, we already kind of touched on it. We'll get in, like, specifics on this one.
Well, I just want to say, not paying attention implies that it was actually in the game, in my playthrough, on screen, and I just didn't notice it, and I don't agree with that at all. The closest we've come to me not paying attention is Volpe's explanation as to why he attacked Nipton, and I've already said my piece on that. No need to go over that again. Just about everything else that I have ever heard anybody bring up about me, quote, not paying enough attention, has been about stuff that was in side content and optional content in other branches that I didn't play. I can't pay attention or not pay attention to something that isn't on screen for me. I mean, if there was something, if there was an explanation in the NCR path that I actually took that said what the platinum chip was for, and I just glossed it, and I just was just completely asleep at the wheel when that happened, and then I acted like there was never an explanation, then yeah, that would be an instance of me not paying attention. But do you have any specific examples of stuff that was that I criticized for not being in the game, but then you could show my Let's Play, just show clips from my Let's Play where it very clearly was in the game, in front of me, and I just didn't notice?
So yeah, like you said, the whole thing with Nipton is a big one. That's a really big one.
Well, I've already said my piece on that.
Yeah, I know you have. I'm just saying. I know you made a correction video on the Novak papers, which again, that's something showing that you weren't paying attention in that. That's very obvious that you weren't paying attention.
Kozakek just posted a 2-word comment. Just a minute. Let me pull something up.
Ooh, that is a good one.
Yeah, let me pull something up. Okay, Xander Root.
That is a good one, Kozakek.
Oh yeah, I know what he's talking about here.
Yeah, so do I. He's not wrong. Not gonna lie, that is actually one that does show that you weren't paying attention. But it's not that you weren't paying attention. I just want to
say,
story.
I'm sorry that I didn't notice that the fact that it was going to be in the ground. I am sorry, and I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but what I will say is that just because it has the word root in it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the ground, and here is my proof right here. So yeah, just because it has the word root in it doesn't mean it's in the ground.
No. Hey, sir. No, you can't do that. No, that's not... No.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry I didn't notice. I'm sorry I didn't immediately notice that the Xander root was gonna be in the ground, and I'm sorry for that.
Why do you? Okay, so you're joking here, right? Like you're actually not like.
I'm just. They say that I should have noticed it was gonna be in the ground because it's called a root. I'm saying that just because the word root is in the name, doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be in the ground, just like how the word beer being in the name doesn't mean it's alcoholic.
Well, okay, but I mean, like, I know you might be a little joking, but like, it's made from a root, my man. Like, come on. Like, this doesn't help your point here. It doesn't.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry I was so damn obtuse.
I'm not gonna bash you on for it because it was funny. Yes, I mean I don't know what the hell you were thinking, but yeah, you're even laughing about it here, so it's whatever. All right, so there's an instance of you not paying attention. Whatever, it was the first, whatever. But okay, yeah, we'll go back to Novak. The bill of sale. Where was the bill of sale found? It's literally in. It wasn't in Manny's room. You didn't even actually find the bill of sale. I don't think. Did you find the bill of sale? I can't even remember.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I pulled Creative
of
Commons footage. I pulled royalty-free Creative Commons footage for the use of the retrospective.
Royalty-free? Is it royalty-free?
Yeah. Give me just a minute. Let me hold on a minute.
I'm sorry if you hear my
hold on a minute. Right there. This is one of my personal favorite channels to get royalty-free gameplay footage from. Now, I don't know if this came from this channel specifically, because I don't think he's ever played New Vegas in his life, but this is just one of the channels that I like to go to get royalty-free gameplay footage.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, but again, stealing, you don't know if your footage was from there. That's a big no-no, so definitely stick to that. Definitely, you probably learned from that. That's a big no-no. Don't do that. Don't be stealing footage, but that copyright-free.
It's okay to borrow footage as long as it's uploaded under the Creative Commons license.
Well, yeah, but if you also source it, yes, you can change it up, but you also, if you're going to use someone's footage in your video, you should source it.
Okay.
If it's not... I'm not going to harp on you because, again, you're not going to. You don't know who footage you took, so you can't go back. But I'm just saying, don't fucking do that. That's screwed.
Okay, let's have an ad break real quick. Alright, and we're back. Now, just a minute ago, when I did the whole root beer connection thing, I just want to point out, at the end of the day, that's all I'm here for. I just want to make people laugh. Skibbity, you still there? Skibbity seems to have gone to take a piss break himself. Okay. And Wealthier Storm, do you see flying root beer often, Acer? No, I don't. I'm just saying that it doesn't necessarily mean it's in the ground. Okay, look, I'm sorry. Where the hell is Skibbity? Right. Hey.
That was me. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. I didn't know how long it was.
Yeah, okay. And anyway, about that whole root beer connection, I just want to point out, at the end of the day, that's really all I'm here for. I just want to make people laugh. Hey, are you still there?
Yeah. Sorry, I was taking a rip of something. All right. So, where were we? Nellis. All right. So we touched on the companions. Don't gotta do it. Not paying enough attention. Whatever. We already kind of touched on that. Let's touch on Nellis and the side quests because you didn't really like the side quests. And I got a few things to say about that. So for your Nellis and a lot of the side quests, you say that you need the skill checks, right? You need them, right? And you call that really boring because if you don't have the skill checks, you just can't do it, right? That's what you said?
I didn't mean it like that. I think you're being pretty reductive as to what I said. If you don't have the requisite skill, you can't you might have to go off on some side quest to go and retrieve the stuff you need. But yes, and so in that sense, yes, you could say that you could do it without the skill check. It's just that you couldn't do it right then and there. And at best, the skill checks essentially make you able to skip entire chunks of that Nellis subsection of the main quest. And yeah, and that just kind of just makes it boring. That just takes the mickey out of it because you're gonna... But let's bear in mind that from a gameplay perspective... for an RPG, the story is the most important part, but from a gameplay perspective, leveling your character is supposed to be the primary means of progression, and yet now that, before the debate, you explained to me that there would have been side quests that I could have gone on to do all these various things for Nellis, that because I had such high skills at the end, I was able to just do all of that stuff automatically. I see that. Now that you've brought it up to me, I see that as just... I honestly see that as making the game even worse, because when you... because you're basically saying that because I leveled up, which is the main source of progression in an RPG, that means that my rewards have been negative. I've basically gotten negative rewards. I'm being punished for leveling up by being deprived of quest content because I have all the skills already that I don't even need to that I can just skip entire chunks of the quest, which just rendered it all boring. Now, no, God, please, no, too. He's asking, didn't you use console commands? Yes and no. I did not use console commands per se, though whether I used normal gameplay is debatable. Basically, I did an exploit where I could ask the guy about Vault 22 multiple times and continue to get 25 XP, even 25 XP every time, and I could keep doing that indefinitely, and that's how I got to the levels I did. You also used God mode. Yes, I did. In between recording sessions, and sometimes I forgot to turn that God mode off when I started recording. So yes, sometimes I did that. But look, okay. In any event, yeah. Basically, you're basically saying that I screwed up my playthrough by leveling up. I'm sorry, but I don't see how that is in any way my fault, because leveling up is what I'm supposed to do in an RPG. So if doing that makes the game more boring for me, then then I can't see how anyone could see that as anything other than New Vegas failing as an RPG. So that's basically my take on that.
All right. So, well, the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that the skill, like, yes, you leveled up, but as they said in chat, you said you exploited the game, so you were going to be a higher level than you would be if you got there naturally. So the thing about skill checks and everything is that if I decided to go along the repair route, and my friend decides to go along the medical or speech route or something like that, and just doesn't level repair. If I got to the point where I'm able to repair the solar array without having to go to Helios 1 to get more parts or something, that's really, really rewarding for me to make my character like that. That's a lot more rewarding than just everyone being able to do it or no one being able to do it. Which is really, like, that's kind of the context there, because you decided to exploit the game and give yourself a massive amount of levels, and you were level 50, and like you said, you cheated. You used infinite AP, infinite ammo. You used God mode at some point. You know, like, yeah, that's gonna change the game. You played on very easy mode, so yes, you're gonna be able to get through a lot of these parts fast, and that's probably why it wasn't fun to you also, because, like, you had no real challenge in the game because you gave yourself literally no challenge. Like, even modding the game in the beginning to give yourself a perk every level completely changes the way the game is played, because you now have yourself an advantage every level that a lot of other players don't in vanilla. And on top of that, it's like, so yeah, things are going to be a little skewed, and people are going to be a little annoyed, and especially I'm going to be annoyed when you're like, oh, it's too easy, or that you're claiming that it's too easy and it just skips you through the entire section. But it would make sense if you got there naturally that you probably wouldn't be able to skip through every section unless you did a whole, like, pretty much the whole game before then. So I don't know if it's okay if you think it's fine for you to exploit your way through the entire game and then complain about difficulty or complain that the game isn't fun for you, but that's just, I gotta say, what the fuck is that? Like, what kind of opinion is that? Because, of course, changing the modding the game and exploiting and cheating the game is going to change how the game is done. And it's going to change, obviously, how you got, like, those skill checks done. Because it's very rewarding when a skill check that you don't think is going to come into use really comes into use at certain points in quests.
Well, did I actually use a mod to give myself a perk every level? Was I not supposed to have a perk every level?
No, you're supposed to have a perk every other level. Literally in the first, I think, few minutes of your first episode, you say the 3 perks that you listed off, which is a copyright-free music perk, or a free mod, a perk every level, and I can't remember the last one. It might be a level cap to level 100, or something like that.
Because if I had 49 perks at the time, and I was only supposed to have 24 perks, then yeah, that would definitely unbalance the game. That is literally,
yeah.
and right there, that is literally the first time anybody's ever pointed that out to me, and you could see the look on my face, and you could hear the inflection in my voice. That yes, now that it's been brought up for the first time, you can see I was giving it some serious contemplation instead of just in the text-only comment section where you didn't hear my tone and inflections, and you could probably write that off as just me being dismissive. But now that you've actually pointed that out. Free queer. So you say Kretosis pointed that out? Yeah, fuck Kretosis though. Anyway,
but hold on.
Yes.
But if he pointed it out, this isn't the first time. Like, I obviously, like, you don't like Kretosis, but if this is not the first time you've heard it, then why are you're acting as if it is the first time and no one's pointed out? And
let me finish my point. So yes, now that I can admit when I'm wrong, and so now that this has been pointed out to me the first time, that isn't Kretosis, because fuck him, I'm not listening to a damn word he says.
Oh my god. All right, whatever.
Yes, I'm going to. Yes, I can now see that might have skewered my perception of the game, and so yes, and contrary to popular misconception, I can indeed admit when I am wrong. So now that you've pointed that out to me, yes, I apologize for that.
I mean, all right, but I'm still just confused on why. Like, okay, yeah, you don't like Kritosis, but I just gotta wonder why you're acting as if this is the first time you've heard it and have this whole reflection on it. But if this isn't the first time you've heard it, why didn't you? Why?
I
are you
haven't
acting
heard
like
Kritosis pointed out. I stopped listening to him once he became toxic.
I think I'm pretty sure they pointed it out while you're still there, but I'm not gonna go through the stream. All right, whatever. But it's just like. All right, but even when I brought this up to you in our DMs, you got very hostile towards me, and you said you didn't matter, but now all of a sudden you're saying it's fine, that you're sorry, and I brought it up then, and I was like, did you really do this? I mean,
Can you show a screenshot of that?
I mean, I'm not... Dude, we have a full month and a half of shit, and you really want me to find...
Just use the search bar.
I mean, yeah, I'm what do you mean? What the fuck do I put in for that?
Trying
to remember how you worded it. All right, I guess.
No, there's no. The word perk doesn't appear. Trait or level.
Maybe if I just type in cheat, that would honestly. Yeah, cheating brings up quite a few. Let's see. It looks like the 20th of November. So if we go back to that, it'll at least kind of. Because I think that's when I saw it. Because I was going through your video, your let's play at that point, kind of getting the main shit that went through like the heavy points. And
I think okay. Now, as far as the God mode is concerned, that is one point that I do plan on defending here. You see, I only intentionally used God mode in between recording sessions so that I could haul all my loot to the merchant in one go without becoming over encumbered. I intended to turn it off whenever I started recording again, once I started doing anything of actual consequence in the game besides just selling my shit, and there were a couple of times when I forgot to turn it off, and so I ended up playing a few recording sessions with God mode on. But that was entirely an accident. I wasn't supposed to actually play the game properly with God mode on. That wasn't what I was... That was never my intention, and any time I ended up doing that, that was an accident.
I don't know. It just seemed like, again, even using God mode off of your Let's Play to haul all the gear to somewhere it also kind of hurts just the general credibility of the video, because again now there's stuff off screen that you're not mentioning that you're doing. You know, it's like, again, what are you mentioning that you're not doing?
I'm not doing anything of consequence off screen. I assure you.
Yeah, but we don't know that. That's kind of the thing. It's literally like cheating does change the game. And on top of that, one of the other things is that in one of your videos, like, okay, maybe you didn't notice God mode, because first off, you are playing on very easy, and like as you were running through the Brotherhood of Steel like bunker and they're all lighting you up, I saw you weren't taking like any damage. So okay, maybe you're playing on very easy. You don't take a lot of damage. I mean, still, that is such a stretch, and I don't even want to give you that point. But the other thing is, it's like there was a point where I think you literally name an entire episode like infinite AP glitch or something like that. But you know that's not. I think that's
at the time I thought it was a glitch.
Yeah, but you still completely played through it, and even if it was a glitch, it's like you should have the thought of saying, oh, maybe I should fix this glitch before I play through the game and completely destroy any challenge that you already threw out the window. You know, like it just seems again that like your point of like it's not even like the difficulty of the game, but you sitting there and talking about how skill checks work, how they just get you through the entire game. But yeah, but you don't mention the fact that they're there for people who put it in there naturally. It's why it's rewarding to those people. Like there's a quest in Freeside where you have to, with the Kings, you must have done this. You had to have done it if you did the King's quest, where you have to hire that bodyguard that is kind of scamming people. And if you have a high enough medical skill at that point, you can call him on his shit and be like, hey, these people aren't actually dead. Like that's really rewarding to call him on that and change the quest outcome by just leveling up a skill that really doesn't have much that you might not think would come up even in a speech check or the world.
Well, the thing about, medical skill, that is actually useful in an obvious way, because it affects how much health my stim packs restore.
Yeah, but you don't expect it to come up like in the middle of a quest, like when you're dealing with a bodyguard or when you're there to deal with a scammer. Like the fact that not everyone has that. I mean, I can't like my first several playthroughs. I didn't really throw much into my medical skill in the beginning, and free side happens pretty early. So like there were times where I didn't get that option to do it, so the quest continued a different way. So I'm just saying, like, that's just one small example of how a skill check is important and rewarding to someone who puts it into there, and that's why they're around there.
But
that's
I
why
mean, that's the thing, though. I'm still
hold
gonna be
on.
putting stuff into. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying you have to understand that it's not just to skip everything. No, it's to give rewards to people that actually decide to put skill points into it. That's like, okay, repair does give you a lot of like options to get through it. But like again, I also didn't do science in a lot of my playthroughs. And in my most recent playthrough, science got me through a shitload of different quests and sections that I didn't know. Shortcuts or just brand new endings or consequences to my own actions that I didn't even know about before doing a science playthrough. So it's just like I'm just telling you, and I'm just telling you because you don't really touch on it, and you don't make it clear that skill points are important or as important as they are, but you just dismiss them as, oh, you get to a certain point and then leveling up is bad because you get through the game faster, but not talking on the rewarding part of it.
I mean, you mentioned medical, but I mean, that sounds like the sort of skill that you would be leveling regardless, and just because it comes up in dialogue, I mean, that seems like the sort of I do not see that as a good example, because the medical skill is a universally useful skill to nearly all playstyles. So what you should be focusing on are skills that are normally dump stats, like science, like you just mentioned science, because that's the sort of skill check that could come up. But even then, how do you not know? I'd like to point out, this is a thought that literally just popped into my head just now. You mentioned that when you started focusing on science, that you started to notice skills, and that you started to notice shortcuts that you hadn't noticed previously. But how is that even possible? Because the dialogue options are always still there, and they even tell you how much of a certain skill you would need in order to pass that dialogue skill check. So
I'm not talking just about the dialogue. I think you're misinterpreting. I don't mean to interrupt, but you're misinterpreting what I said. I was talking about in the middle of quests.
So you're saying that, so it was kind of like when I walked over to the Nellis solar panels, and then I was told that I needed a repair skill check? It was kind of like that?
Yeah, that sort of like skill check, or like the skill check for completely skipping having to go get parts for Eddie, the companion, or something like that. Like if you have a high enough science or repair skill, I'm pretty sure you either can do it without parts or you can do it with less parts. So stuff like that.
It's still that, based on my memories of playing that game, and admittedly that was a long time ago, it sounds like it would have told you this is how much you would need at least 50 in the science skill in order to do this, otherwise you can't do this. It still would have told you what skills you would need, even if you didn't have the skills. Right?
Yeah, and what's the point here?
The point is, you said that that once you actually start putting points into your science skill, you started to see shortcuts that you had previously not been aware of. But you would have still been aware of it, even if you didn't have the science skill, because the game would have told you that this was a science skill check.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, also, like, yeah, okay, if you also want to bring in the speech thing and stuff like that, like, I'm not saying that I would have had no idea, but I'm saying shortcuts and options that I had no clue what the outcomes of them were. Like, the Prim Slim option is a science skill check. So if you don't have a high enough science before you do...
You can't reprogram the robot.
Prim, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, if you reprogram, you can't reprogram him. So then you're completely missing out on that general part. So it's like, okay, you missed out on that, but you have other options. I mean, it's not like if you don't have the skill check, there's no way to finish it. You know, it's just that you have to go around a longer path usually. And then, like, there's other sections in, like, the DLCs. I think in, like, Dead Money, there's other sections where Oh, and yeah, as like Freakware YouTube says, there are sections that don't have, like, it doesn't necessarily tell you unless you have it. It just says nothing happens. Like, there's one example where if you went to Novak and did the quest that Manny gave you to go kill the ghouls, there's a science check at the end that allows you to change the direction or like the coordinates for the ghouls and just kill them all by like crashing them. You don't get that option if you don't have a science skill, which is a entirely new reward and outcome if you decide to level that. So again, like, yeah, you said like I think you were focusing a little too much on my medical example and also not thinking or didn't get what I was saying there. So I'll again focus on the science. If you don't have the science, you can't change the quest. You can't kill the ghouls by sending them off to just crash with the rockets. You have to have a science skill, and that's rewarding for someone. And someone who doesn't have that isn't going to know about it. They're just going to be like, oh shit, like, this is what you do. You go up to you press the buttons, you finish the quest. They're off.
Okay, I'm just saying that when I did the Nellis quest, because I had such high skills, it just seemed to me like I was just press A to win. And that's just what I experienced. So I'm sorry I'm sorry if you think I was being unfair, and you pointed out to me that I used a mod and I had forgotten about that mod, so I'm sorry for that. So
well, if I'm being honest, the mod doesn't really affect that part right there. Like, the mod does affect the modded perks do affect the general difficulty, but that doesn't affect really the skill checks that I can really think of, unless you chose ones that would boost your, the general, like, your perception or something like that.
Well, I maxed out my intelligence at the outset, so I got the most amount of skill points per level, because I started with 10 intelligence.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a mod. That was totally normal gameplay right
Yeah, no,
there.
I know. I know that, like, you can do a 10 and it gives you a shitload of XP and everything. But that, yeah, again, that just plays into kind of like hurting yourself playing the game like that. But all right, well, at least you admit that you kind of screwed up there, that you were wrong there.
I had forgot that I had used gameplay altering mods. I thought my mods were mostly like the Creative Commons music that I could play the game without getting copyright strikes or copyright claims at least. I thought it was only stuff like that. Anyway, next on the list, unskippable scenes.
All right, yeah. So this is going into like the DLCs and everything, and I think this is fine. It's not a long point, but I just think maybe we should actually watch this. If you want to go to your YouTube video.
I know what you're gonna say, and
okay, but all right, we'll have to say it for the people around here, though.
Oh, people can just go and watch my video themselves, honestly. Anyway,
oh, that's pretty shitty to say.
Anyway, I don't think so. In any event, look, we're beating around the bush here. The unskippable cutscenes on a first-time playthrough. I can understand why it would probably be a good idea for you to sit through the cutscenes so that you can get the general gist of what's going on. Okay, obnoxious, Isharaj, fuck off with that. You're timed out for 10 minutes. Anyway, on the first time playthrough, I can understand that sometimes you would need that you would want to sit through the cutscenes so that you could get the general gist. God, I'm starting to get the hiccups right now. Of what the story is going to be and what the story is. But on all subsequent playthroughs, when you already know what the story is, the option to skip past that or to fast track the dialogue it would be a huge convenience. It's just like the whole character change, the whole option at the end of the tutorial to change your character. On a first-time playthrough, it's not going to be that useful. The problem is that what you really need is that you should have the option to skip the cutscenes. I'm not saying, and when I say that no story, no video game ever should have unskippable cutscenes, I really meant it, because on all subsequent playthroughs after the first one, when you already know what the cutscenes are going to say and do, there's no reason for you to stick around for them a second time. Even in linear games, once you know what the story is, you should have the option, keyword being option, to skip the cutscenes. So that's just something that I believe in as a matter of principle. No game should ever have unskippable cutscenes or unskippable anything, because people should always have the option of skipping through it if they already know what's in store for them. That's just a matter of principle right there. So
okay, well, the problem that I think me and a lot of people have with that is that you didn't explain the fact that it was something for future playthroughs. It was more the fact that you were pissed off at that you couldn't skip that. And like, I'll agree with you that like unskippable cutscenes are a little obnoxious, but it's really not that bad, and especially since it was your first time through the game. Like, you were trying to skip it in your playthrough. You were trying to skip the cutscene in your first time playing through, and this wasn't even a point that you said, fuck this game. You were giving it a full shot, and you were still trying to skip the cutscene and complain that the cutscene wasn't skipping. But it's very important to have that context, especially when you're going into a DLC that's very different. Like, how do you think you would have known who the think tank was going into Old World Blues? You would have just been like, whoa, who are these crazy people, and not understood that they're the doctors and that they're the scientists of the big mountain. Like, if you just literally just showed up, if you literally hit the satellite and then went to Big Mountain out of nowhere, you'd be pretty confused. But like, the unskippable cutscene problem, it shouldn't be a problem, especially on your first time through. I'm just saying, like, you even complain at the end of the game, at the very end of the game, that you complained that it was there, but you were like, I'll give it a pass since I'm finally done with this game. But it's like, why would you want to skip the part that tells you how all your choices change the wasteland? Or at the end of the DLCs, why would you want to skip the part that tells you how you affected it and your actions made a difference? Like, even in Old World Blues, which doesn't have the most changes in it, there are changes. You know, this ending cutscenes completely change on your actions. Like, I didn't even know until the most recent playthrough that there's like a cyber dog that you can get as like a companion in it. Okay, and then I saw that as my ending cutscene for the first time, and I was like, what the fuck, I need to get this dog, because I was doing research for this. And it's just like, you need to, I don't know, it's very important and can bring a lot of cool shit to your mind if you decide to watch it. And I don't know why you would want to skip stuff, especially on your first time through. Like, okay, you're right, on constantly, like, on follow-up playthroughs, yeah, it can get a little annoying. It was a little annoying since I know everything started. I turned it on. It's a 2.5 to 3 minute start to the DLC. I literally went up, I grabbed a drink of water, took a piss, came back down, and I'm done. You know, that's really it.
Well, at the very end of the game, you asked why I wouldn't want to see how my actions turned out, and the short answer is because this game sucks ass, and I don't care if it lives or dies after I'm done with it. I mean, yeah, you ask why I should want to see what the fruits of my labor are? Not really. Sooner this game is over with, the better.
I mean, that's fine, but you also even before you said fuck this game, you were complaining about the unskippable scenes, and
well, I mean, as a matter of principle.
Hold on. Do not cut me off. This is the 4th time you've done it on this side of the stream, so.
Okay.
When we get to this and everything, like, we go back to your other video and even your debate with Monty Spa, where you constantly say that you want story, but you consistently show that you try to skip as much story as you can. If you don't find it super, super, super interesting, I mean, like, you even have ways, like, in your video saying this is how you skip through dialogue, by bumping in the characters in Skyrim, or like auto-saving and auto-loading. And it's like, why do you really want that if apparently you want story?
Because I already know that story inside and out, in Skyrim at least.
But you're trying to rush through this story before you even got to the point where you're saying, fuck this game. So I'm just saying, it's just a little hypocritical of you to be like, oh, I want story, and then complain that you can't skip like story.
And then, well, yeah, and then let's bear in mind, uh, these cutscenes there should at least be the option to skip cutscenes. And so on that opening slideshow, yeah, the fact that it's a cutscene, the fact that it's unskippable does count against it, even though it's my first playthrough, because it's not always going to be my first playthrough. So, but then, immediately after that cutscene, what happened? A good solid hour-long conversation with the 5 scientists, and I sat through that, and I listened to every word that they said, and I played through, and I even contemplated my dialogue choices carefully. So there's a point where I was bombarded with a whole lot of story all at once, and frankly, I think that the opening of that DLC suffered from a horrendous problem with its pacing, because it basically just dumps the whole vat of story onto me all at once, and then everything after that is just a 6-hour long fetch quest where it's all gameplay and no story, because all the story was concentrated at the front. And that's just terrible pacing right there. The story should have been it should have been like a little bit of story, now some gameplay, a little bit of story, now some gameplay. Instead, I just got all the story all at once, and then all the gameplay after that. And at that point, that just wears on me. That the pacing is just horrendous at that point. And maybe I don't recall I ever used the word pacing once in my hour-and-a-half long retrospective video, but if I failed to communicate that in that video, well, then I'm sorry. And I think in my recent Splinter Cell and Final Fantasy retrospectives, I think I've done a better job of communicating the fact that it's the pacing that I can have the biggest problems with. Of course, since nobody who hates my New Vegas retrospective is ever gonna bother and go and watch those, they'll never know for sure if I've improved or not. Look, I mean, I'm sorry if I failed to properly communicate that the OWB's stories, that the biggest problems was its terrible pacing. I'm sorry if I failed to communicate that clearly, but that is how I felt.
Okay, I mean that's fair. I'll give you, yes, there is a lot of dialogue in the beginning. I have my own gripes with it, and yeah, it is a little tedious going back and forth. That's something, like, again, I'll happily sit here and talk to you about things I don't like, and Old World Blues is, but you also, it does have a lot of story in the beginning, but it's not that it has no story. There's a lot more story into it of dealing with the entire wasteland. So again, it's like, yes, there are some tedious parts to it. Yes, the beginning is filled with story if you are sitting there going through all the dialogue, and you were, I guess, because you were doing a video and everything like that. But yeah, as Freak's, pointing out in the chat or something, yeah, it's riddled with story. Every location does have very important story. It's not the main story that's holding your hands telling you it, but it's telling you a story, and a lot of it comes from the other DLCs or the main wasteland, the Mojave. But I mean, I'll criticize it, but I also have to also tell you that you're wrong, that it has no story. And okay, the pacing could have been better in the beginning, sure, but I feel like, again, if you weren't doing a video, if you weren't trying to do a let's play on it and just did what you did without trying to focus heavy on it. I know you already brought this up, but it's just, I feel like that really hurt you in this point and in the pacing and everything like that.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. We don't gotta go on, because I don't really care about this. The unskippable scenes, it just seemed weird that you want story, but then you complain about like skipping it. Yeah, I agree. Maybe you should be able to skip stuff, but at the same time, maybe, like, I feel like people would then complain that, oh, I skipped the cutscene, so now I don't know what the fuck's going on. And it's like, there would be too many people complaining at that point. And on top of that, you need to understand, like, it's a whole new DLC on a game that really wasn't optimized well. It has to load stuff in. So were they just going to give you like a several-minute loading screen?
I mean,
So-
I figured they would just load one cell at a time if that was the case.
No, it's an entire what? What do you mean one cell at a time?
Like, I start out inside Big MT, and then I have to go through another loading screen door to get to the section where the scientists are. I would figure they would have just loaded the cell that I was in at the time.
But it still needs it still needs to load the entire thing. It's not like it's just like it's not in the Mojave Wasteland. You still need to load to that. Like there's a lot more than just. I mean, okay,
I guess
right.
it's just one of those things where if I were a game developer myself, I would understand it better. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Yeah, Freak is just saying that if you paid more attention. I mean, if you in Old World Blues, there's references to Veronica's girlfriend. You know that she makes references in the vanilla. So like there are things in there. There is a lot of story in there, and that's why I just think you saying that there's no story. Yes, you can say that it's a fetch quest. Technically, the main quest is kind of one, but there's a reason it's like that, and that's mostly because it's one that's supposed to go through different interesting and fun dungeons. Each different dungeon, each laboratory or experiment is interesting and adds a lot of context and story to the world. So that's generally just it. So it's whatever. But
right.
on the DLCs, if you do want to go to your video and then go to 1 hour and 17 minutes and 50 seconds, we're gonna hear your views on the DLCs.
Oh shoot! It started me over. Damn it! Wait, 1 hour. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, an
All right.
hour and 17 minutes and 50 seconds.
So I'm 1 second off. Okay.
Wonderful. So, as I was uploading the first episodes of the Lonesome Road section of the Let's Play, which was around the time I had recorded near the end of the DLC, one of my fans actually warned me that the other DLCs in this game were also pretty disappointing, and said it was a good idea if I stayed away from the other 2 DLCs. I took his advice and didn't play those DLCs, so I cannot have an opinion on them. However, even without playing them, I can still have an opinion on how these DLCs affect my perception of the game as a whole. Once this fan told me that the other 2 DLCs were just as boring as Lonesome Road, I had finally reached the end of my tether with this game. The DLCs, more than any other content in the game, need to be good because you are paying extra for them. Therefore, bad DLCs will negatively impact the game as a whole. When I went to LP this game, I paid extra, repeat, paid extra for the version of this game that had all the DLCs included, and it ended up being a complete waste of money. So at this point, this was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. The side quests were hit and miss. The factions were hit and miss. But being disappointed so consistently by content that I paid extra for is what finally broke me. So after I completed Lonesome Road, I decided to just beeline the main quest and get this Let's Play over with. That lead. Okay. Now I admitted that I could not have an opinion on the 2 DLCs that I had not played at all, so I don't know what the problem is.
No, I'm just saying. No. I mean, like, yeah, you don't have an opinion on them. You do say like, oh, it does. Like, I do. Like, you do say in there that them being bad in that other person's opinion was the reason you chose not to do them, and that you can say that all the DLCs are bad. You have like you said, you can't have an opinion on them. So I'm just clearing that up. But you also said that they just aren't good and that you hold them to a higher standard. And this is something that I wanted to talk about earlier because you kind of continued on, and I wanted to touch on it, but you had another point that you just kind of continued to. So I don't know why you're holding DLC to a higher regard than the main game.
Because
like, you
I pay extra for them.
Okay, but you pay extra for them, but you pay $60 for the main game, and you're paying barely $10 for this section. It's a very small section, and it's like it's obviously going to be different.
No,
Like
I paid $20 for the base game, and I paid $30 for the deluxe version, which had all the DLCs included. So the DLCs basically cost half as much as the base game for me, because at the time
well, all right,
I bought
that's a change. Yeah, that's the time you bought it kind of plays a factor into it, but you have to. But you're also buying the game. You bought the game essentially at half price, so it's like you did get a steal, and then you decided to not play 2 of them, which, to be fair, yes, I will say, I don't think you would have gotten through Dead Money. I feel like that would have made you rage. You would have rage quit Dead Money. I know for a fact that you would have. But you would have missed out on an amazing story. And Honest Hearts, okay, I personally think it's the weakest story-wise, or not story-wise, gameplay-wise, and it's okay. In my eyes, I'll say it's probably in my eyes the weakest DLC, but I still think you should have given them shots for this. But the fact that you didn't, it's whatever. But I think it's a little ridiculous that you say that it's not worth it, that you hold these to a higher regard when the DLC are only meant to be smaller sections. I mean, like the Lonesome Road DLC is meant to just kind of wrap everything up. Like we've seen tons of small hints towards Ulysses the whole vanilla or through the vanilla game, whether it's learning that there was another courier that didn't take the platinum chip once they saw your name, or the fact that you see the old world flag all throughout and you wonder what the hell that is, because I know I was when I was younger going through before any of the DLCs came through. If you played the other DLCs, it would have even wrapped up even further another story. I mean, like, okay, so just because it doesn't tell you a story, or just because you don't necessarily like it, or that you think that it doesn't hold up to your standard, doesn't mean that it did bad, and also that it doesn't need to be a whole, like, are you comparing a DLC to a full game? Like, are you comparing it to that? Like, are you holding it to that standard, or to a DLC standard? When you say that you in higher regard.
You have a point when you say that the whole game as a whole, it cost $60, whereas the DLC originally only cost 10 a piece. Bear in mind, when I say that I hold the DLCs to a higher standard, I'm talking about on a per hour of gameplay basis, rather than as a whole. So at that point, because the Lonesome Road DLC only lasts about 6 hours, whereas the base game has over 150 hours worth of content. But because when you look at it from that perspective, Lonesome Road is actually a lot more expensive than the base game. See what I mean?
I think that's a really strange way to look at, like, the way you're gonna base it off of. That's your way, I guess, but I don't understand that. I personally would just say that the quality of a DLC should be based on, like, essentially the amount you're putting into it, right? But, like, it does, because you aren't, like, I can maybe look up, I can't remember how much the DLCs were when they first came out.
Let me give you another example to help make my point. Another thing that DLCs have that the base game doesn't have is hindsight. Once the base game comes out, the developers get feedback about what does and doesn't work about the base game, and then they can craft their DLCs with this feedback in mind. And if you want a prime example of how that would work, look no further than Shivering Isles in Oblivion. The base game in Oblivion had a lot of praise behind it, but it also had quite a bit of criticism behind it, and Shivering Isles worked to rectify like 99% of all that criticism by basically turning the dull the howdy-doody persona of Cyrodiil and all of its locals, and just creating this entirely new world that is anything but anything but howdy-doody and just everything's all hunky-dory. I mean, that DLC was batshit insane, and people ate it up with a spoon, because they developed that DLC based around the feedback they got on Vanilla Oblivion, and that's that's basically why Shivering Isles is considered one of the greatest DLCs that Bethesda has ever released. So when the DLCs in New Vegas came out, they should have been they should have been held to a higher standard than the base game, in large part because they had the benefit of hindsight, which the base game did not. Does that make sense?
Well, again, all right, so I'm going to say, someone in chat, yeah, why are you basing it on time? I kind of get what you're saying, but all right, hindsight, sure, but I have to understand that Obsidian, Lonesome Road came out barely a year after, like, I don't even think it was a full year after the game released. So it's like they didn't have this hindsight of, like even half of a year before they were already working on it. They can't sit there like, okay, yes, I'll say, and I'm pretty sure there was an article that said, like, yeah, developers don't truly understand a game until they put it out there. Once they're done, and that's why a lot of DLCs are great. That's why I think Dark Souls did a phenomenal job in its Artorias of the Abyss DLC and everything like that, because they were able to take in stuff that they knew from the base game and add on to that. Okay, and like you said, the Shivering Isles, that's a damn good DLC. I like that DLC too, and I think it's stronger than main game Oblivion. But comparing that to these DLCs, which does have a whole different kind of, like, the amount of effort and time put into them is insane in the short amount of time they had to release it. They essentially had to release it before Skyrim came out because Bethesda wasn't going to let them step on their toes for it. Lonesome Road came out in September 20th, 2011. The game released October 19th, 2010. They had they had a month and a few days to release the game and rush it out. So it's like, yeah, there's problems with it, but you're also like, I don't know. It's very strange to me that you compare it to time. You're weighing in the time as the concept instead of the actual quality.
Look, here's the thing. You mentioned how much they were under time crunch to get this stuff out. Well, here's the simple fact of the matter. I really do not give a damn if they were under time crunch or not, because let me put it this way. If we are going to throw them a bone and adjust our criticism of the game because of the amount of time crunch that they were under, then by that logic, E.T. for the Atari 2600 is a masterpiece. This is back when when only one man would actually make the whole game, but he was only given 5 weeks to develop that game in a time when people would usually spend 5 to 6 months on a game. So the fact that he was under an astronomical amount of time crunch, the fact that he was able to put out anything playable at all, is damn impressive on his part, and yet that game is still considered one of the worst games of all time. And you know why? Because the amount of time crunch that the developers were under ultimately doesn't matter, because judging a game based on what it was originally intended to be and cutting them some slack because of behind-the-scenes development shit, I'm sorry, but that just judging a game based on that alone is speculative, conjectural, and above all else unfair to other games that actually got closer to their developer's vision, because doing so implies that all the time, effort, and skill that went into those more closely realized games was ultimately unnecessary, and that they should have just saved their time and money. So no, I do not see that as a compelling reason. To cut New Vegas any slack at all, because at that point we're going to have to start cutting developers slack all over the place, and we're going to have to start considering horrible games to be masterpieces as long as they didn't have much time to finish the job. At that point, E.T. for the Atari becomes a great game, and of course nobody's going to start defending that game. So no, I'm sorry, that is not a very compelling argument for me.
Well, the thing is that if I'm not saying we need to cut anyone's slack for it. If anything, I would say we should start comparing people to what the hell Obsidian did in 18 months tops. Because if we started comparing them and showing that a company could do that in that time, yeah, I think a lot of other companies would look like pretty shit, huh? Because, like, you have to sit there and realize, like, okay, Freak is exactly going where I was going to go. They had 18 months tops to make New Vegas, and it has 5 times the amount of content than Fallout 4, okay? But Fallout 4 had multiple years for it to come out. It took so long just to get the DLCs out, and they're not great. Like, Far Harbor's okay, but Nuka World, even you don't like Nuka World. You know, I don't like Nuka World. I don't think it's a good quality DLC. Sure, it has stuff in it, but, like, you have to also just understand that Obsidian had less time, and the amount of time... what are you waving at? I just saw you waving.
You said I don't like Nuka World. I did not say I don't like Nuka World. I said it was a bad fit for Fallout 4.
There you go. All right. Bad fit. All right. That's fine.
It was still a fun as hell DLC.
I'm not saying it wasn't fun, because it's literally exactly the rest of what Fallout 4 is. Just go through different fun-looking areas and shoot. But, like, that's... I would argue that's a bad quality DLC, and they even had a lot more time and effort and money put into it than Obsidian did, and Obsidian still put out even more quality story, even if they didn't have... even when they didn't have as much as they needed. So I'm not saying cut them slack. But what I am saying is maybe compare the companies that you hold in such high regard to a company that didn't have nearly as much time, effort, or money. Actually, I shouldn't say effort, because I would actually argue that they put a lot more effort into the game, but a lot more standing against them to get the game out and have it good.
I would certainly argue that the fact that they were able to accomplish this much in only an 18-month development cycle, I would definitely argue that should be a compelling argument for them in the future to be given full development cycles and full creative control over their projects. But that doesn't make New Vegas any better for it. It would be a good reason to say that they should be given more control and more time and a bigger budget in the future, but that's only for in the future games.
I mean, all right, but that's fine. But all right, look at something else Emily said. There's tons of other games. Like, you're saying we don't need to cut companies slack, but I'd argue that we're cutting too many companies slack. Like, so many games take 4, 5, 6, 7 years, like Freak says, to make half of the content that New Vegas has, or even less, and we're letting it, like, go fine. Like, I'll leave it, like, Fallout 4, like, I know you love the game, but there's so much wrong with it that's lacking originally. Why couldn't you be a raider originally? You know? Like, that's, I don't understand. And then you're gonna argue that, oh, well, I understand that their time, but you don't have as much of a, like, the amount of time put into Obsidian that Obsidian put into New Vegas. I'm sorry, I'm crashing at this point. But it's just like, if the amount of time put into it shows the amount of effort and quality, it's really embarrassing for Bethesda to be putting out the DLCs that they have. And that's just on DLCs. I'm not even talking about the whole game, because Fallout 4, in my eyes, is pretty embarrassing.
I guess that's one of those quality over quantity things. And the fact that I don't look at how much time the development cycle took when forming my opinions of games, I only look at what came out as the end result, means that I'm not really cutting Bethesda any slack for Fallout 4 at all.
How are you not? I mean, like,
because I don't consider development time to be a factor in the end result, for better or worse.
Okay, but not even just the general time, like, the actual quality being put into, like, the actual quality put into it is kind of ridiculous, because they're breaking their own rules with it. All right, so Obsidian had 18 months, and all right, I'm not even talking about DLCs. I'm talking about the whole game at this point. They had 18 months, and the only thing that they really were given was the game engine. And they had to change that because Bethesda was incompetent at that point. They didn't have iron sights for the guns. They had terrible shooting and everything for that. Like, and Obsidian had to work that out. So it's like, okay, you're not okay. So you don't take in the amount of time, and you just take the quality. But then I would also argue the quality being put out in a less amount of time by Obsidian is higher quality than the kid in the fridge quest or the here kitty kitty quest in Fallout 4. Because those quests are absolute shit, and they break logic when it comes down to the game. Like the kid in the fridge quest completely breaks what the hell ghouls and everything. Like he should be dead. He should be dead. We should find a corpse in there and be able to be like, hey, yeah, your dumbass kid died in a goddamn fridge. We shouldn't be able to tell who he is. But no, he's crying and being like, hey, is anyone there? But then the quality being put into Fallout 4 compared to Obsidian. And then we have quests like that. I don't know. Just compare those two for me and tell me, please tell me. You don't think those are quality quests, right? Or do you?
Here, Kitty Kitty is only meant to set up for the infectious mole rat quest, which I would argue that's the real meat of the Vault 88 quest.
Why was it a quest in the first place?
What?
Why was it a quest in the first place? Why couldn't they just give us an unmarked little, oh hey, my cat's missing or something like that? Like you say, it's setting it up, but can't they? That's just lazy writing. If they can't set it up properly, and just make me go get a cat.
They want you to get acquainted with the vault first. And its dwellers. Okay,
but that's a really lackluster quest even to do something like that. But okay, alright, fuck the cat quest. Go to the kid in a fridge quest. That, like Freak here is saying, it breaks Bethesda Fallout lore. It breaks the lore. Like, that's a problem with the game, and then you sit there and it's like, okay, I base my reviews and my opinions on quality, but how are you going to tell me that's quality writing when they break their own writing and lore, and then you're going to say, oh, well, it's quality, and also tell me that they had more time and money put into it?
Do you want to know why I think that's a fun quest? It's because the moral dilemma of actually protecting that kid versus selling him into slavery, and also the prospect of pretending to sell him into slavery only to rescue him later after you've gotten the money, that has the potential for some interesting role playing in it. And I just like, and I also like the dynamics between the way the character dynamics work, like how various companions react to you keeping or selling the kid. And then the emotional reunion of seeing the kid reunite with his parents is that also, I'm more interested in the character dynamics of a quest than just whether or not it complies with the lore. I mean, that I consider that to be just as superficial as some of the other stuff we've talked about, like your character's occupation before the game. Like, I don't give a damn about the character's occupation, and the lore is only one tool that's used to tell the story. To me, the character interactions, the character dynamics, that's the story here.
But here's the thing, I don't care about the moral dilemma. I don't care that oh wow, the parents are happy to see him, or that, oh no, he's sad because I sold him into slavery. Because literally, you argued earlier, like, there's in-universe problems that you have with the game, and then when I tell you an in-universe problem that I have with Bethesda's Fallout 4, you suddenly make this random, irrelevant deflection to something else. It's like, okay, yeah, it might add a little bit of role-playing. Wow, I wish they added more to the world like that. But then they do it by breaking their own rules. Like, in Fallout 1, I know you don't know Fallout 1, but there's literally a whole section where you get a water chip from Necropolis, which is a ghoul-based town. And they freak out because if you leave them without water, they're going to die because they still need water. In Fallout 3, there are ghouls freaking out because they need water. If you, like, that's a big point in Fallout 3. So it's like, and then they're going to break their rule by having a kid stuck in a fridge for 200 years with no food, no water, somehow just alive. Maybe, you know, fuck it, maybe he gets photosynthesis through the small crack in the fridge, who knows? But, like, I have to sit here and are you really going to compare quality to just a moral dilemma? That's a problem there. Well, are you going to forgive Bethesda breaking their own writing, breaking their own rules, breaking their own in-universe lore, just because it's like, oh, it gets me some role-playing, when they could have added that role-playing part in the game itself without breaking their lore?
To me, like, let me, if I could just go off on a slight tangent here. when I was a kid and I saw Homeward Bound: The Incredible Journey for the first time, at the end of that movie, when Shadow starts limping over that hilltop and he reunites with Peter, that was the emotional highlight of that movie for me. And as I grew up, I realized, wait, how did he make it all this far with a broken leg? To me, the interactions between the characters are far more important than just the logistics of how it works. In reality, yeah, there's no way Shadow would have made it that far with a broken leg. But as if I'm just watching the movie and I'm emotionally sucked into the story, I don't give a rat's ass. Yes, I'm sorry. You consider these superficial stuff like the lore and lore consistency. You consider that to be far more important than just character interactions. I don't. That's just one of those things that where we prioritize differently.
Okay, but that you're not saying, like, you sit here and you're just not telling me, like, okay, yeah, I'm focusing on the lore of the game, but that's writing. That's quality. Like, my argument here is quality. I don't care about the moral dilemma. I don't care about the story right now. I'm talking about the quality that is being put into it, because you argue that your quality is being put into, like, the enjoyment of the DLC is everything that we're kind of talking about, but it's the quality that's being put into it. And my example here is that the amount of effort, time, and money is different for these two different games, and the one that had less time and money is a lot better in this aspect, because they decide to not break their lore, that they decide to actually give you role-playing sections, that they don't sit there and be like, yeah, let's have this nonsensical part just to add a little bit of role-playing, when they could have just had a whole section of you being a possible slaver. So I don't know. This just seems like you're not gonna get this,
lore is more important than characterization, and I just disagree. It's just one of those things that we put different amounts of priority on.
I have a problem when the lore breaks the characterization, especially when the characterization is ghouls need to eat and drink, and a big point of this quest is this ghoul being locked in a fridge for 200 years. I don't find that quality. Like, you can say I'm focusing on the lore, but what I'm saying here is that the quality is terrible. It's not quality when the company itself breaks its own lore, when it's breaking its own rules. And it's like, okay, you can sit here and say I'm focusing too much on the lore, but it's literally part of the universe. If the game breaks its own universe, then it's bad storytelling. It's bad writing. I do not care. No one cares if you like the fact that you can sell him off to slavery and feel good for doing that, or if you can give him back to his parents and feel good for that. No one cares. I don't care about this ghoul that for some reason these parents couldn't find him 300 feet away in this stupid fridge. I'm even more pissed off at the fact that goddamn kid's alive. As much as I hate kids, he just shouldn't be there. He should be a skeleton. That shouldn't be a quest. And yeah, okay, yeah, no God, please, no. Also, isn't lore part of the story? And you say story's important. Lore is part of the story. It might not be the story necessarily in front of you, being put in front of you by, like, in Fallout 4 by following Sean, but it is part of the story. The super mutants are there. That's part of the story. That's lore. The stupid lore that the Institute is for some reason has them there. That's lore. That's important because they're all over the wasteland. Are you telling me that's not important?
Lore is part of the story, yes, but it's only one factor in it. So,
and it's an important factor.
To you, it's the most important factor.
I would say quality is important, but when when they decide to break the lore, like, I don't know what you don't understand in this. When you break the lore for your own writing, just so you can have a quest, so you can have a section in it, just so it's like, oh, cool, you have these three options: sell him to slavery, give him back to his parents, or pretend to give him to slavery and save him. That just doesn't make sense, because that's not what I'm arguing. The lore there just breaks it. The kid shouldn't be alive. This quest shouldn't happen, and it's not like Bethesda is retconning something from the first two Fallout games. It's something that their last game focused on. So I don't know. It's just funny to me that you're arguing that, okay, yeah, I'm focusing too much on lore, but I'm more focusing on the quality, which is the argument here that we've been arguing for the last probably 10 to 15 minutes.
Speaking of which, let's have another ad break real quick. It's been a while.
We can skip. We can honestly skip. We talked about Boone. We can skip the lobotomites. We can skip the Lucky 38 part. The revenge plot we can barely touch on. After that, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
After that, it's just that we'll skip a few. I'll kind of keep it up because I'm starting to crash here.
It's just that apparently we just have different priorities.
I mean that's fine. It's just there's certain things that I just want.
Okay, we're back.
Try and grasp.
We are back. So we're skipping a bunch of stuff on the list. What's the next one you want to touch on?
Yeah, we're not completely skipping them. It's just stuff that we've touched on before. Like we've touched on Boone a bit and how that how you didn't get that quest line right. So let me get rid of that. Hold on to my outline so it doesn't confuse me. Lobotomites we talked about a little bit. Lucky 38. We talked about Benny. All right. So we talked about like the DLCs and stuff, and I don't think there's too much else. I mean, literally, I can't keep going on about how quality and lore, like breaking the lore is not quality. I'm sorry, that's just not quality. Breaking your own lore too. But oh, we already talked about
President's Speech Quest.
No. Let's talk about Vault 22 because that's important, and that's something that I have a big pet peeve about. One big thing that you say is that there's literally no way that it's not good. That it's not a good quest, and I mean, do you want to look it up? It's a 24-second clip. If you want to see, I think your opinion on Vault 22 for everyone.
Okay, what's the timestamp?
57 minutes and 20 seconds, and then we're going to 57:44.
57:20. Hang on. To 57:34.
44.
44.
Dr. Hildern, and he has a quest for
short clip.
Okay.
Only problem is, it's just a fetch quest. Yeah, he's gotten word of a secret formula for growing absurdly large crops over at Vault 22, and he wants me to go and retrieve the formula for him. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Vault 22 was certainly a nice change of pace as far as the aesthetics were concerned, but there is absolutely no creativity whatsoever put into this quest. Last but not least, we have the quest at Helios Power Plant.
Okay. Now, a lot of people have pointed out to me, and you're not even remotely the first, that there's actually a lot more to this quest that I just didn't notice. Well, I'm sorry I didn't notice it, and I'm not going to go back and check because, frankly, fuck this game. Look, I mean, I'm sorry that if you think I was reductive on this quest, at the time I thought my analysis of it was accurate, and I'm sorry if you think think it wasn't. Look, I don't know what else I can say other than, yeah, you pointed out to me a lot of stuff, and I honestly still think the game sucks despite knowing this.
Okay, I mean that's fine. I'm just saying you're wrong right here because I just thought it was just very strange because in your video, like this is something proving an earlier point where it was like you get things wrong and you don't admit it and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, this is a boring vault that has no difference, but your video is proving you wrong right there because first off, the vault there has an enemy that is nowhere else in the vanilla game. It's only in the DLC. It's only in Honest Hearts and Old World Blues, and that's the spores. And it's not anywhere else in the vanilla game. You can't argue to me that it's there, and you argue that there's no creativity there. But then also on top of that, you say it's a fetch quest. You say that Vault 22 is only a fetch quest. Now, I'm not going to bring up the 6 other quests that lead you to it, but I am going to bring up the fact that you're being a bit, and I will say, a bit disingenuous. And I know you don't like that word, but this is the one point I really do believe you were, because you call it a fetch quest, but then you also don't bring up the fact that it's now a rescue mission that you can't miss. Literally, as you talk to Hildern, the moment you turn out of that room, his assistant talks to you and says, hey, he's lying to you. There are other people that have gone there, and there's even someone that I want you to try and find there, since she hasn't come back or anything. So it's no longer just a boring fetch quest, it's now a rescue mission that has multiple different endings to it. Like, you can literally go there and choose to completely censor the experiment information. You can bring it back to Hildern, no problem, and have him possibly do it. You can say, fuck you, Keely, which is the person you're supposed to find, kill her and just leave. Like, there's a lot to it that you're kind of not getting to. But what's even worse to me is the fact that you just say that there's nothing in it. There's no story, and I know you were probably in a fuck this. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you were in a fuck this game mode at this point. You might have actually done this before the Lonesome Road. So I just find it a little strange that you didn't bring up the fact that it's not just a fetch quest. It's being really disingenuous that it is just a fetch quest when you cannot miss the fact that it turns into a different kind of quest. What's your rebuttal there?
Because, I mean, I just went and got the formula. I honestly don't remember anything about that dungeon except the aesthetic. And you mentioned that the spores are unique enemies that you don't find anywhere else in the game, but aside from their look, look, combat in Fallout New Vegas, in nearly, as well as Fallout 3 and Oblivion and Skyrim and Morrowind, combat is shit. So I'm not all that impressed by the fact that there's a new type of enemy that's unique to that dungeon, because from my experience, that's literally just a reskin. And I honestly just went and got the thing, so I never noticed anything more nuanced about it. Look, I mean, you can correct me on that, but I'm not gonna change the video. I'm not gonna take the video down, and I'm certainly not gonna go back to that damn game and play it again. Look, you can disagree with me when you say that you can disagree with me on my statement that it's just a fetch quest. But at this point, I honestly don't give a damn.
I mean, that's fine. I don't really give a damn that you don't care about the game, though, because I'm defending it. I couldn't care less that you don't like this section, but simply you stating that it has nothing special to it. Okay, you say it's just a reskin to you, but a reskin of what? What enemy does it remind you of in what game? A crawling enemy? Yeah, it hides in there. Okay, so ignoring the gameplay mechanic and the enemy, the whole vault is not just this reskin. It's something brand new. You call it boring and there's nothing to this, but it's got the only area in the entire game that has this incredible looking fauna, the brand new enemy. It has a very interesting story. It has an area there's like multiple quests that lead to it. Like, you're being incredibly disingenuous when you just say that this area has nothing to it, that this vault. And it's like, okay, you say that it's been a long time, whatever, that's fine. But when you made the video, it's just the fact that when the Acer Thorn at the time making the video was being disingenuous when he didn't bring up the fact that it wasn't just a fetch quest, and it wasn't nearly as long after your Let's Play was done that you made it, so you can't sit there and say, oh, too much time passed, because let's be honest, not that much time passed.
Here's the thing. You keep saying I'm being disingenuous, but do you even know what disingenuous means? Because here it says that I'm lacking in frankness, candor, or sincerity. Ingenuous. I mean, obviously, disingenuous means the opposite of ingenuous. And I'm being insincere, and I'm lacking in frankness or candor. But at no point in my video did I ever misrepresent how I actually felt about a game, or any part of this game. At no point did I ever lie about whether I liked it or what my perception of it at the time was. So how am I being disingenuous when I'm being completely honest, even if I make a mistake here and there? Somebody want to explain that to me, because people keep throwing this word disingenuous around like candy, and it seems that they don't even seem to understand what exactly it means.
Okay, this is semantics right here. Like, I don't need you to go into this whole point. Like, you're being disingenuous because you're not bringing up the point. Like, okay, maybe there's a slight chance that I will give you that you can say that you just forgot about this point because you didn't give a fuck about it. But that's still being disingenuous when you just sit there and don't give a fuck about a game enough that you don't put enough research or time and effort into it. I mean, it's being disingenuous that, like, you decided to not put the effort and time into it to make sure that this wasn't just a fetch quest, especially... And the other thing is, when I watched this part in your Let's Play, you literally dismissed the person too. So I know that you saw it. I know you were there. I don't know if you necessarily paid attention, but if it's not being disingenuous, then you're being really, really just, you don't have any critical thinking because you decided to not watch. You're not paying attention and you didn't research. So it's being disingenuous when you're saying, oh, well, doesn't matter. I'm not going to go back and do it. Well, you're being disingenuous by doing that because you're also admitting that you missed out on information. Like, also, like, I looked it up really quick, and the definition I found, not candid or sincere, typically by pretending that one knows less about something than one really does. So I would have to say, going on the facts that I saw, that you talked to the person, the assistant, telling you that there is multiple people that have gone missing, and that's not something just so small. I mean, the fact that you kind of glossed over it, even in your Let's Play, is being really... I don't know. It's just being. I don't know. I don't know how you don't understand it because, like, okay, you can claim that maybe you weren't being disingenuous, but then it just goes to show that you don't have credibility, that you didn't do your research, that your effort into this video just wasn't enough. And I know you don't like hearing that, and I'm sorry, but again, that just goes to show if you're not being disingenuous, you're just not putting the work into each point.
Okay, so next on the list.
All right. Well, I guess. I mean, if we're just gonna skip, the Ulysses part. I mean, we've talked about it. I don't know how you got it. You corrected it, and you were condescending when we were like, well, there's my correction. I don't know. You
want to know how I got it? How I initially believed that Ulysses was a member of the Enclave? Because right now, on the missile that he was preparing to launch, it looked like it had the Enclave flag on it.
Alright. I mean, alright, hold on. Before we get there, I just want to say, I don't know... do you want to have an argument on what I said at the end there of being kind of disingenuous and everything? Because if you are just going to leave it off there, then you kind of are admitting that... you kind of aren't in the right there.
Look, I've given you the definition of disingenuous, so I think you're misusing the term. And I
gave you my definition. I don't understand.
Can you let me finish?
Go ahead.
I've given you my definition of the word disingenuous. I think you're misusing it. And if there's some other way you want to describe the fact that just to put into words that you don't like my opinion of this game and that you think I need to improve, well, then I think you need to improve your communication skills and start picking the right words to describe how you feel about it, because at this point it just seems like people are throwing around the words disingenuous to describe just about any kind of conduct that they don't like, which is... But I mean, in the dictionary, the word disingenuous has a very specific meaning, and since I'm being sincere when I say "fuck this game," I can't be disingenuous and sincere at the same time, because disingenuous literally means lacking in sincerity. So if I'm being sincere when I say "fuck this game," then I'm saying that I'm not being disingenuous. I mean,
okay,
you want me to improve my conduct, but then you're using words that don't apply here. You want me to improve my video content, but then you're not. But then you're just giving me faulty instructions on how to improve it.
I'm not giving faulty instructions. What were the faulty instructions?
Because you're saying I'm being disingenuous when I can demonstrate that I'm not being.
I mean, all right. So Monty Spa's right. I think maybe we're both misusing the word. I'm saying it, and I don't think I'm misusing the word, but I also, I mean, you're right. I guess you can't be disingenuous if you're being honest about it. You say "fuck this game." I think that's dumb. I think it's wrong that you didn't put any effort into this little section here and just called it a fetch quest. That's the part that I'm calling disingenuous. But if you didn't do it in bad faith, then that's fine. All right, that's fine. But I'll simply say, if you want me to use other words, all right, your video is misleading. It's short-sighted. I'll say it doesn't have the right. It's factually wrong. All right. So I just don't like, if you don't want me to use disingenuous, fine, but those are other words that I'm going to use for those points, because again, it's misleading to say, oh, Helios 1 and Vault 22 is just fetch quests, because they're not.
Okay.
All right, whatever. It's fine. Let's not get into more semantics because it's getting really annoying.
Let's have an ad break real quick. All right, you back yet? Okay, once again, we are waiting on Civility to return. Sussy.
Right. All good?
Yeah, so far. Okay. So what's next on the list?
All right. So we can go to the. Did we touch on? Oh yeah, I guess we touched a little bit on Ulysses. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? How did you come to the the conclusion that Ulysses is part of the Enclave? I think that's where
he was brandishing the Enclave flag.
He's brandishing the Enclave flag.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the American flag. That was an old world flag.
And that has since been pointed out to me. I'm just telling you how I got to that point in the first instance.
Okay. I mean... Alright. I mean, that's fine. I think it's a little, again, short-sighted that you would say that, especially since... Well, one thing is, you say you didn't play Fallout 3 and you didn't play the original Fallout, so I have a hard time understanding what your grasp of the Enclave was going into this and everything.
I've never been to China before, but I know what the Chinese flag looks like.
Okay, but well, apparently you don't know what the Enclave is because you shot a member of the Caesar's Legion in the back, thinking he was.
I mean, it's since been pointed out to me. I mean,
I know.
What else you want from me?
I'm just saying it's a little like your example right there of saying the Chinese flag. I mean, it's funny that you bring that up because, okay, you know what the Chinese flag looks like, but your example contradicts what you did. I mean, I'm just letting you know. And yeah, no God, please no. The Enclave flag is just an E with, I think, stars around it or something. So,
I mean, that's the minutest of differences. It's like if you go to Google Images and find the Swedish flag and the Norway flag, you'd find that they're basically just palette swaps of one another, and you'd have to pretty much have it memorized to be able to tell which one is which. Compare that with the American flag, which is instantly recognizable, even if you change out the colors, because there's only one flag in the whole world that has that design on it. So the Enclave flag versus the old USA flag, those two are so similar that you pretty much have to know exactly what to look for in order to be able to tell the difference between the two.
I mean, I don't know. It's just a little strange. Your example was strange because you say that, oh, I know what this is, when I asked how you knew what the Enclave was, and you obviously didn't know what the Enclave was.
Well, I never played Fallout 3.
On. But then also, like you just said, I don't know if you heard me, but I was like, wait, what? When you were talking about the flag, like, okay, yeah, Emily just pointed out, and I even looked it up. The Malaysian flag looks really close to the U.S. flag. There are other flags. Just because the U.S. is it's the most well-known, doesn't mean it's the only thing.
Hold on a minute. The Malaysian flag? Let me check. Malaysia.
So it's got the same colors.
Well,
like, yeah,
okay. But... Here we are. There's a moon and a giant sun on the Malaysian flag. Yeah, it has the red and white stripes on it, but the U.S. flag has 50 white stars on it. This one has a yellow sun and moon on it, so that instantly sets it apart.
I don't know, I know, but you were just saying, like, the U.S. has very, very recognizable colors, and it's like there's...
No, not the colors, a design. Like, look at this. This is the Swedish flag. Now check out this.
But that's the thing. Emily, Freak in the chat is getting into it also. Like, this is kind of the point I was trying to make, because I didn't want to cut you off, but the Enclave, there's differences. There are big differences between the Enclave and the American flag. And you've seen the American flag a few times throughout the main game. Like, I don't know. That's why I'm very, very confused on why you just assumed he was Enclave.
To my knowledge, the only real difference between the Enclave flag and the old USA flag is is that the Enclave flag has an E in it, and that's a very easy to miss detail.
No, it's not though. It's the most obvious thing in it. Like you can't argue. Like a big E is pretty different than the American flag. Like I'll look up the Enclave flag. It's like, okay, it looks, there's a big E. And then I'll look up Ulysses FNV. Oh, sorry, that's me typing it in. But like that, I'll look that up. His flag, his robe or his duster. It's like that's pretty different. There's a difference when there's a star versus an E in it. I don't know. Again, first, I don't know. You say that you knew what the Enclave was, but like you played Fallout 4 only. You didn't play 3. This was a big reason why in the beginning I was like, did you play 3? Did you play any of the older games or anything? And it's because you don't know what the Enclave is. You even made the wrong statement of what they are in your retrospective when you were talking about the Enclave part after killing Ulysses.
This
so it's
is
just
the
like,
Enclave flag.
Yes, that is the
Okay.
Look up Ulysses flag. In another tab, look up Ulysses flag, and then compare it. And then tell me how you confuse a star for an E.
This? You mean this?
Yeah, go into another tab so you can compare the two. Yeah.
Because from looking from a distance, this tiny little star and this tiny little E, unless I already know what to look for, I'm probably not going to notice the two.
Yeah, but you decided to shoot him in the back without even like registering it, and a lot of what he's saying had nothing to do with the Enclave. Like, what's kind of funny is that you're saying you thought he was Enclave, but the actual Enclave parts were through Eddie. And the star is massive there. Like if I go look at, like, I guarantee I'll look at your Let's Play, and I'm sure I can see the star from Ulysses because you did creep up on him quite a bit. Like I know I have a link directly.
Well, you
to
know
it.
what to look for, and you're purposefully looking out.
I
for
did not.
That.
I did not in my first playthrough. I didn't know. I did not play Fallout 2. I played 3, and I did not know that he was. I didn't know what the hell he was. I didn't sit there and think he was Enclave though. Like that's something. Like when I was, I don't know, when Lonesome Road, when I actually came out and played it, I must have been 15 or 16 or something like that, right? I was not at this time. I still thought Fallout 3 was great, but I knew, like, I didn't know what he was. I didn't know that he was Caesar's Legion. I talked to him, you know, but I knew that he wasn't Enclave, and it's also because like there's Enclave stuff throughout. You're in an Enclave area. You're in a base. There's stuff about the Enclave all over, and Ulysses is far, far, far from Enclave, even if you didn't know what it was.
Look, I've since posted.
I mean, that's fine. I
correction.
know.
I don't know why you're harping on this. Even, I mean, see, this is why I canceled my correction series, because even if I point out the correction, people still give me shit over it.
Well, all right. I mean, I wasn't trying to like give you shit on this. First off, I wanted to understand your general feeling of it, because again,
even when I told you, you keep going on about it.
Yeah, but you also then went into the example of the flags and everything, and that's kind of how conversation goes. You know,
Yeah,
if you
well, I mean,
complain about it, that's kind of where
I've-
it goes
I mean,
into.
Look, I've already done this song and dance so many times. I don't know why you don't just drop it. I've already done the damn correction, and I'm honestly tired of hearing about it.
I mean, that's fine. Again, yeah, I'll admit, yeah, you did the correction. Good, you admitted that you were wrong there, but there is a reason. Like, people, you're not getting shit on this because you're doing the correction series, even though you're right. You're getting shit in that, like, correction series because you were condescending and acting like an ass in it towards the end. Yes, you got it right. You corrected it, but you also didn't explain that, like, how you got it, which is one reason why I wanted to talk about it on the stream. And on top of that, yeah, you talk smack and you talk shit, and then act like that it's fine that you corrected it, but then not that you talked shit. Like, that's why you got shit for it, and I didn't want to bring it back up, but yeah, that's why. So I don't know, if you want to skip past it, sure, but I had to hit on it simply because that's how conversation works when you bring up another example. Like, I had to tell you had to explain why you thought it. I told you why that was a little strange, and I don't know. It just seems weird that you're wondering why people give you shit. It's not because you canceled the correction series, okay, because people were still complaining, but it's not because of the corrections.
Look, I mean, this is a prime example of why I cancel it, because, I mean, I've already made my correction on this. I've already put that to rest, and you people are the ones who won't let it fucking die!
I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with you, like, again, I'm saying you corrected it. I'm just telling you why, because early, like, not even, like, 5 minutes ago, you were asking, like, oh, man, people hate me because I make the corrections. No, it's because your corrections are fine and everything. You just are acting condescending. And then the only reason I hit on this point, you know, I'm not here to, you know, I don't want to sit on here for another 10 minutes. Honestly, I'm fine with if we get past it and everything, but it's just like, I wanted to understand and hear why you thought that, because even in our DMs, you didn't completely explain why. You just said you didn't care. So hearing that, oh, I thought it was the Enclave because of the flag, like, okay, now I'm looking at your Let's Play right now. You can easily see the giant star. Whatever, I'm not going to bash on that, but this point is wrong. I just got to say, it's wrong here. I'm glad you decided to correct yourself months or actually years afterwards, after it was brought up a lot, but that's just why.
I mean, the reason I was so hesitant to do the corrections is because I knew that this was going to happen, that it was just going to have no effect, and people like you were still going to hound me for even having made this mistake in the first place, so what was the point of even wasting my breath making the correction? Look, I mean, I'm just tired of doing that. I'm just fucking tired of this one point that people tend to zero in on. For fuck's sake! Yes, Ulysses is not a part of the Enclave. Are you happy now? No, of course you're not happy. I'm gonna get 500,000 more people harassing me over that.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I think, again, everyone would be fine with it if your correction series ended with, and Ulysses is not part of the Enclave. My bad, guys. And if you ended it there, and we're like, I'll see you guys next time, and just put your outro, it'd be fine. But the big problem comes when you're like, all right, guys, there's the correction. Now that it will help you sleep at night. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's why people have a problem. It's not. It's literally people would stop if you just corrected it personally. Like, I know that they wouldn't continue to bash you, but you act it. You embrace the toxicity. You want it to come to you, and not on purpose. I know it's not on purpose because you complain about it, but then you literally invite it in when you're calling people cocksuckers and everything, or like dick suckers of the game or something like that, you know? Freak, I mean, we've spent a month on this. If you guys want it to end, that's fine, but I mean, we're gonna end it
You
soon.
can make it end right now if we move on to the next thing on your list.
I mean, that's fine. You don't gotta be seething. It's all right. It's fine. You're not supposed to binge the main quest, and that's what you did. And you wrote here, that's why the pacing was so terrible. But again, as we've touched, it leads you to multiple different factions. You know, like that's kind of why. Like you choosing to have terrible pacing was because you decided to kill everyone. That's why there's terrible pacing.
Well, the game never made it clear that I was only supposed to do the main quest in short controlled bursts. Like, if I had gone to retrieve a MacGuffin and then brought it back to the quest giver, and the quest giver said, come back in 7 days after we've had enough time to analyze this, then that would have communicated to me that I'm supposed to only do the main quest one step at a time in short controlled bursts. Instead, the game really gave me no indication that I wasn't supposed to binge it. Like, for example, in Oblivion, when you start doing a quest line for a faction, it's perfectly fine for you to just focus entirely on that one faction and see that quest line through to the end all in one fell swoop. And so, same thing in Skyrim. You can start the Companions quest, you can get recruited into the Companions, and then you can do nothing but the Companions until you finish that quest line. And it's perfect, and that's perfectly fine. I was given no indication that Fallout New Vegas's main quest, was actually meant to be done in short controlled bursts, because why should I automatically assume any differently? I see that as a failure of the game developers to communicate to me how the quest is supposed to be done. I don't see how that's my fault because I didn't automatically pick up on that of my own volition.
I don't really. Why? Why is this? Does the game need to sit there and tell you that you are not supposed to binge it or something like that? And on top of that, it naturally gives you the point that you're not supposed to go through it. You know, like if you play through it naturally, if you didn't rush it to the end, just trying to get to the end, like you would have a much better enjoyable time. But you choosing to do it in short little bursts is not how the game is meant to be played. And then on top of that, you're going to sit there and it's like, yeah, if you binge out an entire section without doing other factions, if you decide to do other faction stuff, then okay, yeah, you're going to have more time. And that's why the main quest brings you to different factions. That's why they tell you to go to the cons and figure out what you can do with them, because there's other quests you can do. And on top of that, there's other, like, you don't have to go to each side and kill them. Like Freak is saying in chat, like there's optional stuff in the quest markers telling you that you can do this if you want them to stay along or something. Like if you want the Brotherhood of Steel to stay alive and help the NCR, there's optional stuff you can do to do that. And okay, yeah, it's optional, but it doesn't mean it's not there. That just means that you didn't choose to do it. Okay, and it's like, so binging the main, and it's like you're also saying like the main quest is boring, and it's really not. Like it's just supposed to naturally lead you to the other factions and have a natural way for you to learn about the world instead of just pipelining you straight to the end. You know, like that's why you choosing to kill everyone made the pacing terrible. You know, you going into each section and being like, oh yeah, these people, fuck them, I killed them. Yeah, that's gonna cut the game short and make it seem like it's streamlined. So, I don't know. You just hurt yourself doing this.
I mean, at that point, I was in full-on fuck this game mode.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But again, like, I'm telling you that just because you're in fuck this game mode, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because you also say that, like, oh, the main quest is terrible. But you didn't make that clear in your video. Again, you're saying, like, oh, it's a slog to get through and it's terrible to get through, but you didn't explain that, oh, I was in fuck this game mode, I had cheated to make the game incredibly easy. You didn't explain that you were on very easy mode either, that really brought no difficulty. Like there's a lot of stuff on why that the pacing was so terrible for you, and it's all of your fault.
I would argue that it's the game's fault for failing to suck me in.
I mean, that's fine.
For failing to get me invested.
But I would argue that there's lots of games on your channel. If you look at any of your live streams, there's a majority of games that apparently fail to get you invested. But I would argue that every single one of them are your failures. Your GTA 5 stream where it took you 30 minutes to complete the prologue because you couldn't kill the cops, that's your own incompetence in a shooting game. You know, you were saying that there's no auto aim when the game starts on auto aim. You're spending 45 minutes to run away from the cops, the first cops in the game. Incompetence. That's not the game failing to get you in. That's incompetence on your part. That's your fault. So again, that's why it's a little bit of like on you again, that you sit here and it's like just because the game isn't telling you what to do or isn't holding your hand doesn't mean that it's terrible, that it's the game's fault. It's your fault for choosing to screw up your own playthrough by modding it, by cheating, by XP exploiting. There's so much that you screwed up, and then you want to complain that the game is terrible and the quest pacing is awful. Like, I'm sorry, but again, that's kind of your own fault. You can't blame the developers for not getting you involved. You can't blame the game for not getting you involved. You can only blame yourself.
All right.
Do you have a retort to that, or are you just going to
honestly, I don't give a fuck. The game sucks either way, and I'm not going back to it.
I mean, that's fine. I know you're not going back to it. You think the game sucks. It doesn't. Whatever. We'll argue that again and again until, nighttime if we're here all that time. But I know.
I want to get this done.
I do too. I'm crashing. I'd rather get this
in 8
over
hours.
within the next
in 8 hours
minutes.
Total, which means we only got like 1.5 more hours to go.
Oh, we'll get it done before then. I'm ready to get this over with too. So if we want to move that on and just admit that like playing the game incompetent is going
let's
to
just agree to disagree.
Screw it up. We're not agreeing to disagree, but it's pretty we can say that the pacing is terrible because you decided to do it your own incompetent way. But if we want to go along with how the pacing was so terrible, we can go into the president's quest. We can go into the Secret Service quest, where you argue that the president's speech is a problem, that whole quest is dumb. Why is that dumb?
Well, because the speech, you make a point when we were preparing for this debate that the speech itself was actually meant to be secondary, and that what you were supposed to be doing was running around thwarting attempts at assassinating him. However, there's only 3 assassination attempts that need to be thwarted, and if the speech itself was ancillary, then the quest should have immediately ended as soon as you thwarted the 3rd and final assassination attempt. The thing, like, take for example in Skyrim, when I go to when I'm starting to do the initiation for the Thieves Guild, I'm supposed to plant the ring on Branche, and Brynjolf is supposed to be having a speech to cause a distraction, where he builds up this Felmer blood elixir as basically snake oil. He's basically playing a snake oil salesman at that point. And but the thing about that quest is, as soon as you plant the ring on Branche, Brynjolf, even in mid-sentence, mid-syllable even, will cut his speech off and declare at the end, and the characters in the game never act like that was a weird cutoff point. They all act like the speech had ended organically, and frankly, that might have been a slight break in immersion, but it was a sacrifice but it was a worthy sacrifice to ensure that I wasn't stuck spending the next 6 to 7 minutes just listening to Brynjolf and his boring-ass snake oil pitch. I believe that the Secret Service quest in New Vegas should have had something like that. Because once I had thwarted the 3rd and final attempt to assassinate the president, I was basically just stuck there listening to his boring-ass speech, and it might not have made sense in universe for him to just cut it off once the assassination attempts had been thwarted, but it would have made it for a much better pacing. So does that make sense?
Well, something that you don't know because you didn't bring it up, is that you can actually talk. I'm pretty sure the quest gives you the marker to go talk to the person to say that there were assassination attempts, so you could cut it short. So I think you just decided to not do the map marker, because if you found the bomb and if you found the sniper and killed the sniper, that you can literally go talk to the woman, the sergeant or whatever that gave you the Secret Service quest. But on top of that, okay, yes, the quest is meant to have the time given to you to find everything. If I remember correctly, in your video, your President Kimball got his head blown off, and then you decided to reload and go through a guide, and then you knew everything that was happening. But what if someone doesn't have a guide? You're not supposed to know what the hell happens. You're supposed to have enough time to go through that, and that's why the speech is so long. And it's like, all right, like you say if you get all 3 of them done, you just sit there. Well, okay, talk to the person and say that there were assassination attempts. Like, there's ways to get past it, and this is just a non-complaint, or a non-point to me, which is just kind of strange. And let me bring up, in your video, you say that the main focus is just the speech, that you're just sitting around there, and then you bring up wrestling footage for some reason, right? Like, if we want to go to it, I will. I don't care, because it's like a 3-minute section, and I'd rather not look at it. But the problem there is that you decided to cut. You had a very interesting cut where you're talking about this president's speech being the only focus, and okay, yeah, there is 1 or 2 things that happen, but you then cut out a big section showing that there's actual assassination attempts, and this is footage that isn't your own. I know you took footage, so you cut footage to show that. And then you blocked out the assassin. You blocked out the part with the assassin when you were trying to make the point that it's all about the speech, that you can't skip the speech, that, oh, it's too boring because of the speech. But you also didn't bring up the fact that it's supposed to give you enough time to find that assassin. It's meant to give you time to find the bomb. It's meant to give you time so you can wait and prepare for the person that's going to run at the president with a knife. So like there's points for it that you just don't bring up, and okay, maybe I'm using this wrong again, but this is one time that I would really call you disingenuous, because you cut the video in the same section saying that it's just about the speech.
Well, because if you know what you're doing and you can thwart all 3 assassination attempts, you could realistically do that in less than a minute, which means you're stuck with about 5 more minutes of nothing but the speech. At that point, it is 84 to 86% the speech. Like, what's 5/6 converted into a percentage? I forget. It's in the 80th percentile. An overwhelming majority of that time is spent just standing around listening to the president talk, because unlike Brynjolf in Skyrim, it doesn't get cut short once you've actually done everything. That was my main gripe here. I mean, yeah, that quest would have flowed a lot better if they had just cut the speech short once you had done all the stuff.
Okay, but again, you just completely glossed over the fact that I said you can talk to the person. You can literally talk to the person that gave you the quest. On a second playthrough, you can literally go to it and there you go, like, get through it. If it's on your first playthrough, well, why wouldn't you want to sit there and listen to the speech of the president that you're about to go into battle for? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it's because you don't care, but what about other people that do care? Like, there's a reason it's that long, and it does take people that long on a first playthrough to find everything.
Well, I mean, you say there was a guy I could talk to in order to cut the speech short, but the thing is, I never knew that a dialogue option was available, so I mean, if the game had communicated to me that I could have used that dialogue option, then I would have. I would say that's a failure of the game to communicate itself to me.
I'm pretty sure that the game literally gives you the ability on the side after one of the assassination attempts saying optional, go report the assassination attempt, and it'll end it.
I guess I didn't notice that.
I mean, I guess. I mean, that it's just, I don't know. It's just, that's why when you say that you were paying attention, I have a hard time believing you.
So you're calling me a liar?
I'm not calling you a liar, but I'm saying that's why I have a hard time believing that you completely say that you paid attention the whole time. I'm not calling you a liar. No, okay, that's fine if you weren't intentionally doing it, but I'm saying, if you said you were paying attention, that you were trying hard to pay attention, but something as simple as just that shows that you weren't paying attention enough. But it's whatever. All right, so I mean, you can't do anything on it, so it's whatever. But I just wanted to show you that there's a reason that the quest wasn't just that. But I mean, this is right before the Battle of Hoover Dam. I mean, we're right at the end. We might as well just get into the Battle of Hoover Dam.
Sure.
Because you, in your video, you say that it's more of the same old of New Vegas, right? You sit there and just say, oh, it's same shooting. There's more shooting. There's more killing and everything. But most of the game isn't that. And that's why it's really weird when you're like, oh, Hoover Dam, this big battle, the battle that's been being talked up the entire game is a battle. It's like, yeah, it's a battle, and it has changed. Oh, sorry if you hear my dogs.
I can't hear them.
All right, good. But yeah, so it's just like in the Battle of Hoover Dam, you complain that there's just killing and linear hallways and explosions and stuff. But if you didn't play the rest of the game like that, killing everyone and with the explosions and linear hallways in sections when you're going to kill them, then yeah, like it's going to be more of the same because you've only been killing the whole game.
Well, I mean, for the main quest, yeah, I was in full-on fuck this game mode, but even before then, like, for example, in the Old World Blues DLC, I was literally just going back and forth, and the enemies were attacking me on sight, so obviously I'm gonna have to fight back. So as far as gameplay is concerned, the only thing I experienced from Old World Blues was just running and gunning. And the same with Lonesome Road. I mean, at that point, I had completed my stealth sniper build, so I was in full-on stealth mode. So maybe there would have been, other, hang on. Fuck the game sounds like a skill issue TBH. I'll allow that comment. But anyway, the I mean, I would. I never. I mean, if I had the chance to pursue an option peacefully, like for example, redeeming the king's favor to get the king's support for the NCR, yeah, I used the diplomatic approach there. But I only did that because it was an option that was clearly presented to me as a legitimate option. But even before then, it honestly felt like going out and killing a bunch of things, like killing those giant ants, was the proper way to do the quests. Or going out, or if I was going to side with Goodsprings in the quest Ghost Town gunfight, then I would, obviously that was going to involve me killing the powder gangers. And if I went to that prison in order to get that vigilante guy to be the sheriff, I would obviously have to kill those powder gangers. I mean, even before I was in fuck this game mode, I still noticed a lot of unavoidable combat that seemed to dominate the game. So I just gave you a few examples.
Okay, yes, the game does have combat. I'm not saying the game doesn't have, like, random combat and stuff out in the world and everything. Your example of, oh, you have to kill the powder gangers to get that guy there. No, you don't. You really don't. It's obvious you don't. But I'm more talking about the main parts of the game, too. I mean, like, again, let me go to my links. Think Tank, Mobius, Ulysses, the Khans, Cucino, and all of Gamora, and Boone, and the Ultralux, and that's the only ones I've saw. So that is 1, 2, 3, 8, or 7, or 8 if you want to call all Gamora a massacre, where you have just gone in and decided to kill them, doing nothing. The Think Tank, the moment the pacification fields were down, you shot them from range. Mobius, you walked in the Mobius thing, put on a stealth boy, and snuck attack him. For Ulysses, we obviously know you shot him in the back from a mile away. The Khans, you walked in, and when you told them to work with the NCR that just massacred their family, and they said no, you killed all of them. Cucino called you, or asked you what the fuck you were looking for, and the fuck off. You killed him and all of Gamora. You killed Boone because you screwed up the quest and didn't really think much into it. And then for the Ultralux, again, you massacred them all. Like I don't know any sections that you really did. And you killed the Brotherhood. You killed the Brotherhood. So it's like you went through main portions of the game, just killing. Just going through and killing. So yes, okay, your example of the quests of Goodspring, the Ghost Town gunfight, and the ants and everything, yeah, you're meant to kill. But you're not meant to go in and just massacre the Khans and everyone, or any of the families on the casino, street. Like I'm just saying, you say that you don't think that you thought you were doing it correctly, and your examples are completely opposite of what I was trying to get at. So I don't know. It's just saying when you like story and okay, yeah, at this game you were saying fuck this game, but then you say that you did it peacefully, that you were doing it right, that you were trying to do it, you thought you were doing it right, when it's very obviously you just skipped so much.
Okay.
What is that? You just
there's just nothing I can say that'll satisfy you.
I mean, it's not that, but I mean, I'm not even. You don't have to like satisfy me. Like I know I'm not. Just like I know I'm not going to move your point, you're probably not going to move my point, but you should at least defend yourself so people can understand what your
if
like
I
side
defend
is.
myself, people will shit on me for not admitting I'm wrong. So
I don't know. I don't know. It's just I don't think you can defend yourself here when it comes down to you just going through and killing everyone. You turn into a murder hobo in this game, and then you complain that there is no story, or that the story was shit, and that it was boring. And it's like, yes, if you decide to skip the main part of the game, like people do drive up the fact that this game has great stories, but I'm sorry you decided to go through it and just kill.
there were a couple of times when I killed in my Let's Play, mostly for the funny factor, for the entertainment factor, because I was doing a Let's Play and my goal was to be entertaining. Like, for example, if I would come across a Legionnaire on the street and he would say, "Attack me, give me license to kill you," I was like, okay, pow! I mostly did that not because that's how I normally play the game, but because I just felt it was funny, because I was doing a Let's Play and being funny was the main point.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I completely understand the entertainment factor, but what I'm saying is that you went into parts that weren't even for entertainment and just killed. Like, you didn't even try. Like, the Ultralux, you literally gambled there off screen, so in your playthrough, you didn't even go in there and talk about it. And in the one section you actually have for it, you went in there and massacred them. So it's like, okay, yeah, you had some funny moments where you killed a legionary, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you literally murder hoboed your way through the entire game.
Well,
it's whatever. That was my thing. That's just the thing. You just claim that Battle of Hoover Dam is just the same thing over and over again when it's literally the one section in the game that's the most over the top in a battle sense. Like, that's where all the killing is meant to be, because you're not supposed to kill and blow up every major faction in the game. All right, but if you got what you want to say, get that out there. We can move on, because we have like the final 2 to 3 points.
Okay, not fighting Caesar.
Okay, yeah. So your whole thing about Caesar not showing up, like, again, I'll give you didn't do the Caesar side. You didn't talk to Caesar. You don't know anything about him, right? You don't know anything about him personally, so you wouldn't know the fact that he's an old man that is dying of a brain tumor, and of course he's not going to be on the front lines compared to his soldiers and the literal hammer of the Legion that has broken so many tribes. Like, okay, yeah, the antagonist you think is meant to be the toughest person out there, but no, that's not true. Sometimes they're just the smartest and the most conniving, and they don't have to be all brawn to just be the bad guy. Caesar's terrifying. Caesar is intimidating, and it's not because he's big, it's because he's smart.
Well, I mean, by that you'll want to say that it's more about brains versus brawn, but let's bear in mind that Lex Luthor has actually gone toe-to-toe with Superman before. Like, he's used his brains to give himself mechanical enhancements to be able to fight toe-to-toe against Superman. So, yeah, brains over brawn can be an interesting and very compelling be a very compelling and compelling matchup. Like Lex Luthor, for example. This was not one of them. Bear in mind that if I had done the Legion route, then I guess I would have known that Caesar was old and decrepit, but I didn't do that route, so I only did the NCR route, and so from my point of view, Caesar, the big bad who the game has been building up this whole time, was conspicuously absent for no apparent reason. Legate Lanius is supposed to be this incredible badass whose illustrious reputation precedes him, and yet maybe it was just the specific playthrough that I played, but I don't recall a single time in my entire playthrough when that guy's name was ever mentioned. I can recall several times when Caesar's name was mentioned. He's the one who's been built up this whole time. He's that guy. He was the Ganon of this game, where he's mentioned in the instruction manual and he's mentioned all throughout the game, but you don't actually see him until the very end. It was Caesar. Caesar was the Ganon of this game. He was the one who gets built up. And of course, Aquatica is saying, of course you killed everyone, Acer. Yeah, well, I mean, despite this alleged murder hobo style that you say I did, I still heard Caesar getting built up quite a bit. So no, I mean, Legate Lanius might have gotten just as much build up if I had done the quote-unquote right path, but in my playthrough, nothing actually... Can you stop looking at the camera? I'm gonna puke. Okay, you know what? Just for that, I'm gonna time you out, and I'm gonna consider whether to just ban you, because I'm not gonna put up with that shit. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I did not get it. To me, Legate Lanius just came right the fuck out of nowhere, and the fact that the game even gave me the dialogue option to ask about facing Caesar directly only further cemented in my head that this was all just that the game was just trolling me by pulling this bait and switch. I'm sorry, but that's just what I observed.
I mean, alright, that's fine, but again, like, there are so many people around the wasteland that bring up Lanius, that just... There are NCR troopers that are shitting themselves if saying that if he shows up, we're screwed. Ulysses, if you ended up talking to him, would have had good points, you know, about Lanius and how he's so scary and terrifying. You know, okay, you didn't do the Caesar side, but you know, that's fine. It's still, I think it's just, I don't know. It's getting to a point where it's like you not understanding and you not paying attention to the world. Just it keeps going back to that because you're not paying attention to NCR troopers that talk about it or other people that are literally throughout the world bringing him up. Like there are horror stories about him. Oh yeah, literally Pagan literally just brought up. I was just about to say the horror stories of him that you can hear throughout talking about the other tribes, the tribe where he just threw the dogs that they held holy and sacred onto fires so they couldn't go into the afterlife, you know, comfortably. That's insane. And like he's terrifying. He is Caesar is talked up because he's the leader of the Legion. But Lanius is fucking terrifying. You hear shit of him, and when you see him in person and you read that's Lanius. That's him. Anyone who actually paid attention was shitting bricks at that point. You know, because he literally he literally can slice a Brahmin in half just because it's in his way. He is a legend in the wasteland, and he's not someone who just comes out of nowhere. Sure, he's not Caesar, but there's a reason he's here. Caesar, like I said, is the brains, and your example of I guess Lex Luthor or something against Superman. Well, all right, there's a big problem in here because it's a wasteland. Caesar banished technology, so unless he's going to be walking around in a, you know, fucking wooden mech suit, I don't think he's going to be all right with that. He already does have like the technology to keep him alive. That's something that's taboo in Caesar's Legion. They also don't have the technology to constantly do that. So it's like to keep him alive and have him on the front line, you know? Like, so of course this old man isn't going to be there. And you saying that Lanius comes out of nowhere is also just crazy because, again, you just don't pay attention. You just didn't pay attention to NCR. You didn't talk to other people. You didn't listen. It's on the radio. If you didn't listen to the radio, well, Lanius comes up on the radio a few times, and there's only so many parts of the radio you can listen to. So I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that you just weren't paying attention.
Okay, let's have an ad break.
How much longer for the...
Okay, now it's over.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So basically, people in the chat right now are saying how much they say that Lanius was built up. Well, I'm sorry, I personally received none of that hype. From what I can tell, this guy is just some random guy who showed up the fuck out of nowhere. And if you actually saw my Final Fantasy retrospectives, you know that that's one of my biggest pet peeves in game design is when villains, especially final bosses, just show up the fuck out of nowhere. So I'm sorry if you say there's all these other points where he was built up. I see that as no more of a counter argument than when you point out the various other quest lines where where it's explained what the chip is for. Because I didn't do all those quests, I can't really have an opinion on how well that's executed. It's just, I've made my point clear on that if you're going to build up the final boss like this, you have to make sure that all that hype is something that I can't miss, and apparently I found a way to miss it.
Yeah, again, it's
Aquatica. No, I will not play that game ever again.
Yeah. I don't know. Hold on. What I don't know. Like the one thing is that all throughout the NCR path it's kind of important. Like Lanius is brought up a lot, and he's not just hinted at. It's known that he's gonna be at the end there. So okay, like, all right, so you didn't get that. It's not there's no optional quest. Like okay, you killed Ulysses, but there's also stuff throughout the main quest of NCR that brings him up. There's the radio that brings him up. There's random people in the wasteland that bring him up. He's literally a living legend. So I don't know. It just saying he comes out of nowhere. I feel like again, with you not paying attention, it hurt you. It's a shame that you decided to not pay attention for a lot of the game, because because like this game, it has interesting stories and everything, and like interesting characters, and you not deciding to pay attention. I don't know. It really just it's painful because you make these claims in your video, and obviously, you know, in hindsight and knowing that you're wrong, you can sit here and at least I can hopefully say that you'll say that he doesn't come out of nowhere, just because you don't know that, because there's so much that he comes out. I mean, like, yeah, all right, Volpe's talks about him too if you ask him at times. Now I guess that would have to be possibly at the fort, but like, I don't know. Again, and the Templin Institute isn't like, that was your example of doing more research outside of your playthrough, correct? But that doesn't bring up Caesar. That doesn't bring up Lanius at all. And I find it's just not a good look when you say this and say that he comes out of nowhere, when in fact he was played up to be at the battle the whole time. And especially, like, literally, as someone said in the chat, like, people literally are threatening suicide. Yeah, some people consider suicide over the idea of him just showing up. Like, he's not just this. That's not something that a developer would put into a game just for a random ass pool boss, like you said in, like, Final Fantasy 13.
13? I haven't gotten to 13 yet.
Oh, sorry, 13. I can't remember. I don't personally know. Maybe it was one that has that random ass pull, like, god enemy after you defeat the one little Twinkie looking guy. I don't know. I don't know Final Fantasy. I just know it's not 7.
Necron in 9?
Yeah. Maybe that's what it is.
The guy who rips off dialogue from Yoda.
I don't know. I didn't play the game. I just know that he's a bit of an asspool random boss that's like, okay, I understand that, but he's not. But Lanius is not like that.
Alright. I don't know why I didn't meet it. So,
I don't know.
I don't know why I didn't notice any of this. Somehow I managed to miss all of that stuff. And so, from my point of view, he just came the fuck out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to go back and look at it, so I can't say, oh, go back, just go back. So it's whatever. I'm telling you this now that it's just, he didn't come out of nowhere. And then, yeah, Pagan's right. The Templin Institute is not a reliable source. You probably wouldn't have known that. I can't fault you on doing that, but at the same time, I think we talked about this in our DMs, and you said that they were fine. It's just like, when they don't bring up information, it's not good. I don't know.
That was the last thing on the list.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's the last thing on the list. If you have any general, like, final thoughts, I just generally have something, I don't know, just general stuff. I know you have some points,
Not
too.
really. There is one thing. Wealthier Storm has been asking, that box next to my pillow, that's a kerosene heater right there. So, anyway.
I thought you said that when we were in our DMs, you had kind of a big point that you were holding off, that you didn't want me to know about. Do you still have something about that?
I think we already addressed that.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Interesting. I just didn't notice, because I know you said that I would know which one it was, but I actually don't think I noticed which one it was. But okay. All right, whatever. So all right. So we'll finish it off, because, like, I know we're both tired. It's been fucking long.
We're at 7 hours now.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, we'll just finish this off real quick, because I just wanted to say, like, I don't want you thinking, like, I hope you don't think that I came off as toxic during our DMs, or even this. I think we both stayed fairly civil in all of this. I would say I don't agree with your opinions. I think you have some wrong opinions. I think your video is misleading and short-sighted at times, but I don't want you thinking I'm attacking you. I don't want you thinking that I dislike you as a person, Acer, because I don't. I really don't. Like, I'm fine with you. You know, I got problems with what you do. I got the problem with the fact that I've heard that you're DMCAing people and everything like that.
I've got another debate in the future set up to discuss that.
Okay, and I'm not gonna, I know I'm not gonna step on the toes of that debate or anything, but I'm just saying there's stuff that you do that people have problems with that, like, over this last month have really become apparent, because as someone who, as you know, I didn't know who you were until Squid started contacting you and being like, hey, do you want to do another debate with someone? And you said, well, no one wants to do a debate. So it's me not knowing who you were brought me into this entire thing blind. I had no clue who you were. I didn't know who Kretosis or the gang were, and then you sent me videos about them, and I've been going down a rabbit hole for the last month. So I know, like, I don't want you thinking I don't like you as a person because of your views on the game, but I don't think that you do things that make you very relatable or or something that people want to come to watch your videos, because your videos can be good, but the way you act when you're wrong is really what turns people away. And this whole thing about New Vegas, like, again, I really don't care if you don't like New Vegas. This whole thing wasn't to get you to change your opinion. It was not change your views. It's to get it out there and show that you're wrong about this game at certain points. But it's also to explain to you about certain things in a way that doesn't come off as toxic. Because like you said, like, now that I fully understand, I mean, like, I didn't understand why you felt like things were so toxic or personal. And I can understand, like, okay, seeing, people, the way that they type through text and everything like that, and how you can maybe take things a personal, okay, that's new insight. And I don't want you thinking, but that's also why I wanted to get and do this video and debate and talk about it, because getting some points across through voice is a lot more, it's a lot easier for you to understand that I'm not coming at you, coming for your throat. Like, yeah, we might have gotten a little hostile at like over text and maybe a little earlier, but like at the same time, who fucking cares? I don't care that you don't like the game. I just wanted to show you points that were short-sighted and misleading. And at least hopefully you can kind of take them into consideration when you come to do newer videos, because yeah, as Agua states, your Skyrim video is pretty alright. Like, there's points, like, when you like the game, you obviously can do a decent job. I just think that you focusing on negative games and everything hurts you so much, and you focus so much on the negative, and I just I don't want you to think I'm being toxic. That's mostly it. I don't care if you don't like the game. If you think I'm toxic, that's fine. I didn't do it in bad faith. I know I'm rambling. If you want to get your last bit out, I'm sorry for that ramble.
You mentioned me taking this feedback and putting it into my newer videos, and yet I mean, I find this incredibly frustrating to keep hearing that, because I keep deferring people to my Splinter Cell and Final Fantasy videos, which are more recent, and which I do believe that I have incorporated a good chunk of this feedback into the making of those videos, and yet everybody seems to be completely refused to even check those videos out. They keep saying, oh, that's irrelevant to your New Vegas video. Well, maybe, but it's totally relevant to whether or not I am taking your advice and putting it into new videos, and nobody seems to even give a shit about them. I mean, if you don't care about Final Fantasy, that's fine. That just means you won't care if the stories are spoiled for you, so that's not a reason to not check them out. It's just that you say you want me to take this feedback and incorporate it into my newer videos, but then you don't check out any of my newer videos to see if I've already done that, and you can start to see how that can get kind of frustrating for me.
I mean, okay, yes, I can see that getting frustrating, but okay, let me look back. I want to see when your last, like, I don't know, your last retrospective or
Final Fantasy X.
Final Fantasy. All right, yeah. When did that come? It came out like
last summer, I think.
A while. Yeah, it came out a long time ago.
Compared to the New Vegas retrospective, though, that was 2019.
Yeah, but here's the other thing I have to say. There's a big difference when you have a game. Okay, like Final Fantasy X. I guess that's a fairly popular game. I don't personally know.
It was the first Final Fantasy to have voice acting in it.
Interesting. But the thing is, it's like when you have New Vegas versus Final Fantasy, it's like Final Fantasy is a very like it's very niche. Like the whole series is very like you have to like JRPGs versus the wider audience that New Vegas has. So you have to take into account the audience that you're catering to, and I don't know, like I'm not a fan of the Final Fantasy series. I'll be honest. I'm not. I probably wouldn't watch your videos. I wouldn't watch most Final Fantasy videos if, like I played a little bit of 7. I didn't even complete 7 yet. Even though I want to. I watched some videos on it, but I'm not gonna stop myself and watch Final Fantasy or Splinter Cell videos if they're not interesting. Me personally. I'm just saying this is how people work. If they see something they're interested in, they'll watch it. If you made more videos like, I don't know, on a game that is just more popular today, you'd get more views. But it's fine to do something that you're enjoying. I'm not saying don't do that. I think that's what you should focus on. Do more of your Final Fantasy retrospectives. Do more of your, those playthroughs and everything. But I don't think you should focus on the negatives. Of like I'm also watching like right before your Final Fantasy X retrospective. That's also when you were doing your first impressions, and a lot of these first impressions literally says they're not good games, or they're shit games, or I don't know, just general not good. And like people aren't gonna watch games and stuff that are negative. Like I remember in your Monty Spa stream you brought up the fact that I'm sorry, hold on. That you hold on. Sorry, someone messaged me. And my ADD really acted up. It's like, okay, so if you decided to focus specifically on something, like, who cares if it doesn't get views? I know you think views are, it's the blood of the channel, but at the same time, just if you focus on what you want to do instead of making, playing games that you don't like or something, and then making retrospectives on them and knowing that you're probably going to get shit for it, do that. Stop. Don't be toxic or anything. I'm not saying you're toxic all the time, but like, don't even retort against the toxicity and everything. Because this whole stream has like, there's literally a long section, and I this is gonna sound bad and condescending, but there's times where I feel bad for you, Acer, because like there's obvious effort that you want to put into these videos, but I don't know. Like you claim that you like in the Monty Spa stream again, you said that you would take stuff into consideration, but I haven't. That's been 7 or 8 months, and you haven't made a actual like full video about it or anything. You had a few first times and everything, so that's why I'm saying like I can't see why you when you say that you've followed what he said, that you took into account. I don't see that. And that's just what I want you to do. Like, it seems like it's in bad faith. I have problems with what you do. I don't have a problem with you as a person. And I want you to be very clear, because you think that everyone against you is being toxic and against you. And that's not true.
Well, I mean, I guess only time will tell. Just remember, actions speak louder than words. You keep saying that you don't care if I don't like the game, and yet your actions consistently indicate otherwise. That the only common denominator is whether or not my opinion of the game aligns with other people's. That honestly seems to be the only real consensus, the only real common thread among all of this. So anyway,
hold on. Well, the thing there is, I don't care that you don't like the game, and it's really not that big. You say that it's a big deal to me, but it's not a big deal that you don't like the game. It's a big deal that you're making misleading videos about it, about a game that I personally love and has gotten me through hard times. Like it's very, you can sit there and say like you don't understand why it's so important to me, but it's not. I don't care if you don't play the game. I do not care. I care that you are putting misleading information out there, and that's what I just don't want you to do. You can dislike the game, but when you make factually wrong errors, don't delete Pagan in chat. Don't you delete him. He's making good points. He's not being toxic. He literally just is
No,
saying...
Pagan has already been toxic. Not at the moment, but he has been. I only just now noticed that he was in there. So he's already burned his bridges with me a long time ago, so no, fuck that.
But literally, like, all right. So, but this is a reason. Like, all right, I kind of wanted to end the stream around here, but what you just did is a reason why people end up disliking you, because you sit there and block them out. Like, okay, just because they said something in the past doesn't mean you should completely cut them out now, especially when they were literally just saying, "Hey, we don't hate you. We only criticize you for this reason." Or, hey, we only insulted you because you called New Vegas fans dick suckers and then made misleading claims about the game. Like, that's their reason. That's what he was just saying, and you shut him down.
Well, at this point, I'm straight up calling him a damn liar, because I've dealt with him before, and this guy is so toxic. Even if he wasn't being toxic at the moment, he is so toxic that I honestly don't give a rat's ass anymore about his sorry ass.
Well, I mean, that's fine and everything, but literally, I mean, yeah, look what No God Please No just said. You literally just got done saying actions speak louder than words, and
his actions were that he was a toxic sack of shit.
I'm pretty sure your actions are playing worse, because in the patrician debate with him and, I'm sorry, I forgot, Setch, when you had that, they were very cordial towards you. They told you their sides, and what did you do? You literally went in there and made a thing saying, well, maybe your parents beat you, and you constantly just shit-talked them.
Because they had already been excessively toxic and line-crossing with me and refused to apologize.
Yes, but he told you why, and it's like...
I don't give a rat's ass why!
That's fine. I mean, that's fine, but you have to also understand, like, I'm not just saying this whole thing, but if you, you can't sit here and shut out all criticism just because maybe one time they weren't as nice. Like, you asked for civility in that debate, and then you immediately went off on them after they were very nice to you.
I asked for an apology first, and he didn't give that to me.
Well, that's fine, but Acer, this is the internet, and we're adults. I mean, you're an adult. I'm an adult.
And I expect
Hagen's
them to
an
act
adult.
like it.
Well, I'm sorry, but you don't get apologies over the internet when you make factually wrong statements, and then you want them to apologize when, okay, yeah, they got a little annoyed at your misleading statements. Like, it's okay, yeah, they got fed up with you. A lot of people do. You know, a lot of people get fed up with you and your opinions and everything on that. And it's just like, I'm not
unblocking
entitled.
Pagan. The end.
That's fine. I'm not using Pagan just as the only example. I'm just simply saying that this is an example of you just not taking any, anything.
If you're defending their toxicity, then you can fuck off too.
I mean, that's toxic right there, but I'm not you're actually just you're completely missing my point.
No, you're the one. And the fact that he was so toxic beforehand, I'm done with him. I'm
not talking about Pagan at this point. Well, you're focused on Pagan. It's like, okay, yeah, that's an example of
me blocking him from the channel is the reason the reason you brought this up.
Yes, and that's the reason. Like, you literally just got done that the actions speak louder than words. And it's like, okay, you sit there, but then you bring up the fact, okay, they were toxic in the past, but a perfectly good reason and way to... You can talk to someone that you disagree with. There are people who fight, and if you don't talk to them, there's no way for you to make up. There's no way for you to have context or way to understand why they said that. What if Pagan wants to apologize to you, but because you keep... He won't. And I'm not saying... he definitely doesn't have to, because first off, it's the internet. No one should give you an apology. You had objectively wrong information, misleading information, and then, yeah, they got fed up with you. You don't deserve the apology. But constantly acting entitled for an apology is a bit more of, toxicity when it's... I don't know. It's just... I don't know. And as the great Poop Man has said, it's just you really need to just take a step back and realize that you might have the problem. You might be a little bit more of the toxic problem when you're...
He said I was the reason there's warnings on bleach not to drink it. And that one was 100% unprovoked.
Well, that's probably because they were going through your video for, at that point, several hours, listening
care.
to your... Okay, you don't care, but I'm giving you context. I don't care that you don't care. Like, just calm down for a second when I'm trying to explain this. Like, I'm not even focusing on pagan, but you keep bringing it back to pagan.
You don't
So if
care
you
that
wanna
I don't
focus on
care?
pagan-
Hang it up. Okay. We were going so well. We had over 7 hours worth of civil discussion. But then this motherfucker just decided to side with the toxic people. So, no. We're done with this. Thank you. I'm sorry that this had to end on such a sour note. So, goodbye. Acer Thorn out.